Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should own perhaps at least one half of this asset.
smart,
The revenues generated because of
Cause like philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
You saw
I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
Whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom. And then the other thing we forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.
Do you know what's irritating? There's not a store-bought or homemade mayo recipe that can compete with the one ingredient nearly every make-at-home mayo method leaves out. And because so many recipes overlook this powerful, cheap, if not free ingredient, too many home cooks, including me, stop making homemade mayo because it spoils too fast in the fridge and you settle for the store stuff.
Well, not anymore, because now this lasts as long as that without the 6-syllable, 30-letter words added to increase shelf life and thickness. The longest word in this only uses 7 letters, mustard, which is also tied with the other 7-letter word, vinegar. But finally, you can make a homemade mayo that lasts for months in your fridge. Mayo is a kitchen staple, and learning how to make it is a skill you'll be rewarded with knowing how to do. I mean, how many other condiments can you say have as many uses that are made better or with a base of mayo? No sandwich has ever been made worse by adding mayo, and that's a fact. There have been a lot of
Well, that might be debatable. Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Hello, Mariah. Thanks again for your support. I think you left yesterday, but I want to. We're going to take your support and put it towards the Saturday show. So thank you for that. I made mayonnaise about 30 minutes ago with my little stick blender, and it. Look, there are a ton of things that you can do at home from scratch. Making mayonnaise, once you've assembled all the ingredients into a jar, literally takes 30 seconds, maybe a minute. And it just tastes so much better than store-bought. You can preserve it as long as, well, I wouldn't say quite as long as the store-bought, but you can preserve it because, generally you're going to make about, if you get one of those, I don't know, like a 16-ounce jar or something like that, maybe it's 32 ounces. You're only going to make a quarter of that. And I put 2 eggs in instead of 1 egg. Makes it a little bit, I don't know, a little bit more creamy. So anyway, that's why I'm showing this. It is awfully easy to make your own mayonnaise if you like mayonnaise. And if you don't like store-bought mayonnaise, you may want to try making it at home. You might actually like it. So let us finish this out.
shambles because of a lack of it. To prove my point, let me show you several ways you can get even more uses out of your mayo, and then I'll show you how to whip up this easy recipe in just 2 minutes. Did you know that the secret to the ultimate chocolate cake is mayo? I keep pre-measured dry ingredients for chocolate cake in a jar so that I can always whip one up in minutes. Then all I have to do is add the wet ingredients along with a scoop or 2 of mayo, which doesn't leave a hint of mayo taste. Chocolate cake can easily become dense, but by adding mayonnaise, the texture of the cake is transformed, becoming luscious and extra moist. Now, while adding mayonnaise to a dessert may sound odd, apparently this is an old-timey baking trick that dates back to World War II or the Great Depression, when food scarcity forced cooks craving sweets to get creative.
But let's not stop there. While our cake is baking in the oven, let's add mayo to our chocolate icing too. And don't mind me, I'm just using the jar I had my cake mix in to stir everything up in to keep cleanup quick. If you want your homemade icing to taste like chocolate ganache, mayo is the secret to add incredible creaminess that confectioner sugar and milk alone won't give you. While it doesn't take a lot, a scoop or two is just enough to enhance the flavor of the chocolate. Do you see how creamy
You
this
know, I
icing
never
is?
thought to.
Homemade icing already beats
Wow.
store-bought, but adding mayo
I literally never thought of making a cake in a cast iron pan, but I mean, I guess if you can make make cornbread, that is really interesting. This woman is actually pretty interesting.
really makes you look like a pro. Now it's time for the final reveal. And honey, would you look at how moist this chocolate cake is? Add mayo and you'll get
Damn.
the same results.
You've likely guzzled down your fair share of ranch, but once you start making this mayo recipe, you'll discover a taste that's way better than anything you can buy in a bottle.
Ranch dressing is a mixture of mayonnaise, buttermilk, sour cream, garlic, herbs, and spices. And homemade ranch isn't difficult.
And by the way, you can make something ranch-like. In my mayonnaise, I usually put a couple tablespoons of dried dill. This time I didn't, but I usually just cut up into slices fresh garlic, sometimes onions, but usually I don't really like the flavor. But dill, um, fresh garlic, half a lemon. I've used lime, it doesn't really make a difference, but half a lemon. I don't like the white vinegar. It's just a little bit too much of a bite. So the citrus works better. Let's see what else. I use a teaspoon of salt because I can never get it. It's either undersalted or oversalted, and undersalted is better. So I use no more than half a teaspoon of salt. Now, my oil is a little bit less than one half, probably more like 1 1/4 of just plain vegetable oil. I've never made it, but I've heard olive oil can kind of give it an off taste. Um, and then sometimes I use yellow mustard, tablespoon. Sometimes I use stone ground. Today I use stone ground. And that's pretty much it. Now the deal is you got to have an immersion blender or stick blender. You can also use a hand blender, like one of those old style egg beater things, or you could probably use a hand crank. And I actually, believe this or not, I actually have one of those hand blender things with the two um, rotary blade mixer things, and I never use it. I don't even remember why I bought it. I think I bought it because I was gonna make cakes, and I just never got around to it. My grandmother used to have one of those, by the way. So anyway, mayonnaise is easy. I'm not a huge fan of ranch, but we're gonna go with this.
To make. Plus, the flavor payoff you get from freshly made ranch is insanely delicious. Considering that store-bought ranch is the prototypical processed food with an ingredient list that includes modified cornstarch, monosodium glutamate, sodium lactate, polysorbate 60, homemade gives you a landslide
Ooh,
win in
see, that's
flavor
why,
and
just
quality.
the dill and the mayonnaise makes it ranch-like.
bottle of homemade ranch, you're ready for a delicious salad, snack dip, or more. I pulled a salad together with some of the ingredients that I had on hand, and then I topped it with some of my moist home canned chicken breast. Drizzled with homemade ranch and packed full of hearty nutrients, this salad was a hit.
Yeah, I cannot tell you how much better your tuna, like, if you like tuna sandwiches, how much better your potato salad is gonna be. And it kind of forces you to make, you know, you're gonna be even though, and I hope she'll get to it. I usually add the water from yogurt, or you could probably do any sort of fermented dairy product, sour cream and or yogurt. Sometimes I'll just add some yogurt, but I like the separated water. Basically, the fermentation is the important part. Add that to the mayonnaise, and it literally will keep. I don't ever keep it longer than a month. I don't know how long it'll keep, but I generally, when I make it, it's it's maybe a cup and a half because I only use about a cup and a half of oil. I'm sorry, a cup and a quarter. So probably around maybe a little bit over a cup and a half is what I'll make every month or when I run out. So, if it's getting towards the end of the month, I'll just make potato salad or, tuna, like a tuna salad, or you can use mayonnaise and other things. But um there's some things that I don't know, I just have time to do it. And but I've been cooking since, like seriously home cooking since I was probably 24 or so. And I've told the story about how I kind of started doing it. Look, I used to cook like a quick breakfast for my brother and sister way back in the early 80s. So I've always known how to do the basics. But I got bored when I moved to Norfolk and I didn't know anybody. And rather than, sit around all day, getting drunk down on Colonial Avenue, because again, I didn't know anybody or anyone. Um, One day I was watching, what is Joe Bastianich's mother's name? She used to have a old cooking show back in the early 90s, and I cannot remember her name. She wasn't the Barefoot Contessa, that's a different lady, but, whatever her name was, I watched one of her cooking shows on PBS one Saturday morning, and, I'm like, "You know what? Let's try that recipe," and I lived about a 10-minute walk from Giant Foods down in downtown Norfolk. So I walked, 10, 15 minutes and just bought the ingredients and brought them back and cooked them up. Of course, I drank beer while I was cooking, but I cooked a whole fucking leg of lamb, which I would never do these days. But you know what? I had nothing better to do, and you striate the leg of lamb and you stick your little garlic cloves in the striations, and I even bought mint jelly. It was a whole production. And luckily, yeah, some of it I had to put in the freezer, but I had a good old time. And I've always been good at kind of entertaining myself. And that was one of those days. And that really look, I actually pulled it off, probably not perfectly, but that's what kind of set me off. Like, if I see a recipe that I want to make, I know I can do it. And sometimes you don't even agree with everything that's in that recipe. You'll write down or jot down the changes you want to make. But nope, cooking is fun. Cooking from scratch can be arduous, but the results just speak for themselves. So I encourage, apartment dwellers even grow your own tomatoes and peppers too, by the way.
Mayo is the secret ingredient to aioli sauce, which is a must if you want the best fish sandwich of your life.
Start by adding a pat of butter to a cast iron skillet to butter your buns. Then make your aioli sauce. Mayo, garlic, lemon juice, and a bit of salt and pepper is all you need to make a sauce that you can dip, drizzle, smear, or spread on almost anything. Aioli's versatility in use and flavor makes it the perfect candidate for almost any savory dish, especially fish.
And I am going to have to say this, and people are just going to beat me up for this. My son has a thing for fucking sauces. Like every goddamn thing has to have a sauce. And I'm like, oh, no, I don't need goddamn aioli. You know, I don't need, there is not a sauce for every damn dish. And if you were really into it, how about make a goddamn bechamel? I want to see you do that. And he probably could. I don't doubt that he could. He probably has. He just didn't tell me. But there is not a sauce for everything. Not every damn thing needs a sauce. Damn it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was triggered when she said aioli. Isn't mayonnaise good enough?
And enjoy your aioli sauce as the finishing touch.
You
Damn,
likely
she
already
took
know
that
that
big a
mayo is
bite?
the secret ingredient to making the best tasting potato salad.
Now, this is just a simple potato salad for a weeknight. And some folks use Miracle Whip in their salad because it's lower in fat and calories. But the trade off is that it's also higher in sugar and is highly refined. Mayo can be a much healthier choice if you're using a homemade one made with healthy oils such as grapeseed or avocado oil instead of vegetable oils. You'll be ready for your next potluck, weekend brunch, easy dinner side, or barbecue mainstay with a from scratch recipe that everyone will love.
Wow. Tobacco? Yuck.
Homemade mayo is even an important breakfast ingredient. I mean, how does one make pancakes or biscuits without it?
If you're looking to make light and airy pancakes, mayo is your secret ingredient. The acidity of the mayo reacts well with baking powder. And since mayo is made with eggs and oil, the oil stops the flour from developing its gluten and becoming denser. Without this combo, gluten develops and the batter doesn't rise as much. That's why extra melted butter is often added. But by adding mayo, you can reduce the amount of fat in half when you replace the butter with mayonnaise. And if you're worried about tasting the mayonnaise in the finished pancake, you won't. The only evidence of its use will be a super fluffy, crispy outside, moist inside pancake. On weekend mornings where I'm short on time, mayo biscuits are my go-to because you just need 3 ingredients: self-rising flour, several tablespoons of mayo, and a portion of milk.
Oh, wow. So she's substituting the mayonnaise for cream. Those are like actually the cream biscuits are 2 ingredients. Wow, that's interesting. I rather the cream though, to be honest.
And no, you can't taste the mayonnaise, but it does give the biscuits a light and fluffy texture, which you'll see in a bit. These are an unfussy biscuit that's
And I also have to make a point here. I still don't trust silicone mats. I the other day I bought a couple silicone like harness things to go into my Dutch oven for sourdough bread, and it does work. You can lift that sourdough out with no problem. But I put parchment paper on top of the silicone sling I still have not wrapped my head around, just putting biscuits like that on silicone, but that's a Stanley quirk. I'm not saying it's unsafe. I'm just saying I just have not, um, I have not, I don't have that kind of faith yet.
Still has great flavor and are the perfect texture for any type of spread or breakfast sandwich.
This video is part of a collab brought to you by my good friend Anna over at the channel Fermented Homestead. And Anna is the fermentista friend you need to know. She has an impressive video catalog filled with hundreds of recipes that will move you from fearful to fermenting fanatic. So check out the playlist to meet more channel makers you likely already know and others you've got to meet for more fermentation inspiration. If this is our first time meeting, hi, I'm Cassandra from the blog becomingafarmgirl.com. I'm here to help you start canning and fermenting your own ingredients right at home and share ways to use your home can pantry and meals your family will love. I've also put together a free recipe book linked below that shows you how to replace the 8 most common store-bought condiments so that you can ditch the store stuff and start making your own. This recipe comes together in a sense, so we're going to go ahead and get to it. But stay posted for some valuable tips and tricks that I'll also share.
You'll need to start with room temperature eggs, so be sure to set out several ahead of time. Now, I like to use a tall, wet canning jar because it makes working with an immersion blender super easy and serves as the container I'll store my mayo in. Start by adding 2 eggs, at least 2 teaspoons of mustard, but it can be more if that's your preference, and then 1 teaspoon of Redmond Real unrefined sea salt, the juice of 1 lemon.
1 lemon? Wow.
A tablespoon of garlic.
No. Okay. Let me stop here. I'm sure that's like a homemade thing she's done with the garlic. I usually just take the fresh garlic and cut it up a bit. The immersion blender will take care of it. But garlic is a must.
2 teaspoons of dill.
Yep, gotta have the dill.
4 tablespoons of brine from a ferment like plain yogurt whey, which is what I'm using here from my homemade yogurt. But you can also use kombucha or sauerkraut brine. If you use a store-bought kombucha,
brine.
just
I got
make sure
plenty
it's
of
the
that.
plain flavor and says raw or indicates live probiotic cultures. Finally, add 2.5 cups of avocado or grapeseed oil.
Okay. Well, let me tell you the difference. I'm making half as much. She's doing 2.5. I'm doing 1 less than, not quite twice as much. But I do about 1 actually, it is half. I use 1 1/4, but I use the 2 eggs and the whole teaspoon of salt. Yeah, half teaspoon. You can pretty much anyway. Just follow her recipe. It's probably better, but it's just me. I don't need that much. I don't need that much mayonnaise. So, what's up, Bobby? I am from Savannah, Georgia. But I'm enjoying. This woman is, of course, easy on the eyes. So that's part of the reason I like watching her.
Once everything is in your jar, wait a few seconds for the oil to separate and rise to the surface. Then place the immersion blender all the way to the bottom of the jar, keeping it perpendicular, and allow it to blend until the color turns an opaque white. But this could vary depending on how much mustard you used. I'm a little heavy-handed, so my mayo is a warm off-white color. And speaking of mustard, Dijon works great too. Once the bottom is white, you can slowly lift the immersion blender up and down a few times until the rest of the oil is incorporated and emulsified. Be sure to stop and taste the mayo and adjust the seasonings to your liking. If you used whey, you'll cover the jar and leave it out on the counter at room temperature for at least
Yeah, until the bubbles start. I'm also gonna say you must get like labels. You can get like on Amazon like these labels for canning jars or plastic quart jars with a marker that's not permanent. And the one I have actually has an eraser so you can reuse these labels. You got to do it. Um, and I know from personal experience, and I'm still not perfect about it. Dude, I have like stock in the freezer, and I used to think, well, I can just tell by the color of the liquid what kind of stock it is. No, you can't. Chicken and beef stock, sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. So get yourself a labeling system if you're going to do stuff like this. Just my recommendation.
5 to 7 hours to ferment. Transfer to the refrigerator and use as you would regular mayonnaise. It'll continue to get thicker over time and will safely store for at least 3 months in the fridge.
See, making homemade mayo is that easy and that fast. Now let me share some recipe tips that you're likely wondering about, and I'll just be looking down at my notes. First, this homemade mayo will be slightly more liquid than the store-bought versions because it doesn't have all the fillers. Even though the taste is way better from the start, if you need to slowly calibrate yourself or your family to this, you can easily make it thicker if you use 2 egg yolks instead of 2 whole eggs, and then slightly reduce the oil. Your mayonnaise will be thicker if all other things are equal. And speaking of oil, not everyone works in this recipe. The best ones are avocado or grapeseed oil. You're going to want to avoid olive oil because of the strong flavor it gives off, which will just knock off the taste of your mayo. Soybean oil is the oil most commonly used in store-bought mayos because it's cheap and it's readily used in processed foods. Even the premium brands use it. As much as we use mayo, it's just another reason to avoid the store stuff, which just has too many questionable ingredients, like calcium disodium EDTA or modified food starches that add corn to your mayo to make it thick. And you don't need any of those preservatives. You need whey, which promotes lactose fermentation and introduces all of these enzymes. And that enzymatic activity is what extends the shelf life of your mayo. And lucky enough, whey or other probiotic liquids are easy enough to get your hands on. But if you are using whey, let the mayonnaise sit at room temperature for about 5 to 6 hours before refrigerating. Another question you may have is, do I really need an immersion blender, or can I use my regular blender or whisk by hand? I've done all three, and here's my 2 cents. Choosing between a whisk and a blender is less about which one you feel is more convenient and more about the qualities or the characteristics that you want your final product to have. Mayo that's whisked by hand or a blender is saucier, glossier, yeah, you might want to say soupy. While one emulsified with an immersion blender is thicker and creamier every time. Oh, your eggs must be at room temperature before you start. But a bowl of warm water from the faucet will warm your unshelled eggs if you haven't planned ahead. And oh, if you have homemade mayo sitting in your fridge right now, it's not too late to ferment it. Just add some yogurt whey into your mayonnaise, let it sit out on the counter for about 7 hours for the enzymes to activate, and bam, you've got fermented mayo. Now remember how I showed you how easy it is to make ranch dressing? Well, what I didn't tell you, but maybe you were wondering, is if that dressing became fermented too? And the answer is yes. Now you'll never have to feel guilty about indulging in a ranch dressing ever again. Now I'm backing this up by a published research study that was found in one of my favorite cookbooks, Nourishing Traditions. So basically the good bacteria inoculates everything, and fermentation delays the oxidation of unsaturated oils, which form the basis of the dressing because the added bacteria consume all the oxygen. Fermentation also produces a pleasant, mildly sour taste many consumers prefer. Ooh, we've got to talk about customizing mayo. That's totally another advantage to making your own mayo. You can keep the flavor interesting. Now, I will always add dill, but when the garden's going and I have an abundance of fresh herbs, I love doing combinations like lemon balm and oregano or rosemary.
Ooh, lemon balm. I've actually grown that years ago. My wife and I, we'd go to Home Depot, and lemon balm was one of those things you could just plant. But let me make a point here. And I want to say it, and I'm sure everybody probably, the regulars know this. I'm going to show what I'm interested in. I don't give a fuck about the numbers at this point. So I made mayonnaise earlier, and I happened to think, well, gee, I've never really talked about it. Um, and of course, I love looking at this woman. She is cute as a button, but she's married. She's just nice, and she has a topic that's interesting. So don't come here telling me that my channel is boring. I already know. And I have 335 people at least this week who kind of okay with it. People come and go. If you think this shit is boring, you don't have to stay. But who knows? Tomorrow might be exciting. And there's a reason I'm making this, little speech. But you need to understand when I go to another panel and they go, well, oh, Stanley, you usually only have 2 people in your chat. It doesn't hurt me because those are the 2 people I want to talk to or the 2 people who might be interested. If 2 people in this great big old earth are interested in the same thing and can converse about it and have fun talking about it, why is that a bad thing? I don't need a million people who are interested in the same thing. So this little Cali Black knows who I'm talking about. Don't fuck with me, son. I will always win because I'm more mature.
And parsley.
Oh, and accomplished.
And I also like pairing scallions and sage. I mean, it's just a fun way to keep your sandwiches interesting. And then I often will coat my meat, like my chicken, in my herbed mayo, and then I'll roll it in panko breadcrumbs. And the flavor is literally baked right in. Also, when you make your homemade fermented mayo, take care to use high enzyme ingredients, which will not only add taste to your meals, but will also
what's up,
serve
MOT?
as a rich source of nutrients. All right, friends, those are all my recipe tips for now. For more or updated recipe information, be sure to check out the coordinating blog post at becomingafarmgirl.com. Let fermented mayo be an easy reminder that there are tons of other foods in your fridge that you could easily swap out for its fermented counterpart. And neither you nor your family will notice. You've got to check out my 3 top fermentation recipes and ways you'll use them by clicking on the video on your screen. I'll see you in my kitchen or garden soon. Take care, friends.
The only question I have, and I actually want to go and look at these ferment recipes, but I'm not going to put you through that. I think things like this are fascinating. I'll drop the link in just a second, but I want to move on and very quickly through this Donald Trump stuff. Correspondence dinner lacked highest security level despite presence of top officials. Dude, that little clip that I showed where the shooter sprints past some dude leaning on a barrier, it was hilarious. And when I saw this headline, I was like, no duh. It was hilarious. So this is the picture that's in the thumbnail. So I'm gonna play this. I'll drop the link in just a second and be right back. Oh no, god damn it. There's
You're
gonna be a
listening to
commercial.
Correspondence Dinner lacked highest security level despite presence of top officials. A news story written by Emily Davies, Isaac Arnsdorf,
Ooh, no
Jeremy
commercial.
Roebuck, and Joe Heim, and read by Rachel, an AI-generated voice. The Trump administration provided a lower level of security for the White House Correspondence Dinner than it has for other gatherings of high-ranking officials, even though the president and many cabinet members were in attendance, according to officials familiar with the plan. President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance were quickly evacuated to safety Saturday, when a gunman charged the security perimeter and attempted to storm the ballroom at the Washington Hilton Hotel. Others in attendance included Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. The concentration of high-ranking leaders in one ballroom left the nation unusually vulnerable as the would-be assassin raced past Secret Service before he was apprehended. A worst-case scenario might have resulted in passing the power of the presidency to the senior-most senator of the majority party, Chuck Grassley, Republican, Iowa, who was not at the event and is third in line to the presidency behind Vance and Johnson. When so many officials gather in one place for official functions such as an inauguration or State of the Union address, the Secretary of Homeland Security typically puts the Secret Service in charge of coordinating all security.
Well, let me tell you, and this is just my theory, the Trump administration is incompetent and overconfident. These people are not the brightest bulbs on the American Christmas tree. That's why.
Through a formal designation known as a National Special Security Event. There was no such designation on Saturday night at an event also attended by thousands of journalists and other government officials, according to local and federal officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss security details. The suspected gunman, 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen, wrote a statement saying he wanted to target members of the Trump administration and ridiculed what he called lax security at the hotel, according to two law enforcement officials familiar with the writings. He said Iranian agents could easily have brought more dangerous weapons to the venue, according to the text. The White House referred questions to the Department of Homeland Security, which did not immediately respond to requests for comment. A spokesperson for the Washington Hilton said in an email that the Secret Service led security for the event. The Secret Service did not answer questions about its role. One D.C. government official said they were not aware of an instance when the annual dinner had been designated as a National Special Security Event. It typically hosts high-ranking officials, but the lineup of those who attend varies from year to year. WHCA Executive Director Steve Tama also said in a text he was not aware of such a designation in the past. "Not a thing that's ever come up in my time as Executive Director," said Tama, who has been the association's Executive Director.
Okay, and I'm not going to beat up on these people because, sometimes people do depend on the past and kind of follow a cookie cutter. But all of a sudden, everyone wants to make a big deal that this was the third attempt on Trump's life. Well, then, is this like hindsight is 2020? Trump already has a victim complex. I'm just surprised that this wasn't like, he didn't have the fucking National Guard there. So, with the perimeter secured and all this sort of stuff. And then the other thing is, why on earth did they ever have hotel guests in the hotel at all? It's easy enough to buy all the rooms and put your national security people into the rooms. The government can pay, the price tag. I'm just going to say it is a uniquely Trump cacistocracy sort of issue, and leave it at that. Plus, Trump radicalizes the right and the left, to be honest. So anyway, let us move on. So this is following correspondence dinner shooting, Trump denounces dissent. I don't even know what that means.
Let's go from there to MS Now White House reporter Akayla Gardner, who's got some new reactions from the president. So, Akayla, what are we hearing from the president over the last few hours about the ongoing investigation?
Alex, the president said he was briefed on new information regarding the alleged attacker. He continues to believe that he was the ultimate target of the suspect, and that suspect is 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen. And the president was asked specifically about reports that Allen's family had actually flagged his behavior to local police in Connecticut before he was ultimately arrested yesterday. That's what he said in an interview with Fox News today. I want you to take a listen to some of that interview.
He had a lot of hatred in his heart for quite a while. And he just, I don't know, it was a religious thing. It was strongly anti-Christian. And I don't know if you've gotten it, just got released, the manifesto. He said a manifesto.
Hey, well, if this dude was anti-Christian, he would not be going after you. No one thinks you're a Christian. Dude, Trump is like as dumb as they come.
Can you believe it? His family knew that he had difficulty, and his family seemed to be. I think they spent a lot of time with his family. His family said he had big difficulty. Maybe they should have reported him a little bit more strongly, probably. But it's a hard thing to do, I guess.
Well, you heard the president there saying he wished that potentially that local authorities in Connecticut actually flagged this beforehand. It's unclear whether that did indeed happen, but he did praise law enforcement yesterday. And there continues to be questions about security around the Hilton Hotel last night. And I think that's really where this story is going. But we heard from U.S. Attorney Janine Piero, who was actually in attendance at the dinner last night, saying the defendant is being charged with 2 counts, including using a firearm during a crime of violence and assault on a federal officer. An arraignment is set for Monday, and a terrorism charge has not been ruled out. Alex?
Well, all I have to say, Deacon Dave, is if you at this stage of our YouTube acquaintance think I don't know how to pronounce words or I don't know words, what can I say? I happen to know how to pronounce stuff. If you'll remember, Navy people wear khakis. So kakistocracy, it's how it's spelled. You can actually use hooked on phonics to figure out how to pronounce the word. So let us move on. Oh, actually, there was some stuff in the article that was fairly interesting. A disillusioned and cynical America rolls its eyes at the White House correspondence dinner arrest and Trump's latest antics. Yes, we are rolling our eyes. There's a song, dude, no one cares. Trump is not going to get America's sympathy. We're not going to do all that. This dude has basically burned the empathy bridge. And I was watching earlier, Melania Trump went after Jimmy Kimmel about some joke he made last week when it was obvious that the joke was a joke, and he was talking about the difference in their ages. She is just a bleeding that point. They're grasping at straws. America does not care. We're glad he didn't, we're glad he's okay, but that's the extent of it. No one has that kind of we don't want to be Trump. We do not want our kids to grow up to be like Trump. He is not that kind of American president. He is CEO in chief. He is not president, United States president. He's a CEO. So anyway, U.S. gas prices hit highest level since beginning of war in Iran. This could have something to do with why people are just like, well, we're glad he's okay, but what about our gas?
U.S. gas prices hit highest level since beginning of war in Iran. This article is by Emmett Lindner and read by an automated voice. Gasoline prices in the United States rose on Tuesday to their highest level in 4 years, as peace talks between the United States and Iran appeared at an impasse. The average cost for a gallon of regular gasoline is $4.18, according to the AAA Motor Club. The price at the pump has not been that high since April 2022, shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine. Tuesday's jump of 1.6% was the highest percentage increase in more than a month. Oil prices continued to climb on Tuesday, with negotiators deadlocked over proposals to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to tanker traffic and restrict Iran's nuclear program. The price of crude oil has risen steadily over the past week, as talks have stalled during an uneasy ceasefire. Brent crude, the international benchmark, has posted gains in 6 of the past 7 trading sessions and remains more than 40% higher than it was before the first U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran in late February. Stock markets are trading near record highs, however, as corporate earnings have been largely resilient. A batch of financial reports expected this week from the largest technology companies, which are spending hundreds of billions of dollars on artificial intelligence systems, will be closely watched. Oil continues to rise. The price of Brent crude, the global benchmark for oil, jumped 4% to above $105 a barrel for July delivery, but slipped to $104 a barrel after the United Arab Emirates said it would leave the OPEC oil cartel next month. Brent's price has risen about $10 per barrel over the past week. The price for oil...
Okay, we're going to talk about UAE leaving, which to me was fairly interesting. You're going to see OPEC break if UAE is doing it. So this is Ted Sturmer. I actually had to sneak a historian in just for a sanity check because the King of England is here. Dude, talk about old.
In the wake of what happened on Saturday night at the Washington Hilton and the subsequent calls that a bunker is now absolutely necessary for the president or to the White House, that the British King, Charles III, has arrived in Washington to mark the 250 years since America declared independence from Great Britain. So the Wall Street Journal is calling the visit a charm offensive, an effort to salvage Britain's badly fraying relationship with the United States. But I think of it instead as a kind of wellness check, a check-in to see how the United States is doing on its own. So let's see how the great-great-great-great-grandson of America's last king might find the old place. Hey folks, I'm Ted Sturmer. I'm a public historian and a scholar of American history at the University of Southern Denmark and Johns Hopkins, and I'm the author of A Resistance History of the United States. Charles III is in Washington right now, and this is a peculiar moment for the republic that broke from his ancestors' empire. The visual alone is a dark joke, right? You have a 77-year-old hereditary monarch neutered by centuries of constitutional duct tape, shaking hands with a 79-year-old president who has shown just how much of the American system depends on electing people who just choose not to burn the whole place down. The last part matters because the United States was not, as we all know, founded as a democracy. It was founded as a republic by men who feared democracy more than they feared monarchy. Daniel Shays scared them more than George III ever did. So by the summer of 1787, the men in the Philadelphia Convention watched in terror as farmers in Massachusetts followed the example of the resistance patriots to take up arms to alter or abolish their own state government, which had become as abusive as the British government had seemed 10 years before. That was the context for the Constitution they wrote and the arguments they used to support it. The document's mostly designed to keep the people away from power. An electoral college so that people would not directly choose the president, a Senate appointed by state legislatures so that people would not directly choose senators, a federal judiciary appointed for life and answerable to no one, a high bar for amending the Constitution, a higher one for removing the president. So he built this sprawling machine of fear, hoping ambition would check ambition, property would check people, the people and institutions would defend their own power, and virtue would rule over it all. So the guardrails against a restless democratic public were structural, durable, and explicit. The guardrails against an executive who decided who was the state were vague, polite, and resting on the assumption that no such unvirtuous, ambitious person would ever be elected. More than 200 years later, the structural guardrails against the people are mostly intact. The polite ones against the executive are absolutely not. The presidency was always the especially weak point in the no king story of that founding. The Federalists rejected monarchy in their pamphlets, and their Constitution went ahead and created something much like one anyway. They vested executive power in a single person, made that person head of state, head of the government, commander-in-chief, gave him the veto, the pardon, the appointment power, the authority to negotiate treaties, and command an army that he could deploy against the people. The Anti-Federalists noticed all of that. They argued that the proposed American president would hold powers exceeding those of the actual British king, who by then had been operating inside a parliamentary system for a century and could not raise an army or spend money without Parliament say so first. The Federalists waved the objections away. With 2.5 centuries of war, empire, emergency, and nationalist myth-making doing its work, proved that the Anti-Federalists were absolutely right. Arthur Schlesinger called the result the imperial presidency in 1973. And the 50 years since then have been a story of how the office has continued to grow under presidents of both parties. And now, of course, all of that's exploding under Trump into something older and uglier than 1776. Personal rule. Not Charles III, Charles I. So that's what makes the royal visit useful for thinking about. Charles III is not arriving as the monster the myth makers want you to believe America escaped in 1776. He's arriving as an executive whose authorities have been stripped away, ritualized into ceremony, fenced into celebrity, and only of real political consequence when and if Parliament says there. He can't raise revenue, can't declare war, can't pass a law or block one. He can't pardon, can't appoint, can't fire on his own. He gives a speech once a year that someone else writes, opens Parliament, signs what he's given to sign, smiles at the cameras, meets with the Prime Minister once a week, and then just otherwise stays out of the way. He's an impotent king, which is to say he's exactly the kind of head of state the men who wrote the Constitution swore they would never tolerate, and the men who opposed the Constitution said was the only real guarantee of the rights of the people. And here's a part of the American story that the nationalist historiography has spent 2.5 centuries refusing to allow you to look at directly. The countries that came out of the same American Revolution, the same revolutionary period, and did not throw the king overboard, turned over the same 2.5 centuries into some of the most stable democracies in the world. Britain itself kept expanding voting rights and reforming the powers of government. Canada was transformed by the tens of thousands of loyalists who refused the new republic and went north with their own ideas about representative government. And then they began dismantling slavery as early as 1793 and became the bulwark of freedom that enslaved Americans ran toward. New Zealand gave women the right to vote 27 years before the United States did. All of them, including Australia, evolved over the same 2.5 centuries into strong democracies. Power sits where the founders of the American Republic refused to let it sit, with the people, exercised through parliaments and cabinet governments that answer to them, can be recalled by them, and can be removed by them. A vote of no confidence can bring the whole government down on a Tuesday afternoon, and an election can remake it. The system has produced stability and freedom together, and the steady expansion of rights that follows from them, including the kind of universal health care that Americans are still debating whether to call a right at all. Now, none of them have innocent histories. None of us get out of that. They are settler colonialist societies built on stolen indigenous land, and they carry the violence of their founding the way every settler society does. And they bear the modern responsibility for fixing that, repairing that, as settler societies must do. But the political systems they built on top of that violence have proven more democratic, more responsive, and more durable than the ones the American founders designed. They kept the crown and built democracies underneath it. The country that threw the crown overboard built a republic, and the republic has been struggling since 1865 to become a democracy, and now by any honest measure is struggling just to remain a republic. So just what, Charles III might ask, was that American experiment thing again? Because if the hypothesis was that a self-governing people could do without a hereditary monarch and govern themselves through a constitution of their own design, then the control group is sitting in London, and Ottawa and Canberra and Wellington, and the control group is doing better. That's the suppressed footnote of 1776. The real story, maybe the real spirit, the story of the Loyalists. And it's not a counterfactual. It's a real alternate reality, an actual what if, which then actually happened somewhere else, just a border and some oceans away. In October 1779, and this one I love, a Virginia loyalist named John Ranulph, then in exile in London, wrote to his cousin and old friend Thomas Jefferson and asked him a question we might all reflect on. Would it not be prudent to rescind your Declaration of Independence and be happily reunited to your ancient and natural friend and enjoy a peace which I most religiously think would pass all understanding? Your laws and regulations will be established on the solid basis of the British Constitution, and your happiness will be attended to with all the solicitude which belongs to an affectionate parent. Reflect, I beseech you, on what I have said. Now, pretty absurd to say that in 1779, but not quite so absurd for us to use today. What the 250th anniversary should be doing is the thing Jefferson never had the chance to do, because the lever never reached him. But we can reflect on what Randolph said, against the backdrop of a hollowed-out Congress and an executive that keeps learning how little will stop him, against the democracies that emerged from the empire America left, against the fact that Britain, compromised and brutal as its abolition was, passed emancipation and brought it into effect across most of its empire a full generation before the United States. Yes, Britain bought off the enslavers. Yes, emancipation came with coercive apprenticeship and imperial hypocrisy. But what Britain purchased was an end to slavery without paying the price of the catastrophe the United States required: civil war, destruction, and more than 700,000 dead, and still an incomplete settlement. And against the simple, embarrassing, observable fact that the countries that remained within the British constitutional world have, over the same 2.5 centuries, often been better at the thing the American nationalist historians insist the founders invented. So Charles III arrives as a kind of wellness check, not for Britain, for us. He stands in the photographs as a historical prop, a reminder of the path not taken and the danger we've refused to name. Britain kept the crown and contained it. America rejected the crown and built an executive that kept swelling to fit one. We fled a king and built an imperial president. They kept a king and built democracies. Reflect on that. And that's all I got today, folks. Alan Z.
All right. Well, we will just go back to this particular comment, which is always, it always just makes me laugh. Let's see. Stanley, will it be okay if I go ahead and protest a no kings? No idea what that means. Why would you protest? You mean protest the protest or protest as no kings? No idea what that comment means. But it was something Dave said. Something about Ted Sturmer has Trump hair. And my response to that is old YNs. It's always the cover, but never the content of a book that they look at. And I honestly, and I'm gonna, it's like a lot of these videos I show, the first thing people will comment on is how a person looks, and never what the person's saying. It truly amazes me. And the stupidity of those sorts of comments, that is truly raceless. Black, white. It's always the content that gets ignored, but how a person looks. And I look, when I say that racism in America is literally culture deep, I get proven right about that almost every day. So judge says Maureen Comey can sue the Trump administration for firing her. Ms. Comey, a former federal prosecutor who handled cases against Jeffrey Epstein and Sean Combs, claimed in her suit that she was fired for political reasons, and she's probably going to win this case. And the reason she's going to win this case is because Trump administration secures new indictment against Comey, James Comey. And his last case was thrown out because the judge pretty much, I don't know that, I think it was a she, didn't quite say it was for political reasons, but it was pretty close. The only thing is Maureen Comey won't win the case because it's the Trump administration. So Trump is still trying to do shit that no one cares about. No fucking body cares about this suit against James Comey. It is the king of America, who is trying to have his will imposed. And then I hear people talking about, protesting no kings. Well, motherfucker, Trump is acting like a king when he keeps insisting on suing suing and pursuing a case. Nobody gives a fuck about this. The gas is too high. Why the F is Trump going after James Comey instead of figuring out this thing with Iran that he started? Okay, I don't want to hear the old YN argument about no kings and, who pronounces Sucor or anything like that. Your president is fucking up. The people you support are fucking up, and you're going for how someone's hair looks? Really? There's a serious problem. There's a seriousness problem with the old YN community on YouTube. And I will seek to avoid names, but I'm noticing. Damn. So United Arab Emirates says it will leave OPEC amid energy turmoil. This is actually, I had no clue that this could even happen. So it is eminently fascinating. So today, on Tuesday, UAE, United Arab Emirates, announced its withdrawal from the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries and OPEC Plus. I didn't know there was an OPEC Plus. Effective May 1, 2026. So that is what? 28. So what? Friday? The move aims to accelerate domestic energy investment as part of its long-term strategic vision. And you know what? Abu Dhabi's awesome. UAE, Bahrain, awesome. The decision follows decades of cooperation since the UAE joined OPEC in 1971. Diplomatic tensions have risen as presidential advisor Anwar Gargash criticized Gulf Cooperation Council allies on Monday for their weak collective response to Iranian attacks. This sounds like the Trump administration is behind this, to be honest. Didn't UAE give that wasn't UAE who gave King Trump a plane. Energy prices jumped as U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude reached nearly $102 per barrel following the announcement. President Donald Trump welcomed the exit. Yeah, this bitch is behind it, having accused OPEC of ripping off the rest of the world by inflating oil prices. Dude, this is bound to be a fuck up because Trump has said it's cool. Dude, Trump is like the world's biggest fuck up right now. So, last story, Georgia officer on leave after man slammed to store floor. Police say an officer has been placed on leave after social media video shows a man being body slammed to the floor in a Georgia store. Let me just make a point here that technology, if anyone can ever say that technology has been a boon to American culture, it's the camera in every smartphone. Shit like this, not even when I was a kid, because I grew up before smartphones and all that sort of stuff. This shit would have gone to the cop would have gotten the benefit of the doubt. George Floyd, it would have gone to Derek Chauvin, benefit of the doubt. So salute to smartphones and their cameras, but there's always a price to pay for technological advance. So cops, crooked cops or bad cops get their due, but our kids basically wind up zombies. I don't know if the trade-off works, but it's easier to not let your kid be a zombie than it would be for somebody to make a case against a cop uh, without the video evidence. So a Metro Atlanta police officer has been put on leave after a man appeared to be body slammed on the floor of a Hampton retail store. Authorities said Sunday both Lovejoy Mayor Marcy Fluellen and Lovejoy Police Chief Steve Wright's office have announced an investigation into the incident. The involved officer, who has not been publicly named, was placed on immediate administrative leave, Wright's office said. So let me also say this. So cops know they're wearing body cams. Cops know everyone has a smartphone. Why are they still body slamming people when they don't have to? My my take on this is we're still hiring the wrong people to be police. We are hiring bottom of the barrel. We are not, a couple years ago, I think it probably by now, where I said, if you want better policing, we pretty much need to take even the local yokel sheriff's department and we need to put them through FBI standards. And then you can raise their pay. I think I'm right on this point, and I have a little bit of, insight on this, being the son of a retired police officer. So that's just my take. We're gonna keep having people being body slammed, or we're gonna keep having George Floyd's until the police reform we need to have is getting a higher quality of even the local yokel deputy sheriff. We're gonna keep having shit like this happen if we don't. So we will go into videos, and I swear we're down to 4 people now. We're going to go down to less, but I'm going to do it anyway because I'm interested in seeing this video. The link is posted for anyone who wants to come up and have a whack at something or some news story that I've covered. If not, we will go into this. And I don't usually watch Michael Shermer videos, but this one looks interesting, so I'm gonna risk the tummy ache. And
so I, from a very early age, I was.
Oh, by the way, this is called traditional conservatism versus enlightenment, something or another. I think it's enlightenment liberalism. Yeah. And I've been kind of reading up on this stuff. So that's the title alone interested me. I haven't watched it. And again, all you old YNs who think that you're conservative, certainly welcome to come up and tell me why or how you think you're conservative, but you're not. You are basically MAGA. MAGA is not a conservative movement. It is somewhere, it's a swirl between oligarchy and the worst elements of populism, but it's mostly oligarchy.
Exposed to a kind of tension between my Israeli life and my Israeli home life and the American surroundings. In the end, it turned out that that much of what I was getting from my father was what Americans called conservatism, and in fact, conservatism meaning a point of view that sees religious and national tradition as being the key to maintaining, sustaining, and building up a nation. And my father was very, very critical of the direction the United States was going. He felt that there was a lack of an understanding of what it requires to sustain and transmit ideas and institutions and behaviors from one generation to the next. And he was very much afraid that America was going the way of the Roman Empire, and talked about that quite a bit. Now, he was a physicist, trained as a physicist, teaching computers, and he didn't direct me to read books and magazines about political things. He just had opinions about everything, and these opinions turned out to be very conservative opinions. And when Reagan ran for the presidency in 1980, when I was in high school, I came home one day and I said to my father, "Look, this fellow believes everything you believe," and that was kind of the beginning of my encounter with conservatism. At the same time, I write in the book that I was also seeking, as kind of part of a broad religious and nationalist revival that was going on. I went to Princeton. That's where I met my wife. And on the Princeton campus during the Reagan-Thatcher years, there was a broad religious nationalist revival that was taking place. It was, Catholic kids finding their Catholicism, and Protestant kids finding their Protestantism, and Jewish kids returning to Judaism. Among some of those Jewish kids, there was an idealism also to go to Israel and study there. A lot of us ended up living in Israel. Why do we live in Israel? Well, to begin with, there's this small matter of the fact that in the Bible, God repeatedly promises that He's going to bring us back to Israel, and it's very difficult to be a serious Jew and not hear that call. I mean, I think even many Jews who decide to stay in America or in other countries, I think they do hear that call, and they are torn about it. My wife and I, we decided that we didn't want our children to be torn about it, and so we moved to Israel after graduate school, and we've raised 9 children, now 3 grandchildren. The grandchildren are new. So that's roughly the story.
Let me tell you a story. Years ago, I had a girlfriend who actually lived on a kibbutz in Israel. And this was actually before the well, I don't know. It might have been about the time of Reagan, maybe early 80s. I don't know, because she was a bit older. So it could have been about that time. And yeah, it was an old YN heaven. You know, the women are having babies and tending the fields, and the men are doing nothing much. You know, I guess they'll go off and do some military training every now and again. But this little heaven that he's describing on Jewish kibbutzes, I've heard a different version of that. Not that it was hell, but it was an old YN. Hey, the men are leaders and the women need to accept the men, even if they're horrible people. Men are natural leaders and you need to respect me just because I'm a man. Yeah, those are the stories.
During all of those years, I got to know 2 intellectual traditions reasonably well. The Jewish tradition on the one hand and the Anglo-American tradition on the other. And for a long time, I thought the most important thing for me to do would be to write about Judaism. And that's what I did for decades, to writing and teaching about Judaism and about the Bible, mostly to Jews. But in recent years, I've come to feel that that America and Europe are rapidly deteriorating, and I've come to feel just that it's irresponsible for anyone who can do something about it to stand on the sidelines. And so for the last 5 or 6 years, I've been working to put my thoughts about the Anglo-American conservative tradition into writing and organizing like-minded people in meetings to try to do something to stem the tide.
Did I hear you right? You have 9 children?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, who gives a fuck about any of that? So I just want to switch to this right quick. Right on time. FCC to review Disney broadcast licenses after Jimmy Kimmel joke about Melania Trump. Of course. These people, they don't even try and hide the fucking corruption. Dude, all I have to say is yeah, this talk about radicalizing people. This now Melania, some nude model from the fucking 80s, has power.
Why?
Not 9 children. Two are married, and a third, thank God, God willing, is getting married this summer.
That's amazing.
So we're getting there.
I have 2 kids. That feels like a lot. Why do you have 9 kids?
Well, again, to begin with, the most basic answer, there's a commandment in the Bible that tells man to be fruitful and multiply.
Oh my God, really? Jesus Christ.
Supply.
So you took that literally.
I mean,
That's great.
Yeah, it's a little bit more. It's more articulate than that. It's this line in Genesis, which
wow,
the Jews interpret as a commandment. is a blessing to be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth and conquer it. So it's a very poetic aspiration for man's station in the world.
That's funny. I was hoping you'd give me the line that I was hoping you'd give me the line that because I love my wife, so I could use the apocryphal story that Groucho Marx said in response to one of his guests who allegedly had 9 kids. That I like my cigar, but I take it out of my mouth now and then. But you didn't, so
yeah. So
I get that. No, I understand that. Particularly for Judaism, because you guys don't have a missionary program, so the only way to grow your religion over the millennia is to have more babies. Fecundity. There's only 2 ways religions grow: through conversion and fecundity. So for Jews, obviously, that's only
no. I'd rather call it natural increase. And the other thing, I once had a debate. This is like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Someone debated me that I've always been taught that Judaism is not a proselytizing, an evangelical type of religion. And dude just wanted to debate me. And he made a good argument. I have to give it to him. But nah, they're not evangelical, and sometimes they can be outright insular. Israel is a good example. So for this dude's, I'm just going to listen because apparently they're going to get to Edmund Burke. This makes me wish that I'd pre-listened to this. Maybe I ought to start doing that more.
So effective because there's 15, 16 million Jews worldwide and 2 billion Christians and 1.8 billion Muslims or whatever. So, yeah.
Well, my wife is in fact a convert. I write about her in my new book about our time in college. So there are converts to Judaism, and many of the finest Jews that I've known have in fact been converts. But you're right.
But going.
All converts are zealots. Else they wouldn't have converted. And I am not going to talk about someone that I happen to know who converted like decades ago, and it's not me. So all converts are the best of the best because the people that are raised that way don't, we just kind of get used to it. And look at this dude's hair. Talk about Trump hair.
Door to door. You guys don't have a door to door like the Jehovah's Witnesses or the Mormons going on their mission.
In fact, that is discouraged in Judaism because the assumption is that being a Jew is a difficult thing to do, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, Christians are in part motivated by the belief that only through their religion can human beings be saved. Now, I know on the margins there's some variation in that, but Jews don't have anything resembling that doctrine. So I can say that I think Judaism is the best way to God or the most direct way to God, but as a general matter, Jews do not view Judaism as the only way to serve God or the only path to knowledge or the only path to righteousness. And because we do believe that someone can serve God as a Christian or as a Muslim or in other ways, that takes a lot of the pressure off to go out and save everyone's souls.
You mean the white supremacists and anti-Semites are wrong, that you're not trying to replace all the non-Jews in the world and control the media and banking and take over the world like the learned elders of Zion hoax said you were?
Well, the traditional Jewish vision is of a world of independent nations, each of them seeking God in its own way. But there is a hope that ultimately all nations will will find and acknowledge God. So I think that's about as far as it goes.
Right. So this idea of that, we're the chosen people, this is a kind of a trope used by anti-Semites, accusing you of saying something, you Jews, that you actually don't believe, in the sense that you're more tolerant than that idea would imply.
Well, there is an idea of am skula, which is a biblical Hebrew for God's precious people, which sometimes gets translated as chosen. But I think that you need to understand it in context. The context of this expression is God's covenant with the Jewish people, in which the Jews are supposed to be Mamlechet Kohanim v'Goy Kadosh, a nation of priests, a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. And the idea of a kingdom of priests is, in fact, a spiritual mission to the rest of the world. That's where Christians get the idea of a mission to the world, and there definitely exists such a mission in the Hebrew Bible, in the Old Testament. But that mission is not a proselytizing mission. It's not a mission of conquering or going door to door. It's rather a mission of serving as a beacon, as an example or a model that other nations are supposed to someday be able to find fitting and borrow from. I think in this context, it's crucial to notice that Moses speaks to God, creator of heaven and earth, and he receives the law, and the law is supposed to teach all nations. All of that is true, but Moses also receives borders from God, and probably the Jews are the first people ever to receive borders from their God, who says, who forbids the Jews from crossing these borders and troubling the neighbors. The neighboring peoples each has to find its own way to God, and the Jews are supposed to be an example. I mean, there are all of these famous writings of the prophets about the nations saying, "Come, let's go up to Jerusalem and to the house of the children of Jacob and learn from their ways." But nowhere is there an indication that that's supposed to be accompanied with armies or even armies of preachers.
Hey, what's up,
to the other nations.
Hi, Stanley. How you doing, buddy?
Uh-oh. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Yeah, you should be happy, Stanley. Andrew Wilson ruined his career yesterday. The big conservative debater ruined his life.
Okay, well, hold on one second. I literally have maybe seen one thing he did a debate against some black YouTube content creator about a year ago,
he got smoked by Coach Greg Adams. Yeah, he got smoked by Greg Adams.
Yeah. I don't watch Andrew.
Anyways,
Wilson.
what I was saying.
No, actually, I take it back. He got smoked by what's the dude? He's like damn it, what's his name? And he's Fussell Gang, or I might be mispronouncing his. Is it Jonathan Fussell Gang? Fugelsang.
No, what I was saying is, like, as a liberal, you should you should be happy that these stupid conservative idiots online, these conservative cucks, I call them.
Okay. Well,
anyway, Stanley,
let me say this: Andrew Wilson, I never took seriously.
Well, he's not. I mean, and it includes what you're kind of saying here about Jewish people and stuff like that. Like, it's his own side eating him alive. Because you know what he said yesterday,
right.
And I think you'll take issue with this, Stanley. You know what he said yesterday, Stanley?
No,
I think you'll get a kick out of it. He had a debate yesterday with Oren Schroyer. I don't know if you know that guy from InfoWars, the guy that was like put in prison and pardoned and
No, I
everything.
don't. I know of him, but not.
Yeah. Anyways, but he debated, and what pretty much Wilson was saying, what Schroyer was saying was like, hey, look, we've got like Israel, like with Epstein, like we got suspicions of like pedophilia and that they reconstitute and re-assimilate like pedophiles from America to do that. And Andrew's like, well, who gives a shit? We're bombing all the Muslims that are all pedophiles in Iran, so that should be good. Aren't you a Catholic? Aren't there more Catholics that commit pedophilia than Jews? And he's an Orthodox Christian. We got problems here. This is what I mean about these conservative cucks. There are like this, like that is some sick shit to accuse a fellow Christian or Christians of pedophilia before a Muslim or before a Jew. Like, you know what I mean? Like it, and he calls himself a Christian nationalist. You know what I mean? Like he's a Christian.
I think you may find it. We agree, but for different reasons.
I know why you're going to agree. Because, and I'll tell you why. I find great offense to what he said. And let me tell you why. Muslims in Iran constitute 15% of the population. I was engaged to two different Persian women. You're telling me all those people that are getting blown up are all Muslims and all pedophiles? Like, what? They're Zoroastrian. They're Christian. They're Anglican. Some
of them are girls.
Well, it's not just, I'm talking whoever, male, female, it don't matter. A life, and they're not pedophiles.
I'm talking about the school that they missed.
Well, that's just one example, Stanley.
Right, exactly.
Like he's making the excuse, like they're all pedos no matter what, because they're in a country run by Muslim. Like that's the fucking overall population of the country. Like Iran is not a Muslim country.
No, not at root. It's a Persian country.
Well, it's Zoroastrian. And that's Zoroastrian.
Yeah.
Zoroastrianism.
Yeah, I know where you're going with that.
So you're saying that automatically all brown people are just they're before Christianity, but all brown people are therefore, if they're ruled by certain brown people that you don't like, are pedophiles by default.
But see, the problem is they're not exactly brown.
I'm saying from the ignorant point of view.
Yeah, I understood.
You get what I'm saying? He's saying, oh, they're brown Muslims. It doesn't matter if they're actually Muslims. What if they're what is that called? What is that Christianity that's in the middle in Turkey and Iran? Coptic Christians. Yeah. What if they're Coptic Christians? There's a lot of those there. And so he's like, oh, it's okay. It's okay if those fellow Christians get bombed because we're going to bomb Muslims. You see what happens when your hate overtakes you?
Here's the problem. And I kind of run into the problem too. I think, and you tell me, because I'm actually interested that you bring up Andrew Wilson. I just know of him, but he's never struck me as anybody that was that serious. But I also know you were a fan of his once, right?
No, I trained him to be what he is. I taught him how to debate. I taught him everything. That's why he mimics me and everything. That's why.
Background?
What I'm saying, it doesn't matter about my history with him. What I'm saying is this.
No. What is his background? Is he?
He's a machinist. He's a food machine. No, he's a food machinist.
Interesting.
That just got good at like arguing in a rough way.
Yeah, I see where you're going. I actually know one of those.
And I'm not saying that's a bad job. That's not a bad job.
No. I'm talking
respectable. Look, I'm not making fun of him for that. I'm making fun of him for when he goes on the whatever show and says he's an electrical and mechanical engineer to make fun of women.
Right, but here's the deal. I know a guy from Discord from years ago. I've known him for years. Haven't talked to him in probably a couple of years. I need to catch up with him. But he, by his own admission, he's kind of like Be Brave. He didn't start getting serious about reading stuff until he was like 30 or 35, and the books changed his life.
Damn it, this guy's white trash. He ain't reading shit. He's white trash. He's the biggest white trash wannabe vato. Okay, that's what he is. He's one of those white boys that dressed in long dickies and a black T-shirt, trying like Stanley. These white like.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
No. When you're trying to when you're a vato
yeah, and smoking like a chimney.
Yeah, and well, not just that. You know why he smokes so much? No, but you know why he smokes
like
so
what
much?
happens if the trench coat?
Why does he smoke so much?
Up?
Stanley, why does he smoke so much?
Because he's nervous.
No, because he's an ex-meth user. He's an ex-meth user.
Really? Is that a thing?
Yes, he's an ex-tweaker from Pomona. I know all about it. I have his year, but dude, he's an ex-tweaker from Pomona, bro.
Okay, well, I honestly,
but you know what the funniest thing, Stanley, is? You know who called him out? An Orthodox priest.
Really?
Yeah. Yes. Look, Stanley, just like I can't be representing and saying I represent the Catholic Church, and not because of the way I speak and the way I act is not what they want me to be, and not how they would represent themselves.
Well,
okay, okay, and it's the same for him. The Orthodox Church is not having people go, "Fuck you, you piece of shit Muslim pedophile motherfucker." No, that's not. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna be honest, and I've only known like maybe one person who is Greek Orthodox. No, they're more pious than the Catholics.
Well, they're very quiet, silent. You know what I mean? Stoic.
Exactly.
Like they're very stoic. Those people have been through a lot of. The Orthodox Christians have been through a lot because of the Muslim conquest of like Turkey and Istanbul and all that. Like there's a history of them of silent resistance there and like stoicism and taking the cross of Christ of that persecution that they have. You know what I mean? Not going around saying fuck this, we're gonna fuck everybody up because they're like these new age debate bros they want to be. Like, you know what I mean? Like they think they're tough and like debate bro-y, when in reality, it's just simply, no, bro, like you're just trying to be edgy and just claim a moral compass that you think is good enough so that you don't have to explain why you're a piece of shit. Like that's all it is. It's now look, what he does is goes, okay, if you want to argue with me about my beliefs, you got to talk to Jay Dyer. That's essentially what he does. I don't know Orthodoxy. I'm not an Orthodox, but that's my belief system. And, anything I do, I just fall back on Orthodoxy. And if you want to argue that I'm not an Orthodox, you go fight Jay Dyer. He'll defend me. That's essentially what he does. Because he debated this guy named Apostate Prophet, who's a really famous.
He was on, wasn't Andrew, let me find this. You go ahead and talk. He was on trigonometry, right?
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Like they acted like he was some like,
that?
Yeah, and again they acted like as if he was like saying some wild out. Like that was nothing new that he was saying. Like there's, like Stanley, you've read political theory for years, political social, like this shit that he's saying about like a Christian revival of and like Stanley, have you read the book Democracy in America and Why It Will Fail? Like it's an old book from the 60s and 70s.
I've read Democracy in America.
Yeah, there's it's a great book because it describes just the culture of America that like the longer we go,
well,
we have less and less faith in our like representative republic as here, and both sides do. Like if you look at like what the faith in the system right now is, it's like in the teens on both sides.
That look, I am really, and I don't want to get too deep into this. Maybe we'll do a Saturday show about it.
Yeah, well, give me 1 second.
I'm not fully trustful of naked democracy. And this is going to sound so weird, and maybe it's due to my education, but I'm a child of the Enlightenment, whether I like it or not. And I'm not, Black people as a group in United States history, we have a thing for the government because there were many times when we had to depend. That's exactly why, quote, legacy Black Americans. Yeah, there are problems with,
legacy Black Americans should be the one most legacy Black Americans should be the ones most suspicious of all government activity because slavery was a government institution. The Tuskegee racial experiment. The
You're right
Tuskegee
about
racial experiments were a government institution. Redlining was a government institution. Banks not being able to lend for certain
But
people was a
what's the
government
alternative? You also have Lincoln. You
Oh yeah,
also
no, I'm
have,
saying government is a tool. And what you
Reconstruction.
have to do, no, government is a tool. And what we have to
Correct.
remember is that
Correct.
you have to watch who's in control of the tool. And that
Correct.
is the people's job. The problem is we, the people, kind of just throw our hands up and go, eh. You get what I'm saying? Like, we
Okay,
don't pay enough
I'm glad to
attention.
hear you say that. You and I are on the
Both
same
sides.
page with that.
Both sides. We don't take enough issue with civic governance. Like, I remember,
Yes.
like, my grandparents were not like hardcore conservative. Like, they were a result of the New Deal. Like, you know what I mean? And a lot, like, they were conservative in some aspects because they're, abortion and all that kind of stuff. But the thing is you could sit there, like, they could sit and talk and argue about civics, where he would, like, my grandparents was like, yeah, we could do this, and that, but in the form of our governance, you're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do that. Like, we got to do it this way. You got now, you know what I mean? Nowadays, it's everyone take control, push it through, fuck the civic structure, fuck it. We're going to throw it away. We're going to burn it. Like, and that in itself is showing what I'm saying is about the breakdown of the validity of the system in people and the citizenry's eyes. To where they're gonna eventually turn to a man they don't completely understand. You get what I mean? Like, just like
you don't
Weimar
think
Republic.
Trump is that man?
No, I don't. I think he's too old, and I don't think he has the time. I think he genuinely is too old right now, and he doesn't have that lifespan to do. It's somebody more charismatic. He doesn't have that. Like Trump is a fun troll.
Anybody as charismatic,
Trump is a fun.
Though.
No, I think there are. I think Vance is more. I think
Name
Rubio.
one.
I think when they speak and stuff.
No. Let me tell you
I think
something.
Trump is a troll.
And you and I, Rubio is like the smartest man in the cabinet.
He is. He's a genius.
And that's why you don't see him
walking around and being an
in
idiot
front of the camera and all that. Yeah.
Well, and notice like he said, like, dude, there's memes all like, dude, I don't know if you've seen the meme online of Rubio, but like every time Trump does something, they put Rubio on the couch. There's this picture of Rubio on the couch, and he looks so sullen and like, God, me again. And what it is that like they meme him on, like, for example, they put him in the outfit of the president of Venezuela because he has to do that now. Then they put him in the meme of. Yeah, and then they put him in the meme of the Ayatollah, so he's now the Ayatollah of Iran also. Like Trump gives him everything to do, and he just sits there like, and that face that he is in, like, on that couch is just like fallen, like, God, I'm tired, you know.
But let me ask you a question. Why is he? And I don't know. I know he was in Pakistan, but he was dealing with, was it Lebanon and Israel?
I think he was trying to close that off. Because the thing is
Marco Rubio not totally in charge of the whole process?
I think he is. I think he is.
And I know I'm going to tell you this, and there are people who are going to beat me up. And look, I have my problems with Rubio, but if his hand was on the tiller, to use a nautical term.
Yeah, he understands the gravity of situations.
Yeah,
is what I mean. Like, he understands.
Why is he not there? Why is he not in the middle of this?
I think what it is. I think he is. I think what it is. He's a smart guy, and he's a senator. He does everything behind the scenes and mechanistically gets things done.
Where did he go to law school?
Oh, God, I don't remember.
Well,
honestly, but I'm sure
not that important.
I'm sure it's Stanford or Princeton or Yale or so. He's an incredibly intelligent guy. Like, he's incredibly intelligent when it comes to foreign policy and stuff. Remember,
he seems to be really good at it.
Like, I mean, he's probably the best pick that Trump has done. If I had to give somebody like a
you and I would agree on that.
Like, I think Bondi was one of his worst. I think Bongino. I think Cash Patel. I think those are all fucking idiots. I think Rubio's been in the system so long, you can put him in the position, and he knows how to oil and grease the mechanisms of power.
He knows
he knows how to get things done. Yeah, well, and he knows how the system works on the back end. He knows the procedures.
Dude, there is nothing like experience.
No, not when it comes to that kind of thing. That's why, like, for example, who was the Secretary of State for like 4 presidents? The Jewish guy for Nixon. Kissinger, and because he he may have been nuts, but
Oh,
he
that
understands
motherfucker. He got too good.
but he understands the world's a nuts place, and so he's good at being
Mhm.
in that position. He had experienced so much in the world, and so much like diplomacy, and so much like nation building and all that he was just so good at being able to just get shit done. Nobody that Trump puts anywhere
A
can get shit
rainmaker.
done. Like they run into all these problems because, like, for example, Janine Pirlo, they bitch about like that fucking who's that guy they want to
Oh my
deport to
God.
Africa or whatever. Well, yeah, Pirlo, if you had read the brief that your own attorney submitted, you would have caught the mistake. You would have caught the mistake that he wrote and then subverted the argument, and you would have fired him and then rewrote the brief and set it in, and the guy would have been gone a year ago. But because you don't take part and you don't actually fucking follow directions like a manager and oversee what you're doing like the head of a law firm would when you're reviewing drafts and briefs, she just fucking let the guy, okay, here, I hired you. Now I just know you're going to do whatever I say. You could not any possible way disagree with my opinion. And so you put something in there to delay it purpose. No, she's stupid as shit. Like, this is what I mean. Like, all government things do this. Carryovers try to delay the next president. They all do this. And that's why, like, Obama and Biden called all the fucking the U.S. attorneys in their in the first day and fired them all straight out. Trump didn't do that. He pussyfoots and goes, "I'll keep some. I'll get rid of all of them and put your people in and get the fucking process done right. If you want, there's nothing wrong with firing everybody, tearing everything up. But you have to do it.
The problem with
You have to do it in the right way.
Yeah, but here's the deal. I honestly think if I had to choose the next attorney general, it would be Dylan Harmead. Or is it Harmead?
Dylan. Yeah, honestly, if you want my opinion, you know who I put in there if I'm him? DeSantis. He's a Harvard fucking graduate attorney.
Really?
Yes. He's an ex-prosecutor. He's an ex-Marine.
Well, he's a lame duck as governor.
Yeah, he doesn't. He could step aside, let his wife take over the 2 years, and she's going to run, and it would look perfect politically. Give her experience, she'd look better at being reelected.
That's an interesting move.
Why not? He's one of the most credible people out there. He's a Harvard law graduate.
Yeah, but
he's
the thing is if he puts
congressman.
if he puts DeSantis there, DeSantis is going to be the front runner in 2028.
Oh yeah, well, and that's the point. There's a political issue there that Vance doesn't want him in there. Rubio.
Well, Vance doesn't have it.
I don't know yet. I gotta see more because honestly, my disappointment with him is this. He says, like, I'm going to get involved in all this, and then he disappears. He runs away halfway through shit. He doesn't finish it through.
Well, because he has young kids and a pregnant wife, for starters.
No, I know, but then don't be the vice president and don't say, I'm going to be the face and take care of this issue.
Well, he didn't know she was going to get pregnant.
No, it doesn't matter. No, this is political calculus. Stanley, you know big politics. It's a fucking, it's game theory. Like, you know, this, Stanley.
I understand.
Stanley, you're not an idiot. You watch politics long enough. Like, you know what I'm talking about.
All I have to say, and I'm gonna tell you right now, he does not have it. He does not look.
No, he does. But they're gonna push him in because he's part of the establishment with fucking.
My God, I hope they don't.
But the Thiel's going to try to push him in. That billionaire technocracy class is going to try to push him in.
Of course they are, and he's going to fail.
I hope so. I hope he loses in the primary.
Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, look, the way the West works with the nation states, basically, money is free speech. That part needs to be unraveled, but I don't think you can without.
I don't know how unless you pack the court. You know what I mean? Unless you get rid of the court.
No. You're gonna have to have a revolution. Business to stay as part of.
Well, dude, look at how both sides in Congress
business and vice versa.
Look at how both sides of these fucks in Congress fight against being able to get insider trading. These fucks, you know what I mean?
Like I'm saying. I fear people like what's his name? God damn it, Peter Thiel. No, if I'm going to have an oligarch, I
Technocrat
want one that was.
homosexuals, yes.
Hold on one sec. I want an oligarch that was raised on American soil. I do not want Elon or Peter
No, I
Thiel.
want an elite running stuff that comes from a family that designed, created, and have bred rulers that know how to instruct them from a young age.
Well,
Not just get it, like not just fucking
You say
Elon gets
bred
rich one day.
rulers.
No, but all these technocrats are people that just got money by accident and now are trying to replace the traditional
No.
aristocracy.
You don't get it. Peter Thiel's a Stanford lawyer. You don't, and even Elon went to UPenn.
But that doesn't mean they're from but Stanley, that's a big difference from the Vanderbilt family.
Yeah, you're not going to get a Vanderbilt. Dude, do you understand how American culture works? We'll never have a Vanderbilt as president.
But we got a Trump, right? We got Clintons. I think it can happen.
We're not going to get another Clinton. The Clinton clan.
Yeah, the Clinton dynasty is dead. But I think the Trump one. I think the Trump one's dead after this too. I think the Trump one's dead after this too.
Yeah. Look, these dynastic things, I actually think there might be a Kennedy somewhere in someone's back pocket.
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah, like
But
I would
let me
vote for
tell
a
you,
Kennedy Democrat if he was a JFK Kennedy Democrat. You know what I mean? Like a traditional.
I'm gonna have to
Kennedy.
say this though. Two things. And you'd be surprised. Reagan was a breath of fresh air, and Obama was a breath of fresh air. Brilliance can come from weird American backgrounds.
They were good. They were both. Look, I don't agree with Obama, and I don't really agree with Reagan a lot either. But they both understand how to enact policy through the executive branch. They both knew how to be the president. You get what I'm saying? Like they knew how to get policy enacted. They knew how to put, whether you agree with both sides, whose side if you hate them, but whatever.
Well, even
how to get things enacted.
LBJ knew.
But yeah, I mean, and same thing with I mean, all these guys because what Stanley. Here's an old word. I'll head out after this, but here's an old word that we forgot. Stan. Statesmanship.
Yes.
Statesmanship.
Yep.
That's what we've forgotten. And I think if we go back to look at statesmanship, there would be, that's the big issue, is that you've polarized the country.
Education thing. We're not educating these people.
But it isn't just education though.
We're not.
But Stanley, but it's a big. I think what it is, Stanley, to me, what I really think it is, it's misrule by the elites that we have. They instead of continuing the statesmanship traditions, we got these technocrats in the 90s, these people that got all this, and they went against the tradition. Like Stanley, if you look at really what fucked everything up, it's the evolution of the internet and the social media and the creation of the changing of normal human social paradigms. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's caused chaos.
You don't think that could have been managed? And I don't know the answer.
No, it could have been managed correctly, but not in a place where it's just a bunch of new age people who just got a bunch of money dumped on their lap and aren't prepared or knew how to rule. Stanley, you know this throughout history. Stanley, what did Marcus Aurelius?
I don't want to.
What did Marcus Aurelius? What is the ideal, Stanley? No, but what is the ideal? I think you and I would both agree on this. The ideal ruler is the philosopher king.
Yeah,
the type of.
Oh yeah.
The philosopher king idea.
We are on the same page.
Yeah, and so, but the problem is that you can't have a philosopher king without an elite class that is designed to breed, create, and maintain those type of people. The elites understood for most of history their job was to govern the lower class, to maintain order and all that stuff through creating structure. No, but I mean, govern as in a way of focusing human beings in a productive manner to advance the civilization that they're in.
Correct.
Now, all-a-days, the elites care about is, I don't give a fuck. Let's get tons of money, and who cares if I'm dead after I'm gone?
I'm surprised you're saying
And that's
this.
there's no statesmanship. There's no.
Good for
Stanley,
you.
this is, dude, I come from a 1,500-year-old family that, Stanley, not all my family are these conservatives. Half of my family, half of my, one part of my grandparents were very,
Edmund
not
Burke
very
right
liberal.
now. There's nothing necessarily wrong. Well, MAGA's not conservative. We need to start there.
No, that's a cult of personality. MAGA's a cult of personality.
Right.
Conservatism and liberalism is an ebb and flow of this country that has gone through periods of control. That is the way the founders derived it. The founders derived the system so that one side never gets so much control.
Let me just say this about the founders, though. They were amazing men, but we should not make them demigods.
No, but they were still men. They made mistakes. They were still men. Yeah, they were still men. They can't, they never imagined, for example, the internet, to how that could affect the way that our voting system. They could never imagine a country of 300 million people. Sorry, go ahead.
I was watching something today, and it's Annette Gordon-Reed, a historian. She wrote the Madison and Hemmings books. She was basically
the autobiography of
historian.
Madison. Yeah.
Well, here's the deal. She was on MSNBC or whatever it's called now, and they asked her, well, do you think Thomas Jefferson would have a problem with, say, a Barack Obama or blacks in politics? And she said, no, he actually wouldn't. It would be the women. He was more a misogynist, and that was actually probably it
would be women.
Yeah,
because remember, the issue with this is that
black men could do shit.
Beyond anything, they were. Well, there were freed black men back then, anyways, and there were black men from England that immigrated then that were freed already. It's not like, but number one,
after Jefferson, of course. But
but not just that. But remember, the founders respected. No, but what I'm saying is, if the founders would respect that if the people had created amendments to alter so that black people are overall the same as this, they would respect the governmental structure more than their own prejudice if they had them. That's statesmanship. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, they would have to.
Stanley, Stanley, hold on. The entire issue about slavery, why they came to an agreement, these people in the founders came and outsmarted the slave owners with the 3/5, because if the 3/5 would not have been created, Stanley, the South would have had all the votes.
Well, see, I've read Madison's notes. You and I disagree on that.
Well, I know, but Madison wasn't the one Madison wasn't the presenter of that, though. No, I know, but
South Carolina, they were like, hey, we're gonna.
But Stanley, what happened? Stanley, what did Rhode Island? If you read the note, if you read
Virginia,
if you read the notes from Franklin and from the Northern abolitionists who wanted abolition from the beginning of the Constitution, they understood that it couldn't be done immediately. There would be no nation. So what they did was they fed into the prejudice of the South and said, okay, look, we'll let you keep the blacks, but because you agree and we agree with you, they're not people. So they can't have a full vote. But in their head, they're like,
yeah. Well, that's how they came up with the
what they did in their head, and they said, look, we got more population up here in New York and Philadelphia.
Well, part of it was the North had more, and it was
industry and people, money, people, and intelligence. All the universities, all the educated. I mean, there were educated people in the South.
So you don't think Dunsmore had anything to do with that? My impression is that's what really scared Georgia and South Carolina into going, oh shit.
Well, there was that, yes, but there was also the insinuation that, Stanley, if you had more population, you understood you're going to have more military presence. You would have more military presence from the federal government.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you have, because remember, they allocated and they stationed their troops back then, population wise, because you had to recruit from large population centers. And so they were
and then
afraid
there's
of
the Second Amendment, you know,
and they were afraid of the Northern troops, like being the whole thing. Why they went after Fort Sumter to kick the North out was like, you Yankees get out of our South.
Well, wait, hold on. You're skipping ahead a bit. There was no Fort Sumter in 1776.
No, I'm talking about the culture of the idea that they didn't want the Northern military in the South. They didn't want Northern Yankees in the South. They wanted a Southern, like they wanted states militias, the Southern state militias.
Well, yeah, and they also wanted, you know, hey, if there's some big revolt, look, the whole thing got started. The Constitution.
Well, they wanted, if there was a slave revolt, they had their own militia.
Correct.
They didn't have the feds.
Well,
they
they wanted help if they got overwhelmed.
Yes, but they wanted help from but they wanted the overall day-to-day. That's why. That is why the Klan was a paramilitary terrorist group that the federal army had to subdue and go after in Reconstruction, because that's exactly what they wanted. They wanted Southern militias to be a de facto KKK from the beginning. But so what they did was these guys were smart in how
this from? Which
I'll give you some of the books. I'll give you, like, Ken Burns talked about this. Ken Burns, the historian Ken Burns talks about this.
Send me links, because
I will. I'll send. Yeah, if you.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I've just never read it.
Even if you listen to his documentary, his big long 20-hour thing, like the foundation. No, I'm saying that I didn't know about all this until I dug deep. But the Northerners really did do a number on the Southerners in the creation of this fucking country.
I see it the opposite.
Like they
way.
understood and
the
saw.
Southerners did it on the Northerners. Now it could be a perspective,
because in the end, the Southerners knew. Because in the end, the Northerners knew that population is what matters. Okay, they knew there was going to be an eventual conflict. Because it comes down to money, Stanley.
Right.
The South was just so poor. The South was so poor that the North knew eventually through the years, even if they maintained the status quo of slavery can exist, what did they do? They kept chipping away. They said, okay, well, you can have slavery. Okay, and then in 1800, you say you can't have slavery, any more slaves imported. Then after that, you said you can't have it on borders.
Right. Well, then
after that, they said you can't have it on new territory.
Look, you got to also understand that Virginia wanted to get rid of a lot of their slaves at some point. Remember that part?
Yes, absolutely.
So that is part of the reason they wanted to get rid of imported slaves.
Well, exactly. Yes, I know. But they also did it. But this is what I'm saying, Stanley. The North took advantage of every political miscalculation of the South in regards to it. And that is what happened. They understood. See, the Northern, because remember, who were the ones that during the war were talking to the British and the French, or the Spanish and the French? Who were the people in Paris? It was the Northern educated people, the Hancocks, the Franklin.
Jefferson was there.
And the Jeffersons and the Adams and the Hamilton.
But hold on, Jefferson wasn't a Northerner. He wasn't considered.
No, but he was educated. He was an educated.
He went to William and Mary,
a great school.
Yeah, but in Virginia.
Yes, because he's a Virginian. Yes, Stanley.
But
yes,
that's
exactly.
Not the North. Madison never went to France.
Stanley.
He was Princeton.
No, Stanley. But he understood dealing with French and Spanish bankers and pushing the central bank. Stanley, all this calculus of central power and money in the North.
He understood that stuff after he went to France.
No, Stanley, he was writing this shit to Washington. Dude, why do you think him and Jefferson
before he went to France?
Dude, before Jefferson went to France. Okay, before
he
wasn't
there at the Constitution.
I know. I know the Secretary of State. He was the Secretary of State for George Washington. after the war. That's what I'm saying. Before he was even that, Hamilton and him had
1780,
issues in regards to these kind
right?
of very ideas of
Oh, correct.
concentration of power. You know this. And that was the whole
I
issue. Yes,
do, but I
Jefferson was a
think
little
that
unique.
Jefferson had very little to do with it.
Jefferson was unique
had
in that.
something to do with it through Madison, who was there at the Constitutional
Yes,
Convention.
but what I'm saying is
Jefferson
these
didn't
whole
have that
he
much
was,
to do with it.
but he did have a lot because he understood the base framework of the Declaration, and he understood that it took
Well,
language
see,
and
you
conviction.
and I don't agree. Look, we
Hold on,
will have
he
to
wrote
have
that
this
document. Stanley,
Hold
did
on
he
one
write
sec.
that document? Stanley, did he write that
You dropped
document for
my
the
earbud.
uneducated Southerner
Look,
that can't read, or did he?
and you probably know it better than I do. I will admit that.
No, it's not about knowing better.
Jefferson did not have that much to do with the Constitution. He was
I know. No, but he had incredible influence because he was the head of the Republicans against the Whigs. He
No,
was the head
not
of
at
that
that
party.
time. He was writing letters to Madison. And let me also make one quick point. Madison, the anti-federalists, you need to start factoring them in. And I'm starting to think the anti-federalists, Patrick Henry and all those folks, they were ultimately right about where we are in 2026. I don't mean to throw that in there.
I mean, but Stanley,
but
Thomas
you also
Jefferson
have to understand that we didn't go from Declaration of Independence to Constitution.
No,
there
I
were
know that.
articles of Confederation.
Stanley, that's what I'm trying to say. Stanley, in the early 1790s, okay, Jefferson founded what was called the Democratic Republican Party. Jeffersonians.
Understood, but that's after the Constitution.
But because we didn't have parties until after the Constitution.
Correct.
I understand that.
Well,
but what I'm
we
saying, his
kinda had
theory and his idea.
parties after George Washington.
Exactly. After Washington,
Anti-Federalists,
yeah. Once
that's
Washington turned down, once Washington
Correct.
turned down the offer for kingship and allowed for a republic to what we have, they're
how did he turn it down just to test it? Because it was never that much of a problem.
He just said he never wanted. He just didn't. He stepped aside voluntarily. Remember, Washington.
I think that wasn't necessarily refusal of kingship as much as
but
there's to go
it's
back
not
home.
just that.
You got to know he wanted to go back.
He wanted to go back to Martha's Vineyard. I know, but also he had no heir. Okay, and in addition, he's the only president that did not take his oath onto the I'm look at the collective. Stanley, what I'm saying, look at the collective.
Okay, well, no, I'm interested in this.
Stanley, he didn't. He is the only president to not take his oath to the Constitution. Did you know that when he took his oath?
I did not.
He took the oath to himself, to God and to himself. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you took it the totality of the circumstances, he was essentially king. No one was going to say anything if he said, "I'm staying here for the rest of my life."
No. Just because he took it to himself, that doesn't mean he was declaring,
Stanley, what did Napoleon do? Crowned himself emperor.
Wait, hold it. Did Napoleon come after Jefferson?
Well, I know.
Sorry,
Stanley, what did Napoleon do? He crowned himself emperor.
Okay, no. Please don't imply that Washington was following Napoleon.
I'm not saying no. I'm saying is that de facto in the same manner, when a person, a singular figure in a nation has so much unbridled loyalty and devotion by the populace, he is de facto ruler. Okay, like Stanley, there was nobody at the time that questioned Washington or understood he is the father of that. Like, he is our leader. He is the man that we look to. During the Constitutional Convention, Washington didn't say much. He never talked that much. He was a very observant man, a quiet man. And he just sat there and listened. And then when he put his input in, that was what was done. He let them all argue it out.
Benjamin Franklin didn't say much, and yes, he was very old, so we all
I know. No, but he also admired. He also said Washington was the one in charge. Like in all his recollections of all the cabinet meetings, of all, it's
Right.
Washington was very quiet. And when Washington said a word, nobody argued or refused. Like when Hamilton and Jefferson were arguing, going nuts within that cabinet, Washington would go, "Okay, enough," quietly, and they would just stop. And Jefferson got nuts because he would oftentimes take Hamilton's side a lot of the time, and Jefferson resented a lot of that. I mean, he loved Washington, but he also resented that he sided with Hamilton like 60-40.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? And so, and then he quit. Exactly. So he got, you know what I mean? So Jefferson was a genius, absolute genius, but he was also very emotional.
You know what? And this is the part I don't like about myself. Jefferson, he was the most interesting founding father because he was just maybe
wild man. Wild.
No, I would say he was just honestly, and I hate to say this, he does remind me of myself. I just sometimes conflicted about stuff.
He very much so. Yeah, he was very conflicted about his faith too. You know what I mean? Like he all his life about Christ and divinity of Christ and all that, like and his logic fighting
Bible,
it.
I saw something fascinating about the Jefferson Bible, which I won't burden you with right now.
Have you been to Monticello or not?
I have not. And the sad part is I literally lived in Northern Virginia for years and just never did.
It's so beautiful. I like, dude, when
I've been to Charlottesville, just never been up on the mountain.
Yeah. If you go, like, because my parents or my grandparents, when I was like 10, 11, they did this whole tour with us and the grandkids. You know what I mean? They took us to like all the north, to a whole revolution. Like we went to Virginia, South Carolina, North. Like we didn't go all the way down to Georgia.
Good for you.
Like that was more my Civil War one we did with them. You know what I mean? We went down and saw like Sherman's March and. We went to like Richmond.
More people should do that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been to all the sitting like at some of these battlefields like Antietam and like you know what I mean, Bull Run and some of these places. You do feel it's hollowed ground, man. You know what I mean? Like it's hollow. It's very.
What is it? Manassas. There's a highway through the battlefield. I lived up that way. But let me say this, and thank you for actually reminding me. I may be up in Northern Virginia. It's too complicated to get into now, but my father-in-law is moving back to the plains. My wife, she's up from that way. That's where I met her and all that stuff. And my father-in-law is moving back, and me and my son might be up that way. And I will not waste the opportunity to go to Monticello. Look, I lived up there for damn near 15 years and just never did it. I was always too busy, and then my wife died, and it's just always too much time. I've been to Charlottesville plenty of times, just never had. It was always for work or something like that. So if I
because it is. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's just great to see these things that like when you go in there, you realize how it actually is not.
You build a civic education.
Well, and what's really funny about a lot of the we think of like mansions now and those things are big but inside it's very small, not very big. You know what I mean? Like these weren't big people. These weren't like. You know what I mean? Like we're huge. We're giants compared to them. If they see us now, they thought we were like ogres. You know what I mean? Because all the food that we have and the nutrients, our bodies have grown, must get bigger. You know what I mean? And man, if they look like when you go in those houses, it's very like the staircase when you go up Monticello, like to the upper level.
It's
so tiny, bro. Like you literally, it's like you're bumping into the wall in the stair. It's so tiny, my friend. Like, but it is genius to see all his inventions there and his works, and he was just
Dude,
such
he
a thought.
invented a version of the auto pen. This is
Oh yeah,
why I keep
he is.
laughing.
Yeah. Well, people, dude, like the thing is you got to like these men designed, built, drew their houses and built when they were 20. What were we doing when we were 20, Stanley? Smoking weed, getting drunk?
Well, when the slaves were building Monticello, wow, Jefferson
Well, no, yeah, but I mean,
was
he had to draw
escaping
it,
the
though, right?
British.
No, but he had to draw it, and yeah, of course, the slave labor. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, he had to draw it and design it, and the mathematics.
Okay, you don't think Jefferson wasn't that kind of draftsman? He had help.
Look, that he designed Monticello from the ground
No.
up.
You can design stuff, but that doesn't mean you're creating the blueprints.
No,
Look,
that's what he did. No, Stanley, he did. No. That's what I'm saying. He created the blueprint, all that. He designed his. Remember, Stanley, he designed the University of Virginia.
If you say so.
No, but Stanley, like the University of Virginia.
I'm not fussing. You're right.
Like Stanley, like the big, like their main, like the university, the hall, main hall. That was designed after Monticello by him when he founded the University of Virginia.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Like he designed all. Like this is built off his design. Like he was a.
Well,
he
no. But the materials and stuff. There's more.
No, Stanley. I'm not saying he brought the materials in and built it by hand. No,
Stanley. I'm not saying that either. You don't look. The design is more than just drawing a cute shape.
Stanley, he did the mathematics for like the arches, to how much weight can go. Yeah.
All right.
Like, for example, like engineers use the RISA software now. I don't know if you know RISA, but like mechanical engineers use RISA.
I'm not an engineer.
Okay, it's like does all the mathematics for like weight, for how much the kind of steel, this much weight can go on this per this kind of screws you have to use to do this, to account for this kind of, it's all that. But that's what these kind of men did. That's what Washington, Washington, his lawmakers was busy in the military. All guys, the Franklin, they did not their
you're borging out
to a carpenter, and the carpenter would execute those plans.
I believe it. I haven't done that kind of reading, but if you say so, I trust you.
Stanley, I mean, my great grandfather built my grandparents' house.
I'm not fussing.
No, it's not about trusting. I'm saying these people back then were smarter than us.
I'm not
they had
fussing with an F. I'm not fussing.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying, like, people back then were smarter. They had to be, Stanley. They didn't have machines and technology to lean on.
Exactly.
They had to be able to build their home. There was no one that you could just go. There's no like cranes back then that were like, okay, bring in the house and build my house in 6 months. I'll give you 300,000. You know what I mean? Like that wasn't the way. I mean, look at fucking Lincoln. He built his parents built the log cabin that you know what I mean? You had to build. Right. Lincoln designed houses, and he was an architect. Dude, these were genius men that had to do things to survive because there was no easy way to live. So necessitation promoted these abilities. You know what I mean? Like if tomorrow electricity just goes bye-bye for the whole human species, a lot of people will die, but the ones that survive are going to adapt and be a lot stronger and make things that are going to be ingenious to conform to that and adapt to that. That's what makes human beings amazing, that we do analyze and adapt. It makes that's the humans. We've done that from the Black Plague to the almost dying in the Bronze Age to the sea peoples almost wiping out all of humanity in the early time. You know what I mean?
Well, let me ask you a question. And it'll be kind of an odd question, and I'm not sure how to quite ask it.
Let's just ask
those people, those Jeffersons, those Lincolns, they were kind of the technocrats of their time.
Kind
of.
I
think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Why were they more accepted? Jefferson was not that popular, by the way.
No, Lincoln, and these were elites. These were the elites, but the elites did it.
So why were they more?
I'll tell you why. Those
Is it a
elites were
history
hyper
thing?
aware that they were going to get theirs, but they better damn sure keep making sure the population was advancing and feeling like they were getting theirs too.
Good for you.
The
Good
elites
for you.
now just go, we're taking it all. We don't give a fuck what these serfs take. Fight us. We have the police state. We'll monitor everything. We'll crush you like a bug. You think your politicians can help you? We own your politicians. We own your banks. We own your media. Like, that's the difference. Back then, the elites actually were battling each other. You would have Franklin in his newspapers writing against people of other elites, writing against his, you know what I mean? Now they're all just like, we're in it together. We're just going to fucking milk this some bitch all the way to fucking ever.
So you don't think there's elite on elite? And
there is, but
I don't
not
have
enough.
an answer.
Not enough to say rock the system to have to really change shit. The whole thing is, okay,
the system has to be rocked from the elite level,
or you have to insert. You have to enter a new phase. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. The Reich in Germany, they were poor, crazy idiots, right? Retards, in other words. They were the low gene Germans. They were idiots. Okay? But what happened? They got their way into the elites. And then they took all the money and they became the elites. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
And that is what is happening. You've got this insinuation, and you've pushed out the old elites of like even the old liberal families, the old conservative, like they're all dying off. They're kind of being pushed out by these new age.
Yeah, but you get the Robert Kennedys, RFK.
Sure, but where are all the old ones? Like where are the Gettys? No, but where are the Gettys? No, but where are all the and the old families? It's the Musks.
Well, but you know, I'm saying look. There's a thing about immigrants to the United States by like the third or fourth generation, they are truly American, and they don't do as well or as not. They aren't as motivated as like the third or second generation. That first generation, if they wind up being successful, that second generation, they're superstars.
Yeah. Yes.
Third generation.
You see this a lot with Latinos.
Well, you see it a lot with I'm thinking of South Asians.
Yes, Indians too. Yes, Indians too a lot. Yep. What happens is that the second generation, a lot of them are so Americanized when they come here because the first generation want to integrate so much that the second generation becomes spoiled American brats. And that's what happened. They become one of the spoiled American brats that are already here. You know what I'm saying? Like, my buddy is a first generation who was born here. His parents actually came here illegally. They eventually got their green card, bought a house, you know, all that kind of stuff. They paid up and they paid their back and all that shit. But he was the first generation. He was born here from illegal parents. His two kids are, you know, Latino, but they look white as fuck. They have blonde hair, Stanley. And they tell him, go back to Mexico, like in so many words, like, you're old. You don't know what you're talking about. We don't like going down to Mexico. Like,
go back to Mexico to do what?
Not in those words, like go back to Mexico, but like go back and see grandma, dad. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, they do. He does. I've gone down to Mexico with him. Like, he's a good friend of mine. I was in his wedding party. Yeah, dude. Like, dude, what I'm saying is, like, these young kids, they don't know. Like, dude, it's all just they're amalgamation of just a big TikTok generation. It doesn't matter their colors, really. They're just these brain numb zombies on the phone, Stanley. Like, you know what I mean? And they're just feeding dopamine rushes of anything that can give them attention in any second to keep their attention away from, you know, that's all it is, Stanley. And it's sad.
Well, my thing is, I think we can parent our way out of this mess.
We can, but we need statesmanship, Stanley.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I'm not going to disagree with that.
I mean, no. Stanley, I'll quote before I go right now. I'm going to quote.
I don't think either side has stakes.
No, they don't.
No, looks like we. There you are.
Sorry, I said I'm going to give you a little quote from a band called Rush before I head out here. It goes,
I've heard a rush.
And it goes, and the man who hold high places must be the ones who start to mold a new reality closer to the heart.
Yeah, I heard that plenty in college. I had a next door neighbor who was a Rush fan.
And it's true.
But no, it's not a wrong point.
It's just that men who hold high places must be the ones who start. Like it either has to be like, remember, Jesus came to who was Paul? Paul was a Pharisee. He was a man at the high places, and the men at high places must be the ones who start. They must be the ones to show courage, because the masses cannot be. They need to be led. Human being needs to be led, and the greatest leaders are the ones that put themselves. That's why Washington was loved. He put himself with his troops.
Well, I don't hold Washington in that kind of high regard.
Well, he was the man who led himself. He led his men. I'm not saying he's a god. I'm not saying he's a god, but that's a damn good general that leads his men across the Potomac on Christmas Eve in frozen weather.
He was that good a general.
No,
However,
but he was a good leader.
Of course.
He was a good. That's what I'm talking about.
But let me bring it back down to our YouTube sphere, and I'm gonna take this point and kind of muddy it up a little bit, and please forgive me, because look, all these, and I'll have to N-word it up a bit. All these motherfuckers who are talking about leadership and you should respect me because I'm a man, or dude, you're not going to lead on a YouTube show. Go and do that shit.
Oh no, absolutely not. No, come on, no,
dude.
No.
I am so motherfucking disappointed.
Yeah, dude. People online think they're no. People think that, dude. The best thing you can do is interact and be a human with people you meet on a day-to-day basis, and affect people one-on-one when you meet them. That is always and
raise
always
your goddamn kids.
Exactly. It starts at fucking home with your shit. You know what I mean? Stop telling other people what to do until you fix your own shit.
Four walls. That's a very Catholic thing, by the way.
Yeah, well, Stanley, I mean, did your grandparents or your parents, Stanley? I still to this day, Stanley, make my bed every day when I leave. So, anyways, I gotta go, but I just want to leave you with that, Stanley. Good show. I'll try to hop back on if I can.
Listen to this one point I'm gonna make. Hang up.
I will. Let me just hit. I'll listen in the chat.
It's a C more point.
Oh God. Stanley. Hey, actually, do you want to play? I have a funny clip for you. Do you want me to
put it in the back?
And you can play. It's a little funny. It's just about a minute of Seymour kind of showing his true, real attraction for me. I put a little compilation together of Seymour real here. And if you could just play it, it's in the back. It's in the back. I don't know if
I was gonna go with this. Is he said something about integrity? He wanted his son. He wanted his son to be a gamer with integrity. And I was like, what in the, oh my God, what in the fuck?
Yeah, I mean,
why is your son playing games?
Games instead of reading books or writing. I mean, I can understand if, let's say,
dude, it was like 7 a.m. on the East Coast. And I was like, what?
Well, Stanley, it's the thing where it's like my dad, let's say if I was young and I got into gaming in high school and college and I started making a ton of money and I became that, he would support me. Oh, okay, I get it now. But he would never be like, you're going to college for gaming. I'm going to go out of high school to be a gamer. My dad would be like, get the fuck out of this house. What the fuck do you think I pay for your ass for? Get the fuck out of this house. You're not doing that shit. You know what I mean? No way.
Well, no, he might have said, but get your degree.
That's what I mean. I'm not paying for you to live here. I'm not paying for your college. I'm not paying for you to live in this house for some fuck up. As long as you live here, you're going to abide by those agreements. You want me to pay for your shit? Well, it's got to be this way.
That's where you're going with the whole, the great books. The Vanderbilts, and they had huge problems, but goddamn, we're going worse than we were in the 1890s.
Dude, we are more
we're
decadent
doing
and worse than
in the
ancient.
robber baron era.
We are more decadent than ancient Rome. Way more, dude. If you
I
look
don't
at
know
what we
about that, but
if you look at the actual, dude. If you look,
I'm not going to say you're wrong.
if you look at the actual wealth disparity of what goes on in this country right now, it's close to Rome. Almost like just because Rome,
Well,
like
see,
the
I'm
average
not
person.
used to hearing you even caring about wealth disparities.
Oh, it's dude, it's a massive. If you're an actual elite,
you should
care
about
that because you should care about that.
Dude,
because that causes
the
instability and civil unrest. That causes civil unrest. Exactly. Why did they? Exactly. So, anyways, I gotta go. But good stream, Stanley. Play that streamable little clip, that audio.
Be a Captain Shays.
Always. Stanley, please play that little link in the back that I played, that audio if you can. Mariah would really kick out of it, and so would your audience. I think you will too. Have a good one, Stanley.
I will. Hey, always good to talk to you.
Always good, Stanley. Bye-bye.
Okay, let's see. This could be scary. Oh no. Well, no. I don't want to talk about stinking booties. And good for Ryan hit the link. It should be posted. Oh shit, where are you, Mariah? Deborah, your evening plans? Are you on the East Coast or in the Midwest? So I think we've been through all our bad weather today. Ryan Mariah just put, well, hopefully the weather stays good. Oh, well, Texas. I didn't know you were in Texas. That's interesting. Everyone's in Texas, apparently. So I am going to find something different. And I am actually going to play something that actually I want to watch this, but apparently it's not attracting a whole lot of viewers. So let's see here. Well, I guess what I ought to do is play this. I'm going to play this until I find something more interesting.
Simply does not exist in the Jewish inheritance.
Interesting. Yeah. I've been to Israel twice. I went once when I was researching my book on the Holocaust deniers. Alex Grobman, my co-author, and I went to Yad Vashem and spent quite a bit of time there. Another trip, I went to Masada. I got up at 5 a.m. and walked up to the top of Masada. It was a very moving experience. The stuff in Israel is so old. You know, I'm from California, so it's like, you know, if it's 100 years old here, that's old. You know, 100 years old in Israel would be like yesterday, right? So I get that. But I've heard you say you're kind of complaining a little bit about the taxes in Israel. Over 50% of your income is, you know, taken by the government and so on. And you're a free market kind of guy as a conservative. So I guess you're there for the personal, historical, religious reasons. So I understand that. But let's talk about conservatism. You were mentioning your father. I'm guessing when he was grousing about the decline of America as Rome, that would be Ford Nixon time period, maybe, and then Carter after that. So pre-Reagan, and then Reagan kind of rights the ship a little bit for your father.
You got it. That's the time frame.
Yeah. So, you know, when I think of conservatism, you know, just sort of I was in college in the 70s. I went to Pepperdine University, which is the Church of Christ.
Ooh, Pepperdine is actually a good conservative university.
There and so forth. And, you know, there I'm thinking of people like George Will, you know, Irving Kristol, Charles Krauthammer, you know, that kind of maybe John McCain kind of conservatism. That's what I think of when I think of conservative. Rush Limbaugh, when he was coming online big time, and the Fox News guys. So you kind of think of that as conservatism.
Yeah, and then you're not thinking about what conservatism is. That's reactionary. Ooh, boy.
And I gather from reading your book, you're saying that isn't the traditional kind of conservatism.
Here we go into the Edmund Burke
because
part.
These people that we're naming and discussing, they're moving targets. George Will is is very much a liberal today. Using the sort of the classic meaning of the word liberal. Seeing politics as essentially about individual liberties and freedoms and how to protect and advance them. But that's not where George was in the 1980s when my friends and I at Princeton were reading his books. In those days, he was a full-throated Burkean. Today we would read what he was writing then and call it nationalist conservatism. And in fact, he plays a very important role in my book, in the section that deals with that conservative revival at Princeton. His statecraft as soulcraft was not a thin liberal version of conservatism. It was pretty full-throated and hardcore. And when we started the Princeton Tory, we took the name Tory from his conservatism. And the same thing I can say about Irving Kristol. Today people think about neoconservatism correctly, given what's happened over the last generation. People think of the neoconservatives as a group of people who are out to impose worldwide liberalism, like the new world order was supposed to be the.
Okay, this shit is becoming rather muddled. If you can't keep it kind of clear lines, of course there's going to be bleed over and stuff. This is where this dude is at least losing me, and I'm not a political philosophy guy. But he is becoming like a jar of mayonnaise, all mixed up.
Ultimate triumph of liberalism, all around the planet. But Irving Kristol, who was crucial as a mentor to us in those days. In fact, he funded the Princeton Tory during its first years.
Mariah, tell Imperius, I don't want to play CM's gay stuff. That's like the last thing I want to do. I don't want to pollute this place. Come on, Imperius. CM has his place. Ooh.
His area.
Here we go. Thank you, Ryan. Good for you. By
the way, I see you guys checking in over here in the areas north of Fort Worth.
That's
storm right here, the rotation is still there, but it's not quite as concerning as the one to the south and west. But there is a large area of damaging winds coming through Pelican Bay and Newark right now. We had a viewer a moment ago, say that they heard a transformer blow. So this is still damaging winds coming into Fort Worth. You guys got to get indoors and away from windows. Flower Mound, you guys are in the path of the heavier rain and the potential hail. So you guys need to be prepared for that. Again, a tornado warning is in effect for Palo Pinto and Parker counties in Texas for the next 37 minutes. The rotation is really
so tell me
not looking, great out here in a bad way for our residents out there. Somebody in Cool said it's all cool, man. As long as you're in the basement, it is all cool. Okay, there's a good chance that this thing. We haven't got
Mariah,
a report of it yet, so maybe this isn't producing a tornado and it's just a huge area of rotation. But man, it looks like it definitely could be producing a tornado, and it's going to come right into Cool here near the Holders Chapel Cemetery, Millsap 4, and H&J Custom Builders. If you know where those are, you're too close. You're too close to this.
Well, what the hell?
And unfortunately, there is a tornado on the ground. There's at least one chaser that has a view of it.
Mariah, please tell us you are watching it on TV and prepared to, something goes tornado. I won't be able to do this if you are not prepared, ma'am.
Area where we have a potential, a confirmed tornado, I believe, out here near Walters Village.
And why people chase these things, I do not know.
So we'll come right back to him. But Eric Fox is also very close. So if you're watching from Weatherford right now, we're really concerned about the storm to your north and west. That's the one we keep talking about. And if you're watching from more north of Fort Worth, we're not as concerned about the tornado threat anymore. It's more straight line damaging winds coming into Avondale, Eagle Mountain, and then Lake Crest, and then Hazlitt, and then Keller, and then Melody Hills. And this will be coming down into the downtown Fort Worth and Arlington areas as well in just a few moments. All right. Look at that. Latest velocity scan shows a very tight couplet. And we've got a debris signature
Mariah,
here. So there is a tornado on the ground doing significant damage out here between State Park Swim Beach and the National Vietnam War Museum.
If I have to,
cannot
if
stress
you
enough
say yes,
how
then I'm
serious
gonna have
of
to
a situation this is. We've got to get everybody in their safe spots. This is going to ride down Highway 180 here, Mineral Wells Highway, towards Cool, Preble, and Fox. Big tornado on the ground doing damage right now. Cool is not a safe place to be right now. We've got debris. We just saw debris being lofted here from Matthew Capucci's point of view. We're intermittently losing a connection with him, but we've got debris in the air here right next to Matthew Capucci's location, which once again, he's in the town of Cool right now.
Then we'll just
this is a live view of debris falling from the sky out here near Cool, Texas, where we have a tornado on the ground coming down into the Weatherford area.
CM. Why would not? So somewhere in here, one of these things.
Don't have audio. But if you're just now tuning in, what you're seeing here is debris fallout, debris falling from the sky from a nearby tornado out here. We know that the tornado's there. That's why we've been hooting and hollering about it. And now we've got even more confirmation here as the storm continues to go down Highway 180.
All right. Well, I will just mute this and then go over here. I have some shorts that I created today, and all of them are bad, but they kind of get where I am with this whole fake bullshit argument or beef. I never have beefs. I'm sure I have once or twice. John Galt was probably the last. And even now, we just kind of, buried the hatchet and we go our own ways. CM and Nightish, I don't have beefs with y'all. Y'all have beefs with me. And if that is actually the way it is, keep having a beef. I'll ignore you. I don't watching your fucking old YN bullshit just isn't something that's that interesting. So shorts, probably about 6 minutes worth. And these are things I created today. Actually, interesting. Oh, it is interesting. This is I'm sorry. This is one that is kind of a Cali black thing. Oop. Let's go back. Cali black thing. And muted. Damn it. I still have not mastered shorts. Well, sorry, folks. I don't have this. That popped off. All right. This is the right tab. Just like I did with CM yesterday. Candy Cane came up here and she wanted to have her say, and I was interested in what she had to say. CM had every opportunity to come up here and be a gentleman and actually have a conversation, and he wants to think like this is his prison and everybody's going to be intimidated by tough talk. Motherfucker, keep that fucking Cali black bullshit in Folsom or wherever the fuck it was you were imprisoned. It doesn't work on my panel. And no, Stanley versus the world is not a free speech platform. You can speak freely, but that's about it. It's a speak freely platform, not necessarily a free speech platform. And if you can't understand the difference, that's a you problem. Just like I did with CM yesterday. Candy Cane came up here and she wanted to have her say, and I was interested. So CM, nope, I'm not a free speech platform. I'm not the government. On my goddamn panel, you better keep it within the limits that I set. Sorry if you had no discipline growing up, but that's a you problem, not a Stanley versus the world problem. You better figure it out or don't come up. I don't come up to your panel. You don't come up to my panel. That seems to be a thing that I'm fine with. No, I'm not going to come up to your motherfucking like mud puddle of a panel. I don't do that bullshit. And I'm 61. I don't do high school drama. This kind of addresses that point. High tolerance, and it might be my age. You know, I'm 61. I don't have a high tolerance for these little high school bullshit, you know. Who cares what you did in high school? I've literally never been asked for a high school transcript when I was applying for a job, or even a college transcript for that matter. We need to grow up. We need to stop talking about how we were in high school. And if you are still the same way you were in high school, then that implies a lack of growth. I don't have a high tolerance, and it might be my age. You know, I'm 61. I don't have a So this is the next, and yes, I released
Look at the man in little flannel. Hi, friends.
This is why people. Let me, if I can rewind this, but this is kind of where I am with this silly, low class ghetto bullshit. Sorry, I didn't grow up in the ghetto, black man, and I am certainly not going to play by ghetto rules. You play by mine on my panel, period. Otherwise, just we don't have to communicate. This is why people don't come up to my panel, because I just fucking destroy them. Okay, I know their arguments better than they do. They retreat quite often. Well, this when is I get the better of them. And what they can't fathom is I don't fight fair. I think ad hominem attacks are part of the argument, especially if I lose patience and I start doubting your intelligence. Dude, if I doubt your intelligence and you're up here arguing some point that I know you heard on some YouTube panel but haven't researched, I'm going to be merciless. It's what I do. It's what makes me happy. I'm going to do me, and I'm going to brutalize you rhetorically, of course. If you come up here half cocked, I will do my level best to embarrass the fuck out of you. This is why people don't come up to my panel, because I just fucking All right. Well, this is the next, not quite as braggadocious. And I left Cornel West up because he is kind of an inspiration. If we're new to this channel, we tend to get, and this is actually the most important. I don't do mission statements until today. Honestly, let's shed a few people. This is how I'm going to run my shit. So it just is. If you are new to this channel, we tend to get kind of serious during the week, a little bit more fuckery on the weekends, but in the end, we always try and keep a sense of some core of sanity. I guess I have come clean and said, I want this show to be monetized, but not at the expense of my soul. I need to be able to sleep between shows. I'm not going to do the mess unless it interests me and I just want to get into it. If you are new to this channel, Yep, so that's that. And this isn't as good of what I don't know. That mission statement, I may have to take it back and work on it a bit, but it's kind of how I'm gonna do shit. I don't give a fuck what people think. I have gone back and forth with what do people think and what should we play and all this shit. And it is literally going to be the ultimate vanity project. It's what I'm interested in. Otherwise, there's no reason for me to do it. So this will be the last time, unless it actually interests me. And Imperius, I don't look. CM is a Cali Black. They have weird notions somewhere between crystals, motherfucking Tupac, and Chitlins, Chitlin burritos. They really aren't that interesting. And so this is for you. The dude, I do not want to play this.
He's over here talking about my stinking booty. Penis? Nigga, yeah, you a stanky booty punk. Penis. Daddy. Which is dick.
Oh,
why are you talking about my anus? Super glazing periods. You want to say in the paddle. Why are you talking about my anus? Like,
yeah, this is not to my liking. look, I'm not gonna do it. Too many booties, too many deep voices talking about booties. I played as much as I could, Imperius. That's where we are. So let's get back to happier topics. And shit, where am I? I am at goddamn. Look, if there is sexual and harassment in my chat and you feel this is what CM did, you're a lawyer. You got to deal with it, but not on my show. I'm not Oprah. I am not motherfucking Maury. You go deal with that sort of abuse. And seriously though, this isn't going to be that kind of channel. Bottom line. Why are you laughing, Mariah? I don't know. I am just motherfucker. This is what happens when I go away from what I motherfucking want to do. Look, I am the most pedantic, boring, but it'll never necessarily go into a place that's that dark. So let's see what's going on here.
This is the storm as it comes in. Watch your top right of the screen right up here. If a tornado were to form, it would be happening right up there. Let's hear from Andy.
Hey, Brian. Yeah, that little y'all watch there is just for an occlusion of the old circulation there. So you notice where it's mostly stationary over the last few scans, just moving slowly south. What I'm watching more in particular ahead of this that I haven't y'all watched yet, but I'm watching with my eyes is a new cycle possible to the south and east of that. If we see that wrap up, that will be well into like Eastern Tarrant County when that would occur.
I did a video. Well, the short where I said I have to be able to sleep at night after the show is over. And I'm dead goddamn serious, dude. I am on the bottom slope. I'm on the leeward side of the slope of life. And I need to be happy. Not every goddamn day, but dude, honestly, somehow or another, I've managed to live a life where there's no huge impediments. Excuse me, please. Impediments or like, my father likes me when he sees me. We're happy to see each other, or my sister or my brother. We're actually happy to see each other, and I'm happy to see their kids, and we go down to Savannah, and dude, we're happy. And no, there of course there have been all kinds of things. My youngest brother is over 45. I'll say that, but he's not 50. But we don't hate each other. Yes, like I like my brother's wife. I like my sister's husband. We kind of grew up together, and shit, I was the last motherfucker to get married, and I'm the oldest. We've had puppies and dogs we liked. The dogs would even be happy when it's like, take the dog with you because he likes you more. It's been that kind of life. My mother, she she was Hurricane Dolores. And by the way, if I had someone I wanted to make jokes with right now, it would be her. She could be brutal. she, she had the proverbial rapier wit. She could be mean, but you know what? She wasn't too mean to her family, but goddamn, dude, if she thought you were a fool and you weren't her child or husband, like immediate family, oh, she'd make you laugh. So, that's how I was raised. I do not give a fuck about a video I have to show or what I should do. Oh, by the way, I almost got a strike today. And I just deleted the video, so yeah, YouTube's a tricky business, and I do not like my shows being struck or anything like that. And it honestly, you will never believe this. It was a sourdough bread video, and some woman from Eastern Europe, and cute woman, and you know, I thought the sourdough video was interesting, but now she's like, "Hey, you know what? Uh, s- if you don't delete this video in 7 days, you'll get a strike." So I just deleted the video. It wasn't that important. But the other weird thing is it was from like over a month ago, almost 2 months ago at this point. So YouTube needs to figure out, there needs to be a limit, like after 2 weeks or a month or 2 months, whatever. Dude, after like, if it takes you a goddamn month to figure out that someone showed a video you don't want them to show, sorry, you're gonna have to do more than just do a simple strike. You're gonna have to tell us why you have a problem with it. So anyway, that's the worst problem I've had all day. Wish I had worse problems. And I see that Bomb Cherry's over, hating on men. But I will say this. Look, if no one wants to come up, we are down to 6 people. This is literally. Oh, don't look. I understand it's a monetization thing, but the lady doesn't live in the United States. That someone in the United States actually thought enough to show your video. I kind of be like, maybe it's okay. Contact me. We can do a publicity tour, because she is awfully cute, but she's married and has kids, so it's not like that. But anyway, it's not that important. I deleted the video and we're good. I have 0 strikes right now, but if I keep showing CM, like whatever it is he shows, that might not last. So let's see, what else do we have here that might be interesting? Now this is called "I am not your yeah, sorry, I kind of had a couple Had a couple sweet 16s, as Bobby calls them, which I thought was actually pretty funny. I'm not your interracial relationship guru. Interracial. I am slurring. God damn it. Might have to end this show. Oop. And of course.
And yes, I am in an interracial relationship, but I do not want to be an interracial relationship guru. Ultimately, because I do not think being married to a white man is all that interesting. I don't actually have a don't date this man, but do date this man philosophy based on skin color. And that's not a conversation that I'm interested in because if we're honest, all men are a part of a power system. Different expressions, different behaviors, different aesthetics, different roles, but
patriarchy,
the same structure. So for me, it's far more interesting.
She actually has a historical argument, if she even knows it. Patriarchy does trump race occasionally. In American history, it certainly does.
To explore or ask the question, why are women still orienting their lives around navigating men instead of freeing themselves from the structures that center them? If you haven't already, go ahead, subscribe to my channel, and let's get into my notes on how I started my deconstruction journey. When I was in Guatemala, I had this moment that, I don't know if you say something shifted, but I felt something differently. I was laying in a hammock watching a bird, and the bird had its wings spread wide, and it wasn't flying though, it was floating, trusting that the air would hold it. When the wind swelled, it lifted. When the air pulled back, the bird would drop. Not in a panic, never ever fluttered its wings because it trusted that there would be a new current to catch it. I had never seen a bird behave like this before. And maybe it's city life and maybe country folks are just rolling their eyes right now. But I remember thinking, how free is that? Not forcing, not gripping, not trying to control, just trusting. It was that moment that I realized something uncomfortable about myself, that moment was the freest that I had ever felt. It wasn't because my life was perfect. The whole reason that I ended up in Guatemala was because my life was falling apart. But I had stopped gripping. I had stopped trying to control every outcome. I was not organizing my existence around trying to hold something together. And I thought, I want to live more like that, to release, to stop holding on to things that I did not even fully understand the purpose of. And you know what? This is why we need nature. And this is why it's constantly being destroyed, because there are reminders everywhere of who we are outside of the system. But the noise, survival, lack, constant seeking keeps us focused on identities that have already been defined. We don't create ourselves. We apply for roles. And I think women especially have far more potential than that, far more interesting work to do than becoming experts in navigating men, their moods, their cultures, their hierarchies, their limitations, especially for us. I do meet a lot of women who move abroad and talk about freedom that they felt just from changing locations, but often it is attached to something in the system. Because let's be honest, a lot of women are not spending time discovering who they are before they start negotiating who they need to be in order to be loved. And I do not actually take romantic relationships that seriously. I never really have. Because I never believed that love was enough, not in a heteronormative system. I remember being a pretty young child, listening to my mother cry through the pain of being beaten by a man who I assume claimed he loved her. And I would hear her utter the words, love, but I love him. And that explained the pain. And it explained why she was going to stay. Love did not feel like salvation to me. It seems more like a condition, a kind of mental distortion that I did not want any part of. So I feel like I grew up a little different, prepared, aware that my survival could require things that I cannot say on the internet for legal purposes. And I think over time that just led me in a slightly different direction. But it did not stop me from seeking the idea of love, of performing it, of putting on a show, of trying to step in that role, of saying it and waiting for love to happen.
Okay, I can't do it. You know what? I've been watching this lady for a while, and I did know her first name, and I can't recall it off the top of my head. She lives in Italy, has an Italian man, maybe a husband and children and all that. And I am trying to figure out what the fuck she's talking about. Now, here's where I'm going to go with this. There are plenty of Black women who don't flee the country every time they get a little confused, and I struggle to see her point. And like at this point, at least in my experience of watching her shows, about 25% of her content makes sense. Anyway, I'll just leave it at that. Really, this is what happens when you don't read books. I have no fucking clue where she's going with some of this. So let's go back, and actually maybe what I'll do is just kind of empty out my for today's show playlist. I have all kinds of stuff in here that I never watch or should be watching, but it doesn't fit in with the theme or all that stuff. You know what? I like dogs. So we're going to do this. I like dogs.
Your dog has been trying to tell you something every single day, and the moment you understand what it is, you will never look at your dog the same way again. Most owners think they're doing everything right. They're not. And the gap between what your dog needs and what they're actually getting is silently destroying the bond your dog is desperately trying to build with you. Stay until the end, because the last point is the one that changes everything.
Gotta
Welcome
go back
to
to
Canine
dogs.
Mind. If you love your dog and want to truly understand
I
them,
heard a good
subscribe right now.
Labradoodle
Let's get
joke
into it.
today.
1. Waking up and greeting your dog before you do anything else. Here is something almost no one in the dog world talks about, and it sounds so simple that most people will scroll past it without a second thought. But if you implement only one thing from this entire video, make it this one. The first 5 minutes of your morning are shaping your dog's entire emotional reality for the rest of the day. Not their food, not their walk, not their toys. Those first 5 minutes. Dogs are pack animals. That is not a metaphor or a cute way to describe them. It is a biological truth that has been baked into their DNA over 15,000 years of coevolution with humans. Their brains are wired to orient around a social anchor. In the wild, that anchor was the pack leader. In your home, that anchor is you. And the moment you wake up and reach for your phone before you reach for your dog, you are sending a signal that lands somewhere deep in their nervous system. The signal says, "You are not my priority." A study published in the journal Applied Animal Behavior Science found that dogs who receive consistent morning social interaction from their owners show measurably lower baseline cortisol levels throughout the day. Lower stress, calmer behavior, a more settled nervous system, all from something that takes 30 seconds. You don't need to make it elaborate. You don't need to get on the floor and wrestle with them at 7 in the morning. Just wake up, Find their eyes and say their name with warmth. Let them greet you the way they want to greet you. Let that moment be theirs. Because here is what is actually happening when you do that, and this is the part most owners never hear. Your dog has been waiting. While you were asleep, their entire world was paused. You are the main event of their existence. And when you acknowledge them first, before the coffee, before the phone, before anything else, their brain registers something that no treat and no toy can replicate. It registers, I matter here. And a dog who believes they matter is a completely different animal than a dog who is not sure. Keep watching, because the difference between those two dogs will become very clear by the time we reach point 6. 2. Letting your dog sniff for as long as they need to. How many times have you tugged the leash on a walk because your dog stopped to smell something for the 10th time in 2 minutes? How many times have you said, come on, and kept moving because you had somewhere to be? Almost every owner has done this, and almost every owner has no idea what they just took away from their dog. To understand why this matters, you need to understand something about how your dog actually experiences the world. Humans are visual creatures. We process our environment primarily through what we see. Dogs are not like that. A dog's nose contains up to 300 million olfactory receptors. Humans have about 6 million.
This is chock full of AI voices. Loving it.
The part of a dog's brain dedicated to analyzing smells is proportionally 40 times larger than the equivalent part in a human brain. What does that mean in practical terms? When your dog stops and smells a fire hydrant or a patch of grass for 60 seconds, they are not wasting time. They are reading. They are receiving an entire story: which animals have been here, how long ago, what they ate, whether they were stressed, whether they were healthy. Every smell is a paragraph.
Whether they wrote poems or whether they wrote novels. Jesus fucking Christ.
Every surface is a page. Your neighborhood is a novel your dog has been trying to finish for years, and every time you pull them away, you are slamming the book shut mid-sentence. A landmark study published in Applied Animal Cognition found that dogs who were allowed to engage in extended sniffing sessions during walks showed significantly higher levels of optimism in subsequent behavioral tests compared to dogs who walked the same distance but were not allowed to sniff freely.
Optimism?
Read that again.
Oh,
optimism.
Wow.
Not just satisfaction, not just lower stress. Optimism. The way your dog is allowed to use their nose affects how they see the world. This is the walk your dog actually needs, not the fastest route around the block, a slower walk where they lead with their nose and you follow with patience. 20 minutes of genuine sniffing does more for your dog's mental health than an hour of pure physical exercise. And here is the deeper truth.
And you know, this is why my wife's dog, and you know, my son and I inherited Ellie. And she was actually a good dog. She was a little difficult, but you know, she was a pound puppy. But it's exactly why I have not gotten a new dog, and I miss that dog actually. But nope, apparently, you know, dogs are the new children, human children, and there's so much. You got to get insurance and you got to have shots. And I'm thinking about, now my father was actually really good with dogs, you know, all the shots would be gotten, but we're talking back in the 70s and 80s. He was actually pretty good. But you know, when a dog got too big for the backyard, he would go to my grandmother's house and she had like a couple acres. So, you know, it wasn't that big a deal. But nope, no way I'm getting a dog because I don't need another child.
When you stop pulling and start following, something shifts between you. Your dog begins to trust that being with you means their needs matter. That trust is the currency every other point in this video is built on. Keep watching, because we are just getting started. 3. Learning the difference between your calm voice and your loud one. Do you talk to your dog throughout the day? Do you narrate what you're doing? Greet them when you come home? Say their name just because you feel like it?
You talk to your
If you do,
baby throughout
you are doing
the
something
day.
far more powerful than you realize. If you don't,
No,
start today.
I am not
A
doing it.
2022 study from researchers in Budapest used brain imaging
No.
technology to measure how dogs responded to their owner's voice. What they found is one of the most remarkable discoveries in the entire field of animal cognition.
We're not doing
Dogs don't
dogs
just
a favor.
recognize their owner's voice. They process the emotional tone of that voice in the same hemisphere of the brain that humans use to process emotional communication. Your dog's brain has developed a dedicated system for reading how you speak to them. And here is what the data actually showed. When owners used a warm, slightly higher pitched tone, the kind of voice most people naturally use with babies or animals without even thinking about it, dogs showed immediate physiological signs of relaxation. Their heart rate dropped, their muscles released tension, their
Really?
eyes softened.
See,
When the
I
same
knew
owner
it was
spoke in
going
a
to come
flat,
to this. So we have to treat dogs like babies? No, no, no. Ooh, boy. This is some northern bullshit. Let's see. Lawrence says, but she had trouble adapting. Oh, shit. I imagine, especially if you're in the South. Well, you're up in a northern state. Interesting. I would think it'd be cool enough, where you live, Lawrence, wouldn't be that much different than Alaska. But what do I know? Yeah, okay. Well, I wouldn't think Montana would be like super different, but again, I'm not a climatologist. I'm not a not a meteorologist or weatherman or, climate expert.
Distracted tone, the dog's nervous system stayed alert, not because the words were different, because the warmth was gone. Your voice is one of the most powerful regulatory tools your dog will ever have access to.
Moxie.
Every
time
you greet them softly when you walk
I think I've seen a picture
every
of you
time
and
you
your
say
little
their name with genuine
She
affection,
she is a
every time
dog.
you whisper something to them while they lie beside you, you are reaching directly into their nervous system and telling it, everything is safe. You can relax. I'm here. No supplement, no calming spray, no anxiety wrap can do what your voice does when it carries real warmth.
You know that brain
And the beautiful thing is, your dog already knows the difference. They have always known. The question is whether you will be consistent enough for them to count on it. Stay with me, because point 4 is where most dog owners make the single biggest mistake they don't know they're making. 4.
Oh my
Playing
Lord.
with your dog
a
like the game
red
actually has
toy
stakes.
Poodle?
When
Is
was the
that
last
really
time
a
you
thing?
genuinely played with your dog? Not throwing a ball while you stood still and checked your messages. Not tossing a rope toy in their general direction. Actually played, fully present, fully
Well, I'm
engaged,
not gonna
making
tease
the
you that
game
much,
feel real.
Moxie.
Because there is a difference between keeping your dog entertained and actually fulfilling them. And that difference is the reason so many indoor dogs develop anxiety, destructive behavior, and what veterinary behaviorists increasingly recognize as canine depression. Dogs are not domesticated wolves in the sense that their instincts have been replaced. Their instincts have been redirected. Every breed.
Yeah. Inside dogs. I'm not going to go where someone like a Ryan might go. I can only look, Ryan, stop fussing at me about viewership. I literally look, thank God I'm not depending on YouTube for for my porridge in the morning. I think I'm just gonna do what the fuck I want to do. And it'll be okay. And what I want to do right now is tease Moxie. I'm struggling not to tease Moxie about her baby. I swear I'm struggling, Moxie.
From the smallest Chihuahua to the largest Great Dane carries a prey drive, a chase drive, a retrieve drive, a herding drive. These are not behavioral quirks. They are biological imperatives. And when those drives never get to express themselves.
Ryan has always been supportive, and Moxie, I don't always read signals right. I get a little defensive about my YouTube watch numbers, but I've suddenly discovered that it's better to have fun and do what I want to do. And you know, I am always open for Ryan and Moxie and especially Kimmy's suggestions, but it's more fun if I just meander. Intellectual meandering.
In a meaningful way, the energy doesn't disappear. It finds another outlet: your furniture, your shoes, your sanity. A study published in the Journal of Veterinary Behavior found that dogs with insufficient interactive play stimulation showed significantly elevated rates of separation anxiety, aggression, and compulsive behavior. These are not bad dogs. They are unfulfilled dogs. So what does real play look like? It means you move. You make the toy unpredictable. You let the game build. Slow movement, a pause, a sudden burst of energy. You let your dog win sometimes. You let them grab the toy and shake it and feel the satisfaction of the catch. You build.
Dogs will learn the family or they will learn you. They'll figure it out. Stop. To me, this is like, let's let the human adapt to the dog and not the other way around, which in my opinion is discounting the dog's intelligence. They will learn, for better or for worse. Not everything that a dog learns about their owner or their human is good. There are destructive behaviors, but we don't have to adapt to dogs. I will say this, there is such a thing, and I do believe this strongly. There's such a thing as responsible dog ownership. Don't be getting a Belgian Malinois and keeping it on like the 10th floor of some New York high rise. That is irresponsible. So, right dog for the right owner is my recommendation. They do have their own mind. And that's why you don't get an outside dog and keep them in an apartment or vice versa. It's easy to know how the breed works. Individual dog minds, that's a little bit more Russian roulette. They do want to make us happy, except when they don't. Sometimes we don't understand the dog rules. I have my dog, well, my wife's dog. We used to live, we were lucky because she used to get out of the house and it was kind of a running joke. We lived up on a mountain and she could actually run free. It was a dog friendly community. And actually where I live now is fairly dog friendly. Dogs get off the leash or outside of the yard all the time and they'll go visit their little friends. And there was some dog that used to come visit, my well, she became my dog. And you know what? It was like, oh, hey, I give them both treats. It's like, yeah, oh, look, it's your boyfriend. The bottom line is find the dog that fits your lifestyle. Don't get a big dog if you live in a walk-up apartment. And you don't really need to know much more than that, to be honest. Research. Like everything in life, you need to know as much as you can about what your future decision will be. Unless it's an emergency, then you just have to wing.
In a cool down at the end, a few moments of calm that let their nervous system come back down from the arousal of the game. That sequence, the build, the chase, the catch, the release, is not recreation to your dog. It is the ritual that confirms their identity. It is the experience that tells their brain, I am capable, I am alive, I am seen. And here's the part that will change how you approach every play session from now on. When you are the one on the other end of that game, fully present, making it real, your dog doesn't just see playtime, they see you as the one who understands what they are made of. That is a different level of bond than any amount of passive affection can create. Keep watching. Point 5 is about...
Yeah, any animal, dog, and I think dogs are especially suited to young kids, young children. Yeah, our first dog, my brother is quite a bit younger than I am, not 13 years younger, and he had his first dog. And I was in high school, and this dude, and we don't even know how this German Shepherd wound up in our yard. I suspect someone just dropped it there because they knew we loved dogs. So this German Shepherd, had worms and everything. And of course, my father, took it to the vet and got it all taken care of. But it was my brother's dog, and he named that German Shepherd George. So it was George the German Shepherd. And you know what though? That damn dog grew up to be beautiful. It was a smart and beautiful German Shepherd. It could slide down the sliding board on the playset. It was actually pretty funny. And he got too big for the backyard, so he wound up going down to my grandmother's house. But yeah, dogs and kids, I actually think it's kind of a good thing. I don't know. I like cats, but I think dogs are just more gregarious and like to play. They will play with kids and kind of engage with them. Cats won't necessarily. So anyway, I am wandering off. Pets are more pleasant than humans. That part I disagree with. Like a pet, you have to find your human, Ryan.
Something your dog does every single day that you have probably been misreading entirely. 5. Giving your dog a space that is completely theirs. Does your dog have a place they go to when the world gets to be too much? Not a crate you locked them in when they were a puppy. A place they chose. A corner they return to. A spot where no one bothers them. No one calls them. No one expects anything from them. If your answer is no, your dog has been living without something essential, and the effects of that absence are almost certainly showing up somewhere in their behavior.
What do you mean equally? Your husband and your dog? I hope, Mariah, it's your husband and your dog.
Here's the science. Dogs are not pack animals in the sense that they require constant social stimulation. They are social animals who also require withdrawal. The ability to move away from stimulation, from noise, from activity, from interaction, and enter a state of genuine rest is a neurological need, not a preference. A study published in the journal Animals found that dogs provided with a dedicated owner-respected retreat space showed significantly lower indicators of chronic stress compared to dogs in homes where no such space existed. And the key word in that finding is owner-respected. The space only works if the humans in the house understand that when the dog goes there, they are not to be disturbed, not called, not followed, not pulled back into the social world until they choose to return. This is where most owners get it wrong without meaning to. They give the dog a bed in the corner and then call them off at 30 seconds later. They set up a crate and then open it mid-rest to say hello. They reach down to pet the dog the moment the dog lies down. And every single one of those interruptions teaches the dog the same thing. There is no place in this home where I am truly safe to rest. The impact of that lesson compounds over time. A dog who cannot genuinely rest cannot genuinely recover. A dog who cannot recover accumulates stress. And accumulated stress expresses itself in ways that look from the outside like behavior problems, but are actually cries for a need that has never been met. Give your dog a place, a specific place. Put something there that smells like comfort. Let them find it on their own terms. And when they go there, treat them.
Well, I have had too many places that wound up being in our bed. It's like, we will take your dog bed and we'll put it in the corner of the room. You can go over there, and I promise we will not pet you, but yet depends on the dog. I don't know that I think it's good advice, but no. And my dog, one of these days I'll tell the story about this dog and my wife. The dog was a she, and my wife was a she. And my mother met my dog once, and my mother did not like dogs. So that's a story. That's a separate story. Not that it was violent or anything, but my mother, dogs always wanted to please my mother, and they would just wait, hold it. I can't lick you, and I can't cute you into petting me. And my mother was like, nope. He just was not into them. So
that space like sacred ground, because to your dog, it is. And when you understand what happens in point 6, you will see exactly why all of this matters more than you ever imagined. 6. Staying completely still when your dog chooses to rest against you. You know the moment.
I don't
you sit
know
down
about
on the couch and your
this
dog
point,
slowly,
Moxie.
deliberately walks over, circles once, and presses their body against yours, or climbs up and drapes themselves across your legs. Your arm goes numb, your show is impossible to watch, you cannot reach anything useful, and you do not move. Most people treat this as a funny inconvenience, a cute story to tell. But what is actually happening in that moment is one of the most profound acts of communication an animal is capable of. Sleep is the single most vulnerable state any living creature can enter. When an animal sleeps, their defenses are down, their awareness shuts off, their ability to detect and respond to threats disappears. In the wild, a dog would not sleep pressed against another creature unless something deep in their biology had decided beyond all doubt that this creature would not harm them while they were helpless. When your dog chooses to fall asleep touching you, they are not just being comfortable, they are making a declaration. They are saying, out of every place in the world, out of every surface and corner and safe spot available to me, I have chosen you. You are the safest place I know. And the way you respond in that moment either honors that declaration or erodes it. Every time you stay still, every time you sacrifice comfort and convenience and just let them sleep, you are answering their declaration with one of your own. I see what you gave me, and I will not take it for granted. Think back to every point we covered in this video. The consistent morning greeting that told them they matter, the unhurried walks where their nose led the way, the warmth in your voice that reached directly into their nervous system, the play sessions that honored their instincts, the retreat space that gave them permission to truly rest. Every single one of those things was a deposit into an account your dog keeps track of in a way no spreadsheet could ever capture. And when they press their body against yours and close their eyes, that is the moment the account comes full circle. That is your dog showing you the total. That is trust made physical. You will never be able to look at that moment the same way again. And you shouldn't. Because it was never just a nap. It was everything you built together, arriving all at once. If this video changed the way you see your dog, share it with someone who loves their dog and deserves to know this. Subscribe to Canine Mind. We are here every week helping you understand the animal that chose to spend their one life with you. They deserve to be understood. And so do you.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's your dog when he gets books. So here's the link to that last video. I did not put that in the show notes. Let's see. We are almost at 4 hours. Apparently this isn't going to be a super long show. Unless I can think of a reason to stay longer. And I guess I ought to do the commercial. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Let's get up to 20 likes. A tad shy. If you're new to the show, yeah, it can often just like you're wondering why the fuck is he doing a show? But it gets like that sometimes. Support the show by supporting the host. Ways to do it are in the banner crawl at the bottom of the screen. Let us thank Mariah for supporting this upcoming Saturday show. No idea what it'll be about at this point, but it's only Tuesday. So it'll coagulate. It won't come together. It won't congeal. It will coagulate like blood. So that's how we are. So now, why am I not hearing? Oh shoot! Did I hit the stop button? God damn it!
We'll talk about Clarksville.
So this will be. Let's refresh it, I guess.
Hit your limit. What? He's back. Dude, that's crazy. Huge shout out to Black Hawk, who apparently doesn't have a limit. By the way, this is what the storm looks like deep inside of that hail core there. Nick is deep in there. Look at this. This is what the storm looks like. So if you're in front of this thing, if you're about to get hit by this storm here in Fort Worth, it just got upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm, by the way. This is what you've got in store for you, okay? This is what's coming straight for you.
Well,
there in
hopefully
Wheatland,
you have your
Texas,
hatches battened down there.
Towards you in Crescent, Boss, Plover, and if it holds
call in
together,
if you
potentially all the way
can.
over there towards Burleson, Texas. The conditions that you're seeing here are the conditions that are coming straight for you. This is intense. Dang, this thing is really kind of cranked up on the hail and the wind side. You can see the hailstones bouncing off the road up there now. He might lose his windshield. He might actually lose his windshield. Heaviest hail is currently going over Claiborne Highway. Oh, yeah. There's some larger hail in there. I wish we had audio. We don't. He doesn't transmit audio for some reason. This would sound, this would sound plumb wild. Here, do you want me to do it? That's probably what it sounds like right there. I think he's about to lose his windshield because the hail is definitely getting larger.
Yeah, this looks precarious.
So once again, they upgraded this to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We're talking about baseball-sized hail and damaging winds coming into the greater southern Fort Worth area. This does not include White Settlement or Arlington. It does include Benbrook. It does include Crowley, Burleson, and places, especially right here near Lakeshore Estates. You guys are in for a significantly bad, damaging storm. Okay.
I know Switch Networks, there's going to be
we've got a little bit of a lesser
of
storm coming through downtown Dallas right. It's coming into the Dallas area. That's definitely going to cause some problems. You can see here from Nick Busby's point of view, it's a pretty dark, ominous cloud coming into Dallas right now. How are you guys doing in Dallas?
Had to switch
you
over.
are going to get some hail and some winds, especially in Oldham, Meters, University Park, Zaka Junction. I think that if you're in Plano, you're going to get hardly nothing. You're going to get hardly nothing in Plano. If you are in Rockwall, probably hardly nothing. But if you are in Highland Park down to Garland, Rowlett, and Mesquite, you got a better chance of getting some of that hail and some of those winds. I got a traffic camera in Crescent, and it doesn't work. Daggone it. Nick is doing a good job of showing us what's going on in there, though. Big time. Beefy meatball supercell coming into Crescent, Godley, Burleson, and Joshua, all the way down to Cleburne, Texas. That's why we've got that, severe thunderstorm warning with the destructive tag. And it still has a little bit of rotation on it. It's still got a little bit of, some spin to it. That's why we got a tiny little bit of a dangly bit right here on Bob Pack's feed here from Crescent. You can see right there. But for the most part, the thing that we're most concerned about at this very moment is the large hail and damaging winds that are coming into Crescent. Dude, every time I look at Nick's feed, it just keeps getting worse. By the way, Nick is in the WeatherWise app. If you're following along in the WeatherWise app, you can see the radar here at the KFWS radar in Fort Worth, and you'll see Nick's there just to the west of that near Crescent, and he is absolutely in the core of the storm, son. I still can't get over the hailstones bouncing off that roof. Dude, now we've got debris flying through the air over here where
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Dude, this is insane. He's really close to Crescent. So Once again, we've got the rotation there just to the north of Crescent, where a tornado might be trying to form again right now. We're in a similar situation where we were with Adam Lucio earlier, where he was driving through the rear flank downdraft, and there was a tornado in front of him. Similar thing is happening here potentially with Nick Busby. He's on Highway 171 heading into the town of Crescent. The rotation is to his left, I guess, on this side of the road, but it's coming up. The rear flank downdraft is going down in front of him and then wrapping around right in front of him to where the tornado might be. So you can see we've got damaging winds happening right here in real time. The same things that we're seeing right here are happening in the town of Crescent. So they're taking on damage right now in Crescent, and that's going to continue to go over towards Chiggerfield and Winscott. Winscott and Boss, you guys are in the path of this. Can we show that one, Jared? Okay. So we are concerned about our friends in Crescent. Yeah, that latest scan, this is a tornado. I think we just saw a tornado spin up near Nick. I think that's what it is. Look at this. The latest scan on radar here shows a much tighter velocity couplet. Nick is right in here, and he just saw the tornado form, or he was a part of that process. And now it's likely either down or about to be down on the northeast side of Crescent near Chiggerfield. That could be coming down towards Godley. Dang, very damaging storm down here near the Motorsport Ranch, Chiggerfield, potential tornado. We don't have a tornado warning here anymore, but they're probably going to issue another one because of this. We're probably going to get another one just because of this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we did have some, people under the bridge there, unfortunately. We did get a new tornado warning for that. Okay, so we saw the rotation come together here near Crescent. And now they've got a tornado warning. Okay, so tornado warning in effect for Cleburne and Keene. Okay. So that's exactly what we just saw happen from Nick Smigo's point of view. We saw the tornado form. He was pretty close by. Now it's there. Weather Service says radar indicated rotation. I would say that there's got to be somebody out there reporting an actual tornado at this point. Could have been brief, but we're taking shelter out there in Godley and Cleburne, okay? Sirens are going off in Cleburne right now for a reason. Let's go back up to Dallas. Dallas is, still looking at a storm coming in right now. It's much smaller. It's much smaller than the one that Nick's on. But look at this. Nick Busby is showing us the base of that storm as it comes into Dallas. So this one's got some smaller hail and a little bit of a lesser tornado potential, but it's still a strong storm that we've got to take seriously. Back down here to Crescent, a tornado is down near him on Highway 171 right now, near Nick. All right, this is going to continue to go down towards Godley and Joshua. You guys need to be taking shelter. You are under a tornado warning. By the way, Andy did nail that tornado warning, and he is unreal at this. This guy, Black Hawk, with another one. What happened to your limit? What happened to your limit? I thought you hit your limit. We are so grateful, Black Hawk, but you have really done enough. Thank you so much for the unbelievable generosity. All right, I see some bigger stones out there. Yeah, we're seeing some bigger stones hit the pavement out there in Crescent right now. We're not going to see as large of stones come into Dallas, but the storm honestly looks more interesting, the one that's coming into Dallas right now. If you guys go outside, peek outside real quick, as you're going into your safe spot, if you look outside, you'll see a nice little storm. You can see almost the whole structure because it's so tiny. But yeah, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning in University Park. That's coming right for you. Let me zoom out a little bit, give you guys a little bit of context here of what we're looking at. We've got some strong storms all around Dallas and Fort Worth. We do have a couple of tornado warnings over here on the Oklahoma-Arkansas border as well. We're still taking shelter, hopefully, out here in Arkansas near DeQueen. We do have a strong storm coming over towards Dierks. So we're going to be watching these storms as they move towards you right now. Just stay sheltered. That's the main thing. That's all we're worried about. We got a lot of storms in and around Little Rock and just generally Arkansas. The most concerning one as far as the severe weather threat goes is probably going to be this one over here coming into Daniel Mountain. Okay, there's some rotation on it, and just generally it's dropping large hail and damaging winds across a much larger area. And then in Tennessee, we've got a couple of storms coming through, but they're mostly below severe limits. Clarksville, you guys have a special weather statement. And if you haven't heard me talk about this before, what a special weather statement is it's a Temu diet, sugar-free, boneless, gluten-free, PG, synthetic severe thunderstorm warning, okay? Ketogenic, it's the level below a severe thunderstorm warning. It is essentially the National Weather Service's y'all watch. They're like, hey, look at this. That's about it. We're talking about max hail of 0 inches in Clarksville and 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if that changes, if we end up getting some larger hail or some other developments down there, we will be the first to let you know. There is a tornado warning down here for Horatio. I've got a viewer over here saying this was my first. That was fast. I'm an anxious mama, but I was prepared. Okay, yeah, that storm that just went by was pretty good, but you do have another one nearby, so I would stay sheltered for the next few minutes. Okay, coming back over here to Texas, this is where all the action is right now. We do have that really powerful supercell that's trying to wrap up again as it goes down towards Cleburne. We've got a great view of this from Nick's point of view. It's knocked over this thing, whatever that is, and it is continuing to cause problems as the storm goes down towards Godley, Joshua, and Cleburne. And there ain't no way. Justin, wait, what's even happening in chat? I don't even know what's happening in chat. Justin Peternell also sent 50 gifter memberships. Justin's another longtime, big-time supporter. Black Hawk is getting close to gifting 1,000 memberships. Never seen anything like this. This is unprecedented activity inside of a YouTube chat. Even like the people at YouTube are probably like, what's going on in this chat right now? What is happening right now? This is crazy. And he just did it again. 50 more. What's happening? Yeah, we do have a things knocked over alert out here where Nick is. I've seen several things knocked over. Dude, Vivi Lore just gifted 50 memberships. They're literally, what happens if you buy 50 gifted memberships and there's not even 50 unmembered people? What happens then? It might start a black hole. Be careful, guys. I don't know what happens. I don't think YouTube is even prepared for this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we did get a new tornado warning for areas over here in Arkansas. New tornado warning for Dirksen, Locksburg, and Nashville, Arkansas. So these cells that are coming through to Queen are rotating, and they are pushing down into the deeper parts of southwestern portions of Arkansas. These will eventually try to go down to Arkadelphia as well. So y'all need to be watching out over there. I got a camera in Arkadelphia. We're nowhere near close enough to see this, but as it gets closer, we'll be able to look deeper in there. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning right now in portions of Alabama. This is going to be Butler and Crenshaw counties. Georgiana, you got hit by a storm there just a few moments ago, and now it's moving towards Brantley. And we've got a camera down here, but it looks like it's down. Coming back down here to Fort Worth, once again on the southwest side, we've got that incredible destructive severe thunderstorm warning with a 60-mile-per-hour wind and baseball-sized hail threat. And then we've got that tornado warning in Cleburne. Cleburne, you guys got to be sheltering right now. Somebody out here in Crescent said they're hiding. They're hiding from the storm right now. That's honestly probably smart. You got to get indoors, away from windows, underground if you can. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Yeah, the way the memberships are picked, I'm pretty sure.
You do
is
realize I
YouTube
live in your
decides.
tornado alley, just on
Black
the.
Hawk doesn't.
I live in Tornado Alley where I am in Georgia, but usually by the time the weather gets over here, it's kind of denatured and spread. Kind of dissipated, I guess is a better word. So. It's cloudy over here, and if it's heading east, we'll get it.
And there was just another one. Debash just did 50. I can't. I mean.
Yeah, that is true.
I can't even.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I really don't think this ever happened before. This is the member-a-thon. This is the member-thon. Wait, no. I'm trying to think of a name to commemorate this event. I can't think of anything right now. You guys help me. This is nuts, though. Thank you all for so much support. Seriously, you guys already, just by watching the streams, you already give us the best jobs in the world. And you guys also support our nonprofit organization where we go and help people. Like, you guys allow us to do a lot of stuff. And on top of that, you're just generally extra supportive too, which is rare these days on the internet. You guys are the best chat out of anybody's chat on the internet. I think that is, I think that's pretty safe to say. Howard and Sevier counties, you guys are still under a tornado warning out here in Arkansas. Nashville, I got somebody down here in Nashville telling me there's a tornado warning in Nashville, Arkansas. Yes, you're going to be under that for 42 minutes.
Well, Mariah, I'm from Savannah, so I'm kind of, we can get tornadoes down there, but growing up, there are hurricanes and like major thunderstorms, and you always have those independent thunderstorm things. So I'm not making a comparison, but I am saying that I've been through this sort of thing before, and you are happy the next morning, raking up leaves or branches, and the house didn't get demolished. So hopefully everyone listening to the show will be fine.
Dropping at least ping pong ball size hail out here. And then we got another storm heading down towards Philadelphia, Mississippi. And we can see that one pretty good here from our Hazcam in Edinburgh, Mississippi. You got some hail in there, but mostly just some heavy rain and some strong winds. This is associated with a severe thunderstorm warning for Neshoba and Winston counties in Mississippi. Somebody in Meridian says, I'm ready for some fun. Well, you're in it. You should already be having some fun. Your time to shine. Again, that storm up here in Dallas, by the way, has gotten so small, it doesn't even have a warning anymore. Just completely petered out. But the one south of Fort Worth continues to be a monster meatball supercell as it goes down into Cleburne. And it is going to try to rotate again here, potentially producing another, attempted tornado here. We've got a nice traffic camera view of the storm as it comes in. And, of course, we still have Bob and Nick and all these other guys, too. So we'll keep up with them. Membership Palooza 2026. This is crazy. We're all going to remember this. We were all here for Membership Palooza 2026. Can you believe it? The chat, I don't think I've ever seen the chat go this fast. It's crazy. If you're just now tuning in, we're in the middle of Membership Palooza. We've got some very generous people in the chat who are spreading some love. We've got all kinds of new members, and we've also got just a lot of good support coming in out there. And on top of that, we're also covering the weather. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning out here for areas south of Fort Worth for some destructive hail. And then also down south of Burleson,
the birds
in the town
are
of
coming
Cleburne,
out.
we have a tornado warning right now. Rotation is trying to come together here. It's let up a little bit, but it's going to try to.
That's that biblical thing. The bird comes back with an olive branch or something like that.
Do it again. So we're here relaying that information as we got storm chasers on the ground on that. We got severe storms all over the place, though. It's not just out there in Texas. We've also got them out here in Mississippi. We've got stuff going on in Meridian, Mississippi right now, where we have a bunch of
it is heading east.
Some damaging winds coming into Meridian, and also some
we'll be doing this show
hail. This is all moving up into Alabama.
From the opposite
into
end.
Alabama, and we're watching it come in through our network of tower cameras.
They're not
and
flying
stuff like that.
rats
So
Damn
this is
it.
going to continue to be a long night of severe weather. We do have storms coming into Middle Tennessee, but they're mostly not that bad. Like this is mostly rain. This is just rain for the most part. I think some places will get severe thunderstorm warnings. We are under a severe thunderstorm watch.
They don't
for the
come
next
from
6
rats.
hours. But
They
once
come
again,
from,
I don't see
like,
anything too concerning right now in
lizards.
Tennessee. I'll let you know if that changes. Stronger storms are moving through north central Arkansas.
I imagine it'll dissipate. We'll get a little tornado warning.
Some very
I'm
strong
good.
hail and rain that's coming into this area near
It's
Daniel
just
Mountain. That's why I
me
hit
here
Fayetteville
right
earlier
now
with the large hail.
I know how to batten down the hatches.
And we still got some stuff floating around out here, but for the most part, the biggest most action is happening in Mississippi right now and back here in Texas, where we're continuing to watch this storm come out of Fort Worth. I'm going to zoom out though and show the whole region here so you can see your dot on the map. Thanks for all the love in the WeatherWise app too. We got so many people who are
he's
pro subscribers that you can't even, like, it looks like everybody is. But of course, if it wasn't for you guys doing that, we wouldn't be able to have the app be free for everybody else. The best thing about WeatherWise app is it's free and everybody can have it. We did just get a new tornado warning too on this cell out here in Arkansas, Scott and Yell counties. There's some rotation right Oleo. Some rotation out there near Oleo, or am I saying that right? And Blue Ball. Okay, we've got some rotation right here just to the southwest of Blue Ball, and that's going to be right up Highway 80.
Blue Ball?
And potentially go right by Blue Ball into Waltrick and Shabalite Springs.
Yeah, they're hating on birds. I will roll a
Once again, we just got a tornado warning for Scott and Yell counties out here. If I zoom in here real close, you can see that we are at the Dry Creek Wilderness near the Petite Jean Mountain. And if you go up Highway 80 from Union Hill, you'll come right up to Blue Ball. Right. If you know where Chop Off Mountain is, Chop Off Mountain right there is Blue Ball right next to it. Then you're going to see Callahan's Knob right next to Blue Ball. And then that's going to go up to Waltrick and then Shark. So all these places are actually in the path of some rotation here as the storm goes off to the north and east. This is a tornado warning for Scott and Yell counties. Scott and Yell counties, all of those places that I just named off are inside of that tornado warning right now.
Coors Light here, but I'm on.
Let's go down here to Mississippi, though. I don't want to miss this severe thunderstorm warning that just came out for the great town of Energy and Middleton. Okay, and also Increase.
Oh, damn it!
You guys are in the path of a 1.25 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds.
It's the
Bimville,
little boy,
Almucha, and Tumsuba. You guys are getting some of the stronger parts of the storm right now coming out of Meridian. And next in line, it's coming into Alabama. We can see it coming. You can see it coming. If you squint hard enough, you can see a little bit of some of the shelf cloud out there in the distance. That'll become more visible as we get closer.
I'm not wasted, Ryan.
Back over here to Texas. Nick is still driving down the road, showing us this big-time storm in Texas as it gets closer to Cleburne. We still have a tornado warning in effect. Thank you, Crystal, for becoming a member.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we did get a new tornado warning out here in Arkansas. Man, we got a big old cluster of tornado warnings over here in Arkansas, don't we? This is going to be for Hempstead, Howard, and Sevier counties in Arkansas. This does include Nashville. Somebody said the sky and clouds are getting more green. Does that mean anything? Not necessarily. You do got a storm coming. The sky's going to do all kinds of crazy things. One of them is it's going to try to produce a tornado. Okay, so you got to take shelter out here for the next 47 minutes. 47 minutes, take shelter. Again, we got a tornado warning now for Hempstead and Howard counties in Arkansas for 47 minutes. That's going to go on for about 13,000 people. The rotation currently. Hold on. A little bit of a radar hole out here, but the rotation currently is near Blue Bayou, moving down towards Temperanceeville, Nashville, Unity, Bel Air, Clow, Ozanne, McCaskill, and Blevins and Wallaceburg. You guys are all under a tornado warning now. By the way, Terrell County, Texas, there's population one. There's one person inside of this severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Sir or ma'am, get indoors and away from windows. Of reports coming in down here, baseball size hail. So we did get the big hail storm out here. It just wasn't in downtown Dallas, thank goodness. Baseball size hail report, 3-inch hail. 3-inch hail fell down here near Godley. So the hail was very large, and it probably still is as it comes into Keene, and that's going to go down towards Alvarado as well. You have to be right there near the core of the base of the supercell before you get that, I guess, because I'm getting reports up here near Joshua of just pea-size hail. This traffic camera right here is about to get hit by one of the stronger parts of the storm, so it'll be interesting to see if we see any baseball-size hail right here. Again, I got to go visit some of these other tornado warnings out here. We've got a tornado warning for those of you who may just now be tuning in for Hempstead, Howard, and Sevier counties in Arkansas. That's going to be Mineral Springs and Nashville in Arkansas. Take shelter now. Also, breaking news. Our severe thunderstorm warning down here in Texas just got upgraded. 4-inch hail. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for 4-inch hail coming into Johnson County now. This is a potentially catastrophic hailstorm coming down towards Cleburne, Keene, and Grandview. Cleburne, Keene, and Grandview, potentially catastrophic hailstorm coming in right now. We've got all kinds of reports coming in along the highway here. We actually got an official report. We got a report of a grapefruit-sized hailstone. This is actually measured. Grapefruit-sized hailstone, a catastrophic hailstone. This can cause structural damage to buildings, punch through metal, and be lethal. Take shelter immediately. The storm is dropping grapefruit-sized hail. The part where the reports are coming from, it's coming towards this traffic camera. I don't know if we're going to see that large of hailstones right here or not, but that's an official report coming in of a 4.5-inch hailstone. That's huge. And it's starting to hook. Look, you got your rotation coming back right here. Somebody says, Meemaw got her helmet out for this. Sounds like we need it. Meemaw, not just Meemaw. All of us need it.
Wow.
That's crazy. That's one of the biggest hailstone reports we've seen while live on the air. I mean, don't get me wrong. We had the big giant hail in Illinois that was like anomalous. And we've seen 4 to 5 inch hail reports before, but they're rare. So this is a monster hailstorm coming down into Cleburne right now. If somebody got a picture of that hailstone, please send it to us. RyanHallYall.com/submit. Here's what it looked like in Godley, Texas as it came in. There might be a grapefruit-sized hailstone out there. Oh my, sounds like meteors coming down. Why are these hailstones so bouncy?
Because they're basketballs?
This is an incredible video. Oh my goodness. And here's some of the damage out there from mineral wells. So we did have damage out there in mineral wells from the tornado. Oh, wow. Significant damage. And I don't think we can show it, but we've seen other images of even worse damage than this. Unfortunately, our tornado up there in mineral wells did do very significant damage out there in Texas. So we were live. I mean, this happened just not too long ago. So we're working on getting more details on that. But that's, that's some of the damage. I think that was an SLC chase. Large hail out there in Lawrence County, Missouri. Busted out windshields in Missouri again. More Springfield devastation from this hail. And then there's our rainbow in Cape Girardeau. Thank you guys for tuning in. More rainbows, more hail damage. Once again, RyanHallYall.com/submit if you want to share photos and videos with me. Wow. All right, so our big hailstorm is coming into Cleburne right now. Once again, I don't know if it's going to be dropping, grapefruit-sized hail on this traffic camera here, but we're going to try to see what happens. It's definitely still got a big, nasty hail core on it right now. Cleburne is staying, or Nick is getting ready to drive through Cleburne right now. And then we do have another area where we're watching for a tornado right here. So another, hook is formed on this storm. It's starting to rotate more as it goes down towards Rio Vista. Bob Pack is looking at this storm from a little bit of a distance. Our traffic camera that was perfectly positioned is down. So I don't know if that means a grapefruit-sized hailstone took it out or what. Again, there's your rotating part of the storm. Another tornado is going to try to come out of this thing. We might see a tornado warning for this in Rio Vista soon. Coming back over here into Mississippi, we do have a considerable damage threat, severe thunderstorm warning for Philadelphia and surrounding areas. This is going to be capable of producing golf ball size hail. And it's moving over there towards DeKalb next. You guys need to be getting ready for that. And we just got a bunch of storms moving down here into the Meridian and Livingston area between Mississippi and Alabama. And then we have a bunch of tornado warnings out here in Arkansas. This storm right here doesn't really look like it's rotating much anymore, but I would stay sheltered out here around Blue Ball and Callahan's Knob for the next little bit, especially if you're right there near Chop Off Mountain, near Blue Ball. Stay sheltered for 36 more minutes. And then that storm's going to come up towards Danville. We'll see what happens with that. Down here in Nashville and Mineral Springs in Arkansas, we do have our rotation moving through Mineral Springs right now. And that's going to keep going down towards Washington, Ozanne, and Blevins. So for 36 more minutes, stay sheltered out there. And we just got a new tornado warning for areas south. Well, this includes Cleburne, but it's pretty much right where meteorologist Andy Hill's Y'all Watch was. So he nailed it once again. We got an early call out on that, and now we're getting to shelter out there in Lone Willow, Rio Vista, and the Cross Creek Estates area. A tornado is happening now or soon right in here. Nick is trying to stay out in front of it, trying his best. This traffic camera right here should see some large hail. And I think that's what we're seeing fly by. The fact that we can see stuff falling out of the sky here on this low resolution means it's pretty big. So large hail is coming into the town of Cleburne. If it's still producing, if it's still producing grapefruit size hail in the town of Cleburne, that's going to be a disaster and a half. By the way, I think we have a debris signature too. Tornado debris signature, tornado on the ground near the Cleburne golf links. So we have a hail disaster and a tornado disaster potentially coming together at the same time. The Cross Creek Estates needs to be in their safe spot right now. Again, we got a tornado debris signature. If you're on your WeatherWise app, switch from reflectivity to correlation coefficient, and you'll be able to see this debris signature right here in the hook. There's stuff there that shouldn't be there, or that's different size from the raindrops that are around it. And it's likely debris that's being lofted up by the tornado that's happening near the Cleburne golf links right now. So a tornado is on the ground, and it's coming down towards Rio Vista. It's going to come awfully daggone close to the Lowell Smith Middle School. The Lowell Smith Middle School is in the path. You've also got down there the cross section, the country club, and then we can't forget about Highway 17 or Highway 171 over here near Parker and Rio Vista. You guys all need to be taking shelter right now. Holy smokes. So you got the big hail coming through Cleburne. And Keene. And you got the tornado on the south side of Cleburne right now. Again, we've got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning out here, even outside of the tornado warning. So we're talking about the villages of Mayfield, Sand Flat, all the way down there to Grandview. We are thinking that we'll see up to 4-inch hail on this. 4-inch hail. That's larger than softball sized hail. If you're just now tuning in, we got a damaging tornado going on down here in Cleburne or south of Cleburne. And it's going to be right there near the Cleburne Golf Links. Coming into the country club area. So please take shelter out here if you haven't already. This is a dangerous storm. We've got definitely damage being done and potentially even 2 tornadoes.
Oops. So is everyone out of that danger zone? If so, I'm going to move on. And very briefly, because I just put some hand-cut French fries into the oven, and I don't know that this needs to go farther. So if everyone's off, this actually kind of caught my attention. It's if we need to go back to the weather, just let me know. But it's Maury Povich. I had no clue Maury was still a thing. And apparently he's on YouTube on par with Maury Povich. And he's interviewing Joy Reid. And I better throw up like a screen. I don't know if this is syndicated or just what. But I'm going to subscribe just to make sure that's my shield. And I am going to put up my little handmade whatchamacallit thing. Let's see where it's got to be fair use. So let's hear the raw truth about my MSNBC firing and YouTube success from Joy Reid via Maury Povich.
How would you like to be a cable news star, and then all of a sudden, you're out, you're gone,
cable news star,
taken right off the air? That's Joy Reid. Guess what? It never died there. She is now a big YouTube star, has her own channel, and does a lot of news, and maybe a little opinion. Or maybe a lot of opinion.
There's never need to thank me.
Joy's
I
our guest.
enjoyed
For
hanging
years,
out with y'all.
my next guest
And this won't
was
be
a
long.
dominant force in cable news
I'm just
until
curious
a little
how
over a
this
year
started.
ago, when her world,
And Skater,
I
you
wouldn't say
know
collapsed, but
how
it
much
shifted. Joy Reid
I
recently
admire
celebrated
you and
her fire
all that
anniversary,
stuff.
right? That's the year after you get fired. Wow. Fired from MSNBC, while most would see it was an ending,
wow,
Joy
still
saw
good.
it as a launch pad. Today, we're talking about how she stepped into her own world with a very successful show on YouTube. How are you?
Well, first of all,
Yeah,
Maury Povich.
come on now.
I can't believe that I'm sitting in front of you because I'm a fan. Let me get the fangirling out of the way first so that I don't embarrass myself for the rest of this interview. But you're such a
Yeah, this is
legend.
not-
I'm just in
this
awe of
is
being
not
able to
gonna-
meet you. And I'm also, I feel really dumb right now because
I
I used to work
adore you too,
with your
Skater.
niece and
Yes.
had no idea that you were
My
related.
niece, Izzy.
And your last names are Povich. And I, as
I
a
am
journalist, did
not
not
sure.
catch that.
Yes.
And let me
But it's
just
great to
say
meet you.
this.
Izzy started on my show
think-
as one of my show producers, and then married my nephew.
I'm
who's
going to make
my-
a weird confession here. I think Joy Reid has a pretty face. I actually think she's attractive, and smart. So, yep, I'll say it. She's not your traditional Eurocentric beauty standard, but I don't think she's ugly. There, I said it. God damn it.
a director on the show, Andrew Povich, and then she went to MSNBC where you met her.
Yep.
And now she's a big deal at CNN.
She is indeed. I love that. Well, it's great to meet you, and
Good.
you are of good family.
Okay. Your fire anniversary. Did you see it coming?
You know, it's so interesting because I have been asked this question, and it's a yes and no, right? Like, I had some battles with MSNBC. Let's just be clear. Like, toward the end, we were going back and forth over whether I was allowed to cover Elon Musk throwing up what really looked like a Hitler salute. was waived off of that, and I'd gone back and forth on, some of the way that I'm covering issues, the way I'm covering Gaza, things like that. And my social media, they hated. But I didn't think that I was in danger of being fired over it, right? I knew that I had challenges with
I always
management.
thought you were.
And I knew
Not
that a
like
lot of
super
my
pretty,
sort of
not
coverage
your
decisions they didn't
traditional
like.
pretty,
So
but
no,
if
I
you're
didn't
like
really see it coming
me,
from that point of view
and
at all. And we
sometimes,
had actually just
there
won
are
2 weeks before I was
diamonds in the
fired
rough.
another NAACP Image Award. So my last communications with management were them congratulating
I
us on
just
the
tell her to
award,
stop
telling
doing
us that
weird
our
things with
numbers
her
were looking
hair.
good, that we had
That
a
would
really
be my only
significant
request.
increase in our
Did they tell you
ratings.
first before they put it out?
Absolutely not.
Isn't that something?
No.
Isn't that something?
Yeah. Well,
I always say about management, I mean, sometimes there's just no humanity in it. It happened to me.
Look,
Fired
Mariah, real
in the-
men
in the
know
press.
how to. Real men know what to do. And again, I'm a little old, so maybe I just kind of know more than some of the YNs. But I was kind of raised, and again, I get called a boomer, and I'm right on that edge. I am the last year Gen X, but she's like actually smart and interesting. So again, I just, if she could just just shave your hair and let it grow, we'll just deal with it. Um, I had a girlfriend years ago who was a black woman, physics major, by the way, and she was smart, who had alopecia, and she had a very short haircut. And I honestly didn't have a problem with it. She was very pretty, as they say, you've got a nice shaped head. If all else fails, have a nice round head. You kind of look good bald. But I could deal with it.
From a local TV job in LA before they told me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they let you know. So what the way that it all played out was strange, right? They leaked it. So they let it leak. And then I started getting people calling me saying, want to make sure you're okay. Because I'm hearing, and I'm like, I hadn't heard anything like that. So we went ahead and did our show. It was a Friday night. We do our show as normal. They said nothing to us. We got to the end of our show, wrapped it, sent everybody home for a fabulous weekend.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I get a call at about
it was kind of funny.
40. The show ended.
But it's kind of funny, Skater. She's doing well on YouTube. Same thing with Don Lemon. These people, number one, they got paid handsomely. So it wasn't like, they were gonna be, and it's possible, that they could be stretched for money. But I mean, these people were making like, in the upper six figures, if not seven figures. She is just doing well. Don Lemon, I think if I remember the last time I looked, he's got like 2 million 2 million subscribers in like less than a year, maybe less than 2 years. I mean, they're gonna do well. Same thing with Joy Reid. She kind of started off slow, if I recall, but no, she's doing fine. And as a matter of fact, they kind of unleashed. Look, there are no corporate like cages to keep these people in. Here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna release a Joy Reid and a Don Lemon, and people like them. And there are others. There's Chris Saliza. You're going to release these people in the wild, and you're going to wind up with left-wing Rush Limbaughs. Dude, these people do not know what they're doing. Joy Reid is still fairly young. Don Lemon still fairly young. I remember Rush Limbaugh. And the reason I remember Rush Limbaugh is an old college roommate who is a liberal, probably to the left of me a bit. He's like, hey, have you ever heard of Rush Limbaugh? And as it turns out, I was in the Navy at the time, and there was like some little, actually decent lunch place that would have something they used to call rush rooms. There were like, kind of middle to high end lunch places that would pipe Rush Limbaugh into the dining area over lunch. And that was how they got people to come in and have lunch. So me and some of my Navy buddies, shit, yeah. And I was never a big fan of Rush. I've never been, to the right of center, but I am left of center. And I always thought Rush Limbaugh was interesting and funny, by the way. But no, we go over there for like back in those days, we're talking early 90s, like a $10 lunch. And no, it wasn't, it was back in the early 90s. $10 would fill you up till dinner time or beyond. Yeah, we would go there just to hear Rush Limbaugh. There is a danger because MAGA isn't that bright, and MSNBC and all these people, they're letting what's his name? They're letting all these smart and kind of edgy, like Joy Reid is gone kind of edgy. Don Lemon, what he did in Minnesota, that's kind of edgy, and he's going to get away scot-free. Trump is not going to be able to, they're not going to be able to prosecute. As a matter of fact, I think Don Lemon, he's pretty much done with that bullshit. And a grand jury would not indict him. We're talking 20 years down the line. MAGA is not that bright. They are literally shaking the tree, all these short-term thinkers. And that's the horrible thing about American politics. People can only think 5 or 10 years down the line, and mostly it's 5 or less years. Y'all are, Joy Reid's gonna be a beast. Don Lemon's gonna be a beast. There will be a left wing Rush Limbaugh, and it may not be Joy Reid or Don Lemon. It might be a Stanley Cross. But probably not. But MAGA's not bright.
At 8, I get a call about 8:40 because I do the show from home on Fridays, and it was my boss asking.
They always do it on a Friday.
They always do it on a Friday, and they say, and she says to me, Rebecca, she says, well, are you available to take a call tomorrow at noon? And she never called me. Like, this is not somebody who would like call me on a regular basis. Like I had a much closer relationship with Phil Griffin. Like he might call me, right? She never called me.
That's the former boss.
My former boss. And so she asked me, could I speak at noon? So that's when I knew, oh, okay, I guess I'm getting fired. What I didn't expect, honestly, once I realized that the leaks were true, what I didn't think is they were going to fire my whole team. That they were going to lay everyone off and make everyone reapply for their jobs. Yeah. That's the way it generally works at places like CNN.
Did they get jobs or not?
Most of them did, but not all.
This is what I believe about being fired. You always spend your whole life. That's the one thing you dread. You never want to be fired.
That's
ever.
Right.
And I figured out a long time ago, it's not the act of being fired. It's how you're going to feel when it happens.
Yeah.
Because you don't know how you're going to feel. And so I ended up, when I was fired, hey, I got all my digits.
So Maury Povich sounds like Clint Eastwood? Really? Wow. Life is crazy.
So I got it. I'm still alive. I'm not going, I'm not dead because we're in such a stupid business. We think we're going to die. Do you agree with me about how you feel?
Oh, I don't know about that, Mariah. But
Have you been fired before?
I had. So I'll tell you the first time I ever got fired. Can I tell you the first time I got fired? So I was working for Curiosity Shop, which was a preschool that operated out of our church, United Church of Montbello in Denver, Colorado, right? And I'd had a back and forth with my boss. I was 15 years old and I got the job there because no one else would hire me because I wasn't 16. I was not old enough. So I had this job, was very happy about it. And I got the job specifically so that I could afford contact lenses because my mom couldn't afford them and she didn't have the extra money. I was like, well, I'm going to get a job so I can get contacts. I had Coke bottle glasses. I was like, I need contacts. So I got fired because I got into a back and forth with my boss because we just had a disagreement about the way she was dealing with some of the little kids that were misbehaving. And so she called me and fired me. And this to me was the worst case scenario, being fired. I thought I could never recover. It's literally the business is operated out of the church I go to every Sunday. And I didn't think I'd ever recover from it. But not only did I recover from it, I learned something from it, right? As a teenager, I really can't debate my adult boss, right? That was a good lesson to learn. And I also realized I really enjoyed making money. So I was going to find another job. And it helped me to grow as a person. It inspired me. And I actually, to this day, have a great relationship with the woman who fired me. She came and visited me at MSNBC.
Part of her
I learned from it. We all learned from it. And we were fine. And so I learned I didn't fear being fired after that.
Do you have a list of people that you would like to have revenge?
I think if I had a list, it wouldn't be people who've done anything to me personally. It's people who've done something to this country.
I got you.
It starts with the president.
So
and
I
works its way
had
down.
a personal list.
Yeah.
Of all the general managers that I worked for that screwed me over at times.
Yeah.
At one point or another, every single person on the list, maybe 5 of them, all got fired.
I love it.
I felt sorry for them. I couldn't, relish their going through the same thing I did.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just didn't have the guts to be happy about it.
I guess that's a good point. There are some people that I've worked for that I've not really enjoyed, but I didn't relish them losing their gigs either. Because to your point, a lot of the people that I've worked for that have been my least favorite bosses are also fired. So, or they're out in one way or another.
Yeah. Do you think Joy Reid, 18 years old, applying to Harvard, would get in?
I think given the way that this particular regime has decided to change the rules, I probably wouldn't get in simply because I'm Black and a woman.
That's what I wanted to get to.
Yeah. Even though
because you think in a way, not the fact that you didn't qualify, obviously you qualified, but it was a time when it was welcoming.
It was welcoming. I mean, I scored in the 96th percentile on my SAT scores, meaning I did better than 96% of the people who took the SAT. So on paper, I qualified. I was an 4.2 out of 4.0 student. Like I was absolutely qualified to get in. But there was, to your point, at that time, there was a desire at Harvard, which at that time was less than 7% African American. Yeah, when I got in, it was 6%. And they wanted to make their freshman dorms. They said this to us. They're like, we don't want uniformity. We want lots of different people in this freshman dorm that can interact with each other and learn something from each other. So we want people from different countries, different regions, different states. We don't want everyone to have gone to Choate or everyone to be from Exeter and Andover, which was the majority of Harvard students. We don't want all legacies who were white, upper class, males. We wanted different kinds of people. So my freshman dorm, we had people from Africa. We had people from, the Middle East. We had people from all over. You had this mix, Latinos, Blacks, African Americans, Caribbean Americans. You had this mix that actually made the class interesting. And that was their goal.
She brings up a great point, and I may have to actually, one of these days, actually do a show with a point. What's the difference between a 4.2 student and a 4.6 student? That is literally the argument that Asians for Fair Admissions wanted. Once you get over that 4.0 mark, you're dealing with excellence. You're just now dealing with degrees of excellence. So you got a 4.5 GPA, a person who did no extracurriculars versus a 4.2 who was athlete. I go with the 4.2 athlete, not the 4.6. And Asians for Fair Admissions wanted the 4.6 because they just want to go by test scores. They just want the quote meritocracy. To me, meritocracy is that 4.2 jock because they can do more than one thing. And the white folks, and for the white people in the audience, you're not like them, so don't think you are. For the racist argument, and this is the other weird thing, the Asians for Fair Admissions, that suit, they didn't actually realize that they were the pawns. There was a white young lady years before that, the same organizations that brought the Asians for Fair Admissions Act, Asians for Fair Admissions, they tried it with a white woman and the Supreme Court wouldn't hear the case. And I can't remember the exact name of the case. Look, politics is a thing in these United States, and the propaganda that gets some of these poison pills into the body politic, and they know that people aren't going to research more than what they just hear on a YouTube show. I'm not absolutely against doing away with affirmative action, but I am against doing away with affirmative action in the way they did it. Asians for Fair Admissions was a bullshit lawsuit, and that's my opinion on it. It's a done deal. It'll be okay without affirmative action. But this lady with a 4.2 not getting in now, she's probably right. If you got over a 4.0 average, you should be eligible for any Ivy League. You may not get into Harvard, but there's Cornell, there's Dartmouth. There are lesser Ivies, but they're still Ivies. And then you got tons of state schools that are just as prestigious, especially if it's an engineering school. People need to think more longitudinally, if that even makes sense. Not everything is Harvard, but not everything, once you get over that 4.0 mark, it becomes some dude who never left his basement with a 4.6 better than someone who got out in the sunshine and mixed it up with other people on a soccer field and still managed to get over a 4.0. America's really going in a direction that's concerning. And MAGA is, I don't think it's a tipping point, but I do think it is pushing us closer to a ledge that we're not going to be able to recover from. Trump and MAGA, literally the worst thing for America. And half of America voted for this bullshit. And too many people still think it's a good thing.
I don't think that any college could outwardly have that goal today because the Justice Department would probably investigate them.
What do you think the freshman class looks like now?
Well, I actually know. The thing that's so interesting, after Donald Trump abolished DEI and the Supreme Court abolished the affirmative action, the very next class had the exact same percentage of African Americans in it.
Which was what?
which was at that time 14%.
Now it's 14.
Yeah, it was 14%. The last affirmative action class at Harvard was about 27% Asian. Oh. And it was about that after. What went down were the percentage of white students. So it didn't have the impact they thought it was going to have, because what they thought was that there'd be more white men. But what happens is white men, by and large, are not going to college at the level that white women are going. So you still had a fair number of white women, but the percentage of white men actually went down.
Okay. Your parents were immigrants.
Yes.
One from Guyana and one from the Congo.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. By the way, how many thousands of miles is it from the Congo to Guyana?
I don't even know.
I mean,
a lot. many, many thousands.
Where did they meet?
They met either. So I only know some things about the origin story because, Caribbean moms don't really tell you stories about their lives. And I know that they gave birth. My sister was born in Iowa. So I know they were both in Iowa together. And I think they first met there, where my father was going to university and my mother was going to a different college. And somehow they found each other in the most unlikely place, which would have been Iowa.
Yeah.
Des Moines.
Do you know that I used to study Chetty Jagan? Do you know who he was?
I do.
From Guyana?
I do.
He was supposed to be the savior of Guyana.
Yes.
And killed very early in life.
Yes. That's fascinating.
I was going to go to Guyana.
Really?
In the 1970s.
Yeah.
And then he got killed.
Not a lot of people know Chetty Jagan. I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed.
I don't know why it sticks out. I mean, we're talking 50, 60 years ago.
Yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Not a lot. My mother used to have this challenge whenever she would tell people she was from Guyana. They would say, "Oh my God, are you from Jonestown?" And she'd say, "There's no such thing as Jonestown. Right. That is a bunch of Americans who came to my country and made a cult."
You know that I covered him too?
Did you cover him?
I was working in San Francisco when that happened.
My God.
That was one of the big stories I covered, because everybody was from the San Francisco.
Yes, they were.
Went to Guyana with him.
That's right.
Do you know that my wife, who I'm sure you know of,
who's a legend,
who we argue all the time when we're watching telecasts as to is this news or is this not news?
Yeah.
Why have we come to that? Why, for instance, Rachel Maddow is a terrific communicator. Mm-hmm. Terrific.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she's a journalist, although she does do a lot of investigations because she has an opinion on the air. Do I have a problem with that?
I disagree with you on that. I think, I'm an opinion journalist, and having been a local news journalist.
You want to be that? That's fine.
Yeah. And I think that
But you got to say it that way.
But you have to say it that way. And I think you have to just be open about it. And I worked in local news, as did you.
Sure.
And so at that point, you couldn't have an opinion. You weren't allowed to share an opinion at all in local news at all. And by the time that I was doing cable news, I had been a columnist, an opinion columnist, and I came in through the editorial door. Right. I was never on air on cable news as an objective or whatever. I was an opinion journalist, and I am one. And I think you can be both. And what I say, the way that I explain it is that I'm not just giving you my my opinion and my gut. My opinion has to be an analysis based on facts, and the facts are based on journalism.
I'll accept that, as long as that's how you label yourself.
Yeah.
This is the way I grew up. There were three things you never talked about in public. You didn't talk about religion,
mm-hmm.
you didn't talk about politics, and you didn't talk about money. That was it. You had to have enough grace not to discuss that. How did that all go wrong?
I know. I was on the way over here. I was on Amtrak on the way over here, listening to Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, quoting a scripture from the podium. Unheard of, right? All of those rules that you just talked about have just been destroyed.
Yeah.
They're gone.
Had nothing to do with what party you wanted to be affiliated with or how you voted. First of all, don't you dare ask me how I voted.
Yeah. Well, now how you vote is a description of your tribe. It's become incredibly tribal, and people's party is their identity. I think particularly I will say even more so Republicans, I have to say, they've adopted this sort of MAGA identity, and it's a religion and it's a tribe, much more so than it was when I was growing up.
You know, I was always proud of myself when I could say, well, I voted for both people. I voted for Republicans and I voted for Democrats. And that's the way I believe you should act. You should act as an individual. You shouldn't act as just a sheep.
Well, I don't know if it's sheep. I think the parties are very different. And I'll put it this way. So my father, who was the Congolese, he never became a U.S. citizen, but he was a Reaganite. Like, he was a Reagan guy. He loved Reagan.
Okay.
My mother was a Carter girl. She loved Jimmy Carter. She just thought he was the best thing ever. And she was very sad when he lost his reelection. And we were very partisan in our household. We always talked politics. One of the rules that my mother broke was she would let the children be heard. We didn't have to be seen and not heard. My mom built her children with confidence, and she believed that we would be successful. And I just believed whatever my mother believed. You know, she was very much a cheerleader for her children. And so if we had an opinion, we were allowed to speak it.
Well, I think at home it's fine.
Yeah, and we really would mix it up. And so I grew up as a very partisan Democrat. And I was I'm not a fan of Reagan. You know, Ronald Reagan, his first budget in 82, 83, cost my mother her job. She had a federal job, and they wiped that program out. And so I was never a fan. And I took my understanding of Republicanism from Reagan, because that's who, you know, junior high school, that's who was the president. And so I had a very harsh view of Republicans, I'll be honest. But I always felt like I had the ability to step outside of my partisanship, just as a citizen to make decisions. And also as a journalist, I felt like I could step outside of it and evaluate a good person or a good candidate regardless of party. I remember saying, you know, I was not a fan of George W. Bush at all. But I remember saying to myself, one of your friends, I remember saying when he got elected, I said, as much as I disliked George W. Bush, I said one of the upsides to George W. Bush being president is that I think a Republican is in a stronger position to achieve a settlement in the Middle East, because Republicans just have more leeway. They get more leeway from the American people.
How about with immigration? He had the best bill ever.
And I feel like Republicans have that leeway that Democrats are never given. So I feel like we have to be able to evaluate a politician on that objective basis, even if that's not our guy, if you know what I mean.
I wasn't a fan of the war that he got us into, but at the same time, I've been his friend for a long, long time. And by the way, I think the way he's conducted himself out of office has been spectacular.
Really?
Yeah.
So
you want him to speak up, don't you?
I do. Well, and I'm not surprised he doesn't, but I quit journalism because of George W. Bush.
Okay. Tell me about that.
So I got, when we moved to South Florida, I wrote a letter to the Fox affiliate asking for a job, and they hired me. I just wrote a 2-word letter. I actually wanted to get hired on their entertainment show. So I said, I really love your entertainment show on this network. Would you hire me, please? With a question mark. They were like, that's such a weird letter. We're going to hire you. But they said, we don't have a job on the entertainment show, but we'll hire you for the news show. So I get a job on the morning show. I was a writer, producer on the morning show, lowest paid job, best education I could have possibly gotten. The guy who was the lead anchor he was business in the front, party in the back. So from the front, he looked like you, and from the back, he had this long ponytail. And he would wear Bermuda shorts, but he had a shirt and tie on at the top. I mean, he was this bizarre character. Learned so much from him. So then, long story short, I wanted to work closer to home. And so I applied for a job at the NBC affiliate, got the job on the digital team. So now I've got a job close to home. It's a great job. Then this war starts to build. And I'm very anti-war in general, but this war, I found it didn't make sense to me. You know, we didn't have Google like we have it now, but I couldn't see any connection between Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda. It didn't make any sense. He would have been an apostate to Al-Qaeda. They would have probably cut his head off. He was not a religious, militant Islamist. And so I didn't even understand why we were going to war in Iraq. And then the first time that we dropped MOABs on Baghdad, my newsroom started cheering. Another one of those rules that I think should exist in journalism, that we shouldn't be cheering.
There's no cheering in a newsroom.
Exactly. And I was so horrified that I called my husband. I said, I don't think I can work in this business. And I also remember interviewing a guy at a family readiness unit locally, because I was trying to step outside of my little digital role and actually do some journalism and interview people. And I interviewed this one guy who told me that his wife had given birth on 9/11. I mean, his brother's wife, his brother's wife had given birth on 9/11. And now he's having to care for her and their child while her husband was off fighting the man who did 9/11 in Iraq. And I didn't have the heart to correct him.
Yeah.
But the lies that led into that war, I found so offensive that I got out of journalism because of it for a while, until I got pulled back in to NBC.
So now you obviously feel that there are more lies today than back then.
I mean, I would take George W. Bush back in a heartbeat now compared to this guy. You know, I mean, the lies. Well, also, it's not even just the lies on this war in Iran. They're actually not even coming up with lies. They're just not telling us why we're doing it. We just cannot. It is inexplicable why we're at war with Iran. It makes no sense whatsoever. And even when they try to come up with an explanation, the explanations make no sense.
As you know, throughout my career, I've always been about the results. And so I demand that same level of truth when it comes to my own skincare. And that's why I trust OneSkin to keep me camera ready. I'm 87. I really don't have time for a 10-step routine. So I put this topical eye supplement under my eyes. It takes years off. I like my skin to glow. Their moisturizer does just that. All this.
All right. If I ever become successful enough to do this sort of commercial, just copyright strike me. Just strike the channel off of YouTube. Now, he doesn't look 87. That he does look amazing. But sorry. Being 87 does not excuse this. And we must go forward.
Here are like the women in Iran.
This is why.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody does.
Is that clickbait stuff?
No, I really meant it. I genuinely did. And this is why. Because when I look at Project 2025, which my team and I read, we took that giant 2-volume 900-page and we broke it down. We gave each producer, when I was at MSNBC, and we were like, we're going to report on this. We're going to read it. What I read in Project 2025 is a recipe for creating an American Iran. What is Iran? It is an Islamic republic. It is a religious republic.
So you think
run by a religious edict.
These people who believe that white Christians have become a minority, and so therefore we have to retake the country. You really believe that?
I do. And I think I've read enough of what these Christian nationalists, these white Christian nationalists say, and I've worked enough with Robert Jones at Public Religion Research Institute, who studies this for a living. This minority, they are a minority of even Christians. They believe that this country should be run as a theocracy, which is what Iran is. They believe, just like the mullahs in Iran, that women should be only giving birth, being mothers, they should be home. But even in Iran, they actually believe more in having women go to university. They're like, get women out of the universities, get women out of the sciences, get women out of the military.
But is that any different than when all the Irish and all the Italians and all the Jews came over in the early part of the 20th century, and you had all these Father Coughlin people and all these other white Christians very upset because they thought they were going to lose their majority? Is that any different?
Well, the difference is Father Coughlin didn't have power. He had power as a he had communicative power, right? He had the power to move people with his, through the media. These people are in charge of the country. Russell Vogt, who runs the Office of Management and Budget, is a Christian nationalist by his own definition. So, the threat is inside the house. They're running the country.
But we've had Christian nationalists forever.
We have, but what we've never had is a regime that uses executive orders and the force of the federal government to strip women people of color out of military opportunities, to literally fire.
But I don't think that's a white Christian thing. Do you?
In their mind, it is. They're trying to restore a hegemonic white Christian nationalist country. They believe that's what the country was meant to be, and they're trying to restore it. That's what they say. I have to believe them when they say it. And they have the power to do it more. The thing that's so frightening is, like the mullahs in Iran, who, by the way, are there because of us, right? If we had we not forced the Shah on them, right?
We put the Shah in.
We put the Shah in, caused it. But here, these men seem to be modeling their ideal version of America after what the people of Iran are facing, a theocracy in which one religion dominates and all others are subordinated, in which women are subordinated, in which a specific class rules.
Bobby,
like they did.
Let me ask you a question. It could just be that men these days, with their looks maxing and all that moisturizing and all this stuff, could be that men look more like women and not the other way around. I don't think she looks like a man. I think men might look too much like women, and you're getting the two juxtaposed. What do you think about that?
In apartheid. And these are fascist principles. And I don't see any difference between if you're doing them in the name of Islam or doing them in the name of Christianity.
So in other words, you're saying that if you're not a white Christian nationalist in the United States, you should.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it, Mariah.
Wow. I'm not.
No?
No.
Why not?
I'm comfortable in my skin.
I'm comfortable in mine. I'm just not comfortable with this government and what it could do to us.
Fine.
If they're arresting and killing protesters in the streets of Minneapolis.
Of course.
They're kidnapping people off the street
Sorry,
and throwing them into random
let me
vans.
Stop this right quick, and let's take down this little fair use thing. I just don't see that she looks like a man. Where are y'all getting this shit from? She does not look like a man. What man looks like this? Someone needs to help me here. How does she look like a man? Okay, and I see Brian Nichols has hopped into this too. Paul Williams from the Temptations? Well, then he looked like a woman. Why does she have to look like a man? Need your help. Maybe Paul Williams looked like a woman? Because, back in those days, men in Hollywood and the entertainment industry, where do you think androgyny got kind of popular back in the 70s and the early 80s? He probably looked more like a woman than vice versa. Just my question to you, Bobby.
No one knows who it is that took you. They're masked, so you can't identify them. They're not showing you a warrant. They're not giving you a reason. You're simply detaining.
I understand all of that.
And detaining people for writing op-eds.
Right.
I mean, this is insane.
But if you go on and on about all the things you just talked about.
I think those Chuck Taylors she's wearing are a bigger issue.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a rant?
That's a good question. It's a rant, but I think it's raising an alarm.
Oh,
because
is that
I
what
think
it
that
is?
people, to use the word,
Yeah, I suspect
they're getting too comfortable.
Yeah, I
with the reality.
Yeah, Lupin. Hey, good to see you, Lupin. Yeah, that's of course what it is. And I don't know. I would do something different with her hair. I would have to have a problem with that. But I don't know. I don't get it. And it's usually I don't know. These guys are struggling to figure out why women don't want to follow them. They want women to settle on their non attractiveness, but they don't want to do the opposite. Thank goodness none of them ever come up here.
That is
not on that topic.
Creeping fascism. And, you know, I went to Cuba years ago. I'll give you an example. I went to Cuba years ago. My husband and I went because President Obama opened up that window where you could travel. When you go to Cuba, if you spend 2 hours there.
Okay, Bobby, no, I'm not gonna. I know who the Temptations are and all that stuff. I would never confuse Paul Williams with a woman, but you are saying she looks like him. You're the one that's confusing him with looking like a woman or her looking like him. I'm sorry, you got to deal with the fact that if they look like each other, they look like each other. That's the concept that you're struggling to deal with. She can't look like him without him looking like her. Correct? Bobby, don't get all metaphysical because I do it better.
You may not realize you're in an oppressive society because people are going about as normal. They're going to work, they're going to school, they're getting themselves dressed, they're doing things that look normal. You have to really spend a little time and pay a little attention to realize that people there are deeply oppressed. I had people come up to me, if they would talk to us at all. If you had a camera around your neck, they thought you might be in the CIA or something. They were afraid of you. But I lived in South Florida, so I speak decent Spanish, and I speak Spanish with sort of a Cuban dialect because I've lived in South Florida for so long.
Other than Spain, is the best.
By the way, I bet Paul Williams wore an earring, didn't he? Is that why you think they look alike? He wore an earring or two. I bet he did.
Best dialect I hear
is the best dialect, right? So I'm in Cuba, and if a couple of people would quietly speak to me, and what they would say is, "How can I get out of here? Can you help me?"
They'd open that up. They'd open up to you.
We had a couple of people say, "How can I get to the United States?" The thing is that they're living in an oppressive system that is. It is so enormous, and it is everywhere. You don't know who's watching you. You don't know when you're being observed, when you're being surveilled. You never know if you can be arrested, when you can be. So the oppression is, it's in the water, it's in the air, it's everywhere. And after a while, it starts to look normal and starts to feel normal. And I worry that Americans will just, like a frog in a boiling pot, get used to living in fascism.
I so believe it will never be that way.
I wish I had your confidence.
I do. Maybe it's because I've lived 87 years and, I still feel that's the way the country will end up being.
How do we get it back? How do we reverse something that's so far gone?
Believe it or not, you need a political savior.
I don't see one.
I think there could be. And quite frankly, I'm not too sure we know their names yet.
That's a good point. That you're absolutely right. I don't think we do. And I think, you know what, you're right. If you can find somebody who's charismatic and believable, I think that's what Zoran Mamdani has done. I think he's a political star, but I think what he's doing.
Well, to some.
But I think what he's done that's smart is he said, here are some unthinkable things that I'm going to do for you because I know you're suffering. That pied-à-terre tax, people thought he couldn't do it.
You think he's going to do that?
It's being done.
He needs the state to do that.
Hochul has said she's for it.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think it's going to happen.
To me, there are so many levels that you got to get through to do something radical. You campaigned for Obama.
Mm-hmm.
It was your days where I'm going into politics. I'm going to campaign.
Got out of news. It's like, I'm going into this.
So what I don't understand is, everybody who campaigns and spends their whole life that year in 2008 campaigning, they want a job in the White House. I bet you did.
I did apply. I mean, we all applied. The whole campaign applied. Yeah, I'm sure there were like 470,000 of us. We all applied. Yeah.
Were you surprised you didn't get what you wanted?
No, I was so low level on that campaign.
Oh,
I was a
really?
nobody on that campaign. Yeah, there was no reason to hire me. But I thought I did a great job in my little space. I was in South Florida doing my thing.
Oh, you were in South Florida.
Yeah, I was my little region.
And
was
he
South
won
Florida,
right?
He did twice.
Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I really was disappointed in him.
Were you? Tell me why.
Because I think his last 2 years I think he checked out. I think he couldn't do what he wanted to do and checked out and played golf. I think a huge majority of the country were so excited to see him win and become the first Black president. No question. Huge majority. And I think Obamacare came along in the first administration. And then when he got reelected, and now he doesn't have control of the House and the Senate, I think the last 4 years were just a waste.
Well, I think you have to also remember that he was facing one of the most determined, and I would say diabolical opponents in political history, and that's Mitch McConnell, who made it very clear that his goal in life was to effectively shut down the Obama presidency.
And what he did about the Supreme Court was ridiculous.
Abominable. I mean, he decided this man will not be able to be president on my watch. I will shut down everything.
And by the way, Republicans will rule that day because, because if the Democrats take control, I'm not saying, I don't care who takes control. I'm not into politics that way. Politics to me is personal. But if the Democrats win the Senate and Alito retires, there is no chance that Trump is going to get a Supreme Court justice because the Democratic Senate will hold it up.
Well,
just the way McConnell did.
Well, first of all, Democrats do not play politics the way Republicans do. The difference between the parties, they do not. They do not.
Please.
Democrats play by the Marquis de Queensberry rules. I think they do not. They're not rule breakers. What's been fun?
You're trying to tell me
they're not.
If the Democrats take the Senate,
I would hope they would.
2027.
I hope
in 2027, and Alito retires, and Trump names a Supreme Court justice, that the Democrats are going to have hearings and actually confirm him.
I think they would.
Or her.
Because they don't
Not a chance.
I don't think that they play like, can you imagine Chuck Schumer doing any of the things Mitch McConnell did? Of course not. They couldn't even hold out on a government shutdown because 8 of them turned tail and gave in. Democrats capitulate and they try to play by the rules. Republicans don't care about the rules. They rewrite the rules.
They're not doing it right now. I mean, you can't get DHS funding through.
You know why? Because the Democrats folded one too many times. And I think they understand that if they fold on the ice, they will be punished at the polls. It's not that the elected Democrats, to me, in general, there are a few really strong ones, but for the most part, they try to play by the rules. You mentioned Obama. My big regret about the Obama second term is that none of us understood the potential for presidential power. Little did we know that a president could effectively behave as a king, as Trump is.
Well,
and I wish Obama had wielded the presidency with the kind of raw, unabashed, ruthless power that Trump is, because I know he wouldn't have done it to line his pockets. He would have done it to push through some really important legislation, or not legislation, but to do some things for the American people. I wish that he'd used power the way Trump does, but Trump just uses it to get richer.
In the old days, when presidents were elected twice consecutively, I firmly believe that the second 4-year term of every single president is a disaster because everybody is already thinking.
They're already trying to run for the next. Yeah, right. The next president's trying to set themselves up.
I mean, you're going to find that out in 2027 when Trump has no power.
Yeah, when they're all racing to try to get the golden keys to the White House.
See, a former senator told me Republican senator, he thought Republicans will change and will speak out against Trump once the primary season is over in this term. because you're not threatened by a MAGA primary opposition.
What absolute cowardice. What absolute cowardice. I mean, Mitt Romney has said it. He said, many of my colleagues are terrified. They're afraid. They know that the things that Trump is doing are wrong. This was during the first term. They know the things he's doing are wrong, but they're afraid to say anything because they're afraid of a primary. How cowardly.
Well, let's find out once June comes and all the primaries are
But doesn't that speak poorly of American politics, though?
Yeah,
that's embarrassing.
Well, first of all, when I covered Washington back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, there were two people that I had great reverence for. One particular, his name was Philip Hart. He was a senator from Michigan. They named the Hart office building after him. And the reason why he was great is because he had enough money that he didn't need any money.
Right.
So I happen to believe that if you get a rich, independent thinking soul as a politician, you got a winner.
Unless they are insatiable.
Yeah, and the problem is the rich. Jesus fucking Christ. This dude. Ooh, boy.
Rich. Donald Trump is rich. Donald Trump was born with $317 million in the bank.
Yeah, there's rich and there's
so
rich.
Insatiable and so greedy and so self-absorbed. There's never going to be enough money. It's never going to be enough. And so he can never steal enough or grift enough. He can't get enough. He's insatiable. And so being rich hasn't helped us get more morality out of him at all.
My memories are so sharp of the guys that I really thought were really good.
Back when there was like decency in politics.
Right.
But there also, the days that you're talking about, Maury, I think there was also no social media.
There was Tip O'Neill days.
Yeah, and there's no social media.
We could have a drink with Reagan.
Right. Now, if you tried to do something like that, you'd be on TikTok in 10 minutes.
Pelosi and Trump the first time around. I mean, it was just terrible watching that.
But that's because we disagree on this, but that is because I think she perceived how dangerous he was.
Oh, I'm not saying she's wrong or right. I'm just saying there's no breakthrough. There's no chance for breakthrough. I don't get it. I mean, I see these attempts by the middle to have these little conferences that maybe we can get something done and maybe we can somehow find some kind of compromise somewhere. It never happens.
You know why I think that is? I think because, and this is again my critique of my father's preferred party. I honestly, let's go back.
I can't blame Republicans.
Well, no, I blame both. I blame Democrats for this. I blame Democrats for weakness, but I blame Republicans. They came into the 2024 election with no platform. This has never happened. The platform of the party is what tells you what their values are. And they said, we have no platform.
There are no platforms.
It's whatever Trump says.
Yeah.
If you've given your platform over to the president, if you've given your power, imagine the Speaker of the House, the third most powerful person in the country. And you ask Mike Johnson, what are you going to do? And he says, well, I'm going to talk to the president and he'll tell me what I'm going to do. What are we doing? They've given their power to declare war. They've given their power to control tariffs. They've given all their power away. And that's not the Democrats.
But maybe in another way, the same thing would have happened with Pelosi and Obama.
They never did. In what way did the House and the Senate give their power?
They had to get Obamacare. You had to get Obamacare.
Right, but they had to compromise.
Right.
But the difference
is, you still talk to the president about it.
They did, but
the president had to talk to them,
and they didn't obey him. President Obama did not have the obedience and the sort of unchecked obedience of the Democrats the way that Trump has with Republicans. I've never seen anything like it. I've been watching politics since junior high school. I've never seen. Reagan didn't have this kind of power over Republicans. He speaks and they obey. This is insane.
Right. I got a game to play with you. Okay.
I like games.
All right. This is called On Par or Off the Rails. All right.
Okay.
If things are copacetic, if things are good, they're on par.
Okay.
If they're not, they're off the rails.
Okay, I love it.
Okay. Here we go. Oh, by the way, before I do that, I guess I'm silly. Medgar and Murley.
Yeah.
Now, I'm so old enough that I covered the Kennedy White House.
Did you? Yeah. Oh my God.
When Medgar Evers was assassinated.
Mm.
And I know that even then, it was a shock.
Yeah.
It was an absolute shock.
Mm-hmm.
I think basically paralysis. Didn't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, as we know, this is a year before JFK was going to be reelected. And so therefore,
what's up, 12th man?
What's good, Stanley?
Nothing much. Gonna wrap this up in about 12 minutes. So
in about 12 minutes, huh?
Yeah, at the end of this video. I've been let's see. I'm over 5. Actually, I should probably wrap it up now. And actually I think I will. Yep. I'm at 5 minutes and almost 5.5 hours.
All right on. Pretty good. Just chilling in the woods today. I have an appointment tomorrow. So I'm only moderately drinking today. How about yourself?
Well, I'm not planning tomorrow around my drinking today.
Well, you have to do that if you're an alcoholic.
I see. So you don't have to quit being an alcoholic?
I suppose I could, but then wouldn't you be a quitter?
Yeah, I suppose.
No one likes
just
to
like
be a
just
quitter.
like if you don't jump off a ledge, you're not a jumper. That's some odd logic, but I'll go.
Well, I talked to Mom today and for about 30 minutes, and that was nice. She's still making a living selling dog bows. She makes a lot of money doing that. She always been real good with her hands. She can make anything.
Yep. And
that what your mom was like? She could basically turn a few meals or a few scratch stuff into magic, and you'll love it.
Nope. She just retired from teaching, and that was that.
Oh, she wasn't a good cook. I figured that's where you got your cooking skills from.
Well, yeah, but I have no clue what she did once she retired. I wasn't there. And to be honest, I don't know that she was there with my father. I figured they were living life. I never really asked about their day to day.
Yeah, my dad died, and so he worked hard all his life before he got disabled. But he'd already put in so much time in the Army and the workforce that he ended up with regular SSI instead of disability.
Got
but
it.
I, on the other hand, put 25 years in a paint shop and got a healthcare plan and 401k. So I'm sitting all right.
Well, good.
Need to make more money though. Need to make more money though, Stanley.
I do?
Don't you? Don't you want to make more money?
For what?
I don't know, anything. Stuff you like. I ordered a new skillet.
Making money for money's sake has never been my thing. And maybe it's because I've never had to. I work to live. I never work was kind of my life. Maybe until I got married, and then it just reversed.
You own your place though, right, Stanley? You own your house?
I do.
Right on. Smart
So
move.
my point, well, I don't know that it's smart or not. I just do. But more money for what? I'm not, there's an Erasmus quote. And I can't remember the exact quote, but basically, I have enough for clothes and food and actually books are the thing, but I'm not Erasmus, of course. But I have enough for basics. With a little extra, I'm good. My son's out of the house. What am I gonna do? Why do I need to keep making a bunch of money?
Well, more money in case you need something or you see something kind of nice, but
I think I can pretty much cover whatever it is I need. Honestly.
Yeah.
That's
about all I need too, Stanley.
Right. I don't need to go out and, it'd be nice to drive a Mercedes if I enjoy driving. I have everything I want.
But you don't. You get all Walmart deliveries, Stanley.
My point is I have everything I honestly want. I
wish I could get rural deliveries like that, but they don't do that out here, Stanley. In other words, I might not ever leave the place.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not bad to go to the grocery store.
Yeah. Well, it's fixing to get crazy here with the summer coming on. Like all the fishing gets really crowded in there. I don't like it. I was thinking about doing a pickup instead, pickup orders. But in Alaska, they have this weird law to where you have to actually go in the liquor store and show your ID and all that to get beer out of it, beer and alcohol.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about groceries.
Well, both. That's part of groceries.
Yeah, well, you can get beer with your Walmart order, right?
Well, not in Alaska because they have a stupid law.
Well,
you have to actually go in the.
You have to go pick up, but they'll pick up. They'll put the beer with your grocery order.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're not delivering your liquor now, I'm sorry. What's the difference?
Yeah, I'm thinking pickup orders will be better for summer season because if you have to go in there, then you're dodging all kinds of people with shopping carts, and then you're trying to dodge them. It's crazy. It gets like a big city
I don't know.
here in the
I
summer.
honestly think going into a Walmart and actually seeing a whole bunch of people like yourself might do you some good. I mean, there are probably a ton of 12th mans that will be in that Walmart, and they're women. and their offspring.
That's who's picking out your groceries for delivery, Stanley, or bunch of 12 men.
You've lost my point. You need to go into Walmart and face your own kind and their women and their progeny. You need to go and see some people like you, and maybe that'll be an education.
Ain't like me. Like
you don't.
The last time I was in Safeway in Soldotna, that chick had a ham hock growing beneath her knee. It had fat flabs growing over that. I'm like, oh my Lord.
Well, I'm talking about the men like you, and she was probably one of their women. I literally said
no, she was with the social worker.
You need to go into a Walmart and meet other men like you and their women with their social workers. And
You buy meat from Walmart, Stanley?
Sometimes.
Is that what you put in your smoker? That nasty ass meat from Walmart?
Last I checked, it's fine, but we do have a Publix here too. So it just depends.
Do they have pretty decent meat? Gotta be better than that Mexican shit at Walmart.
Walmart here has pretty decent meat too.
I don't think so. I don't eat Walmart
Walmart in Georgia. Probably different than Walmart in Alaska. I bet their meat sources are different.
Probably have those same big pig plant, Smitty, or whatever you call it.
Probably their supply chains are slightly different.
Did you cover anything on the Iran war today, Stanley?
I did.
Give me a breakdown.
You can do a replay, right?
Yeah, I guess I could.
Well, that's going to be your best option. I only have a couple minutes here. I am not going to redo the whole show.
Well, I guess they want to open the strait, right?
Nope. I think that President Trump has met his match. I think the Iranians are telling him bomb us out of existence and see what happens.
That's pretty terrible.
No.
It'd be nice if we could get along with Persia. That would be great.
No, Persia is under no obligation to get along with the Anglos. Persia.
What do you mean the Anglos? You're United States.
Persia existed long before what we think of as Western culture existed.
Yeah.
See, this is the wonderful thing that I love seeing. The Persians are anti-white. They're anti-Western, and they have been around longer. They look down on y'all.
You're not anti-white, though. You have that what's his name?
I'm not Persian either.
Yeah, you're a Black American.
I think Iran,
who doesn't identify as African.
Well, since I'm not from Africa, it seems obvious that I wouldn't. But let me also say that again, Persia pre-existed. Persia existed when what was in Europe were clans and cave bears and whatever. They are looking down on Western culture.
That was a good book, Stanley.
Don't know
Planet of the
why
Cave
you
Bear.
have to keep. Don't know why you have to keep interrupting me, but it's not welcome. Iran is treating Western culture in America specifically the way it needs to be treated, like it's not that big a deal. And it's not. And I think
I'm glad I have solar, Stanley. Like, I won't be impacted as much as people who live on the grid paying those hundreds of dollars of gas and electric bills.
Oh, you'll be impacted. America
A little bit, a few dollars.
America is being shamed because of our clown prince of a president. We are being shamed on a national stage, and then his security folks can't even figure out how to protect him. it's a look. The Trump administration is literally what we in the Navy used to call a goat rope. It's like nobody can do anything right in his administration. They can't protect him. Do not interrupt when I'm not done yet. They can't protect him. They can't.
Yeah.
Some secret service agent has to take a fucking bullet, and thank God he had on a vest, because they were all just standing around like NPCs in a video game. And this motherfucker he sprinted past him. They were going to shoot him in the back. And they couldn't even get a shot off. That's the other thing that was so funny. So Trump has lost all dignity, and anyone who keeps thinking he's some like hero, dude, he's the clown prince of presidents. He's clown prince 47.
Yeah, I was noticing something today during the King's appearance. Like, everyone applauded the King. Meanwhile, they're having no King's protest. What do you get out of that?
I don't get the connection. Do we have a king?
No, we don't. So what do you get out of these no King's protests?
Well, because they think Donald Trump, and I agree with them, is basically doing something called an imperial presidency. You didn't watch the show. Maybe you should. There's a historian talking about Trump actually currently has more power than the British king does. He literally has more power than most monarchs in the Western world, at least. So no kings. I don't see no kings as non-relevant.
Yeah, while they're applauding the king.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about the whataboutism. I need you to concentrate on the point I made, which is Trump has more power as president of the United States than King Charles does. And that's why they're saying no kings. He has too much power.
Well, they've been applying that executive power through George Bush, Obama, and Biden.
Don't care about any of that.
They've been applying that executive power.
Trump is the worst of the worst. He is taking that he doesn't bend rules, he ignores them. He's the worst president ever. Worst president of my lifetime.
Well, at least he can find his way off stage, Stanley.
Yeah, that's the most important thing I expect a president to do. I don't expect that president to raise gas prices or be an embarrassment on the world stage. I don't expect any of that. I just need him to get off I just need him to get off the goddamn stage. The gas prices don't matter.
High gas prices is good for Alaska, Iowa.
Who gives
we get more money?
Who gives a fuck about Alaska? The rest of us don't give a fuck about Alaska, son.
We get more money.
We could stand to lose Alaska and America would be just fine. So we don't care.
You're gonna lose it, dude.
We don't care. When
you want to give it away to Russia?
I go to the pump and I overpay for gas that a fucking clown prince president started. I'm paying more money because Donald Trump started a war. First thing I'm not going to think about is good for Alaska. Fuck Alaska.
You'd rather give it to the Russians.
I would be better with 49 states than pay more for gas. Fuck Alaska. Let it go.
What about Hawaii? That don't count either.
Nope. I'm not talking about Hawaii. I'm talking about Alaska.
You said 49 states?
Yes.
That includes Alaska and Hawaii.
When I say 49 states, I mean 49 states because it's not 50 states because Alaska can go to Russia or Canada.
Who is the 50th state?
It can literally be its own state, but fuck Alaska.
So could Hawaii.
Okay. Hawaii we keep. Alaska, fuck them.
Yeah, we protect Canada and all of North America.
You're not protecting anything except your Franzia.
You don't know anything.
And a couple of fish. Literally, fuck Alaska.
Yeah.
Literally, America, we can live without Alaska. Fuck Alaska.
Yeah, keep thinking that.
Literally, we keep Hawaii, but fuck Alaska. We do not need
Hawaii.
Alaska.
Why do you want to keep Hawaii?
We can get salmon from Canada.
Yeah, that farm salmon
from Alaska.
Can't get wild. Can't get wild salmon from Canada.
In Alaska, I'm sorry, in Canada. We don't need Alaska.
Alaska protects Canada.
Is literally our sixth finger. You know, when I was a kid, I knew a couple kids who had like extra fingers, and they would usually just surgically remove them. Alaska is that extra finger.
They have an extra nose,
it can be surgically removed and discarded, and we'll be better off without it.
Did you have a hair lip too, Stanley? Don't understand what
hair lips has to do, but are you implying that Alaska is America's hair lip?
No, you are.
I can go with that. Alaska is America's hair lip. We need to
need a hair lip surgery.
We need to fix the problem. Fuck Alaska.
Yeah, okay.
Any other
We're still here. We're still here.
I don't know why you're so frustrated. You know we could live without Alaska.
We provide oil and gas to the lower 48.
Who gives a fuck about any of that? We can buy the oil.
California, Washington, Oregon.
You just don't need. Hey, we can still buy the oil. Just fuck you. Let's not.
Where from?
Let's not let you be a state. We need to 49 states without an Alaska. We'll throw in an extra 50. Well, shit, we're already paying higher gas prices. We'll just pay higher
thank
gas
you very
prices.
much.
We'll just pay
Alaska,
higher gas.
thank you.
Yeah, that's why we need to get rid of the bums. The fucking freeloaders, the fucking shysters, the fucking drunks, the fucking dog sledders, and every other derelict in Alaska. Y'all need to be on your own.
We are on our own. We have military bases.
Let's make it official.
And everything.
We need to make it official. We need.
How are you gonna do that?
We call Lisa Murkowski or whoever the fuck your senators are right now. Recall them, and then we'll get rid of you.
Have fun with that.
We won't miss you.
No one will miss Georgia.
Tell me one thing Alaska provides that's essential to the lower 48's existence.
Oil and gas, stupid fucker.
Now we can get it from Venezuela. Why do you think Trump invaded Venezuela so we can get the fuck rid of Alaska? We'll replace Alaska.
You want Alaska to go to Russia, don't you?
Replace Alaska with Venezuela. And the gas is better. The girls are pretty.
In your dreams, loser.
The girls are prettier in Venezuela than they are up there in Hair Lip, Alaska.
Georgia is the Hair Lip state.
Now
all
you
that crime in Atlanta.
Okay, I know you naturally want to
so many drugs and shootings.
What you need to do is concentrate on
drugs and shooting.
There is literally
that's what you have.
Hold on to Alaska. Alaska is the extra finger of America.
Yeah, half big as the whole country.
We got Venezuela. We don't need Alaska. It's
half as big as the whole country.
That we need to get rid of some fucking dead weight. Keep your oil, buddy. We can still buy it. Y'all will still be using American.
Yeah, where from?
Venezuela is where America wants to go. It can be that replacement 50th.
So you praise Trump's invasion of Venezuela.
It can be replacement 50. And you know it's a better deal.
So are you going to give up the territory of Alaska to Russia? Are you a traitor?
You know what? We'll just give it to you. You'll fuck it up.
All right,
Alaska,
I'll take it.
Look.
I'll get rich over that.
Alaska's fucked up now. It won't be any worse with you as its governor.
How's Georgia doing?
It'll be
highest crime rate.
Alaska.
Everyday gang shootings in Atlanta.
Will be
Your state sucks.
Alaska will be fine with a 12th man administration. It's a bunch of
crack dealers and fentanyl dealers everywhere.
Alaska is
your
a
state
full
sucks
of
ass.
And drunks and dog sledders. It'll be fine. You can run it. We will give it to you. We'll give the keys to Alaska to you.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a lot of other people in opposition to that.
Yeah, no doubt there will be, but not many. It'll only be the Alaskans who care. Motherfucker, everybody else would kick your asses to the can. I'm sorry, kick your asses like
Never gonna
down the road.
happen.
No,
Your
I
fantasy is
literally, hey,
never gonna happen.
You are so lucky, but there's a first time for everything. We need to get rid of your trash can asses.
Yeah. Get rid of Georgia too.
Yeah,
might as
that's
well
not like
abolish
that
the
is
state.
far less likely to happen than getting rid of the trash can state.
Well, figures you want another civil war.
Alaska is just a
Democrats are the party of the KKK.
Alaska,
and they are always the party of violence and civil war.
Alaska is
Can't win.
Alaska.
You already lost the first war, Stanley.
When I'm talking, you might want to pause.
You already lost.
Okay, Alaska is just a state full of fucking salmon guts in an oil slick. We don't need you. So shut the fuck up and just thank God we're keeping you. Your fucking garbage pail state.
What does your state offer other than peaches? Nothing.
How does that change anything that I said about Alaska?
I do like Georgia peaches, though. Those are pretty good.
Like, if you want a Georgia peach, bring your ass out of the trash can state and come down to Georgia before we sell it.
Hey, listen, I'm 15 acres.
You know, Rush is going to wind up with Alaska again.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, I hope so.
You and whose army?
I'm just hoping so.
Yeah, figures the communists would be rooting for Russia. No doubt.
Yeah, well, they the communists.
I thought you were a Ukraine guy.
The communists want.
I thought you were against Russia. Communists.
Literally has nothing to do with the point.
You're going for Russia, communist country.
I know it's hard for you to fathom. We don't need Alaska.
Yeah, we don't need Stanley either.
There is literally nothing in Alaska we can't get from other states.
I can get peaches from Mexico.
Well, no, I'm sorry. The trash can humanity, we can't get that from other states. So, but we don't need y'all.
Yeah, we don't need you either.
And that's my point. You don't need us, and we don't need
you. Need your Walmart meat, though, don't you, Stanley?
Nothing to do with Alaska.
You need your Walmart meat.
I will get my Walmart meat, whether Alaska's a
I got moose, salmon, and everything.
And that's why you don't even fucking need a Walmart. Well, once you are gone as a state, Walmart can choose to stay or leave. But whatever. We don't care that much about Walmart either.
We don't care that much about Georgia or Stanley Cross either.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Anything before you go? And I am going to think seriously about how we get rid of your fucking state. It's an appendage that we don't need. It's like Alaska's like a human tail. We cut those things off.
Especially since Canada sucks off of it. Canada is a welfare state.
Canada can have your dumbasses.
Well, they're breaking up right now. Alberta
I don't care.
is
I
going to
don't
become the
I
51st
do not
state.
care about any of that. Who cares? I just want to get rid of Alaska.
It doesn't matter what you want to get rid of. Shit in your other hand.
Unfortunately, it doesn't. But I just wanted to convey to you from Stanley to 12 Man that Alaska is a trash state. We don't need it. And you should stop talking shit about America because you're not America. You're Russian.
Well, Alaska is a part of the America, you fucking retard.
For now.
What are you going to do about it, retard?
Not much, except hope y'all go away.
Yeah. Blah, 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 blah.
It could be that the whole state will sober up and actually act like an adult, but there's no hope of that.
Maybe you'll sober up.
Oh, I'm perfectly sober. And even if I'm not, I am in Georgia.
What kind of leftover?
You're in trash Alaska. We can live without you.
Yeah.
We can literally.
Yeah, okay. I can live without your dumbass too.
You are a luxury item. In some
no one cares about Georgia
you are a
except their running back.
Sometimes
they have a few good running backs.
Sometimes when you need money, you got to put something you don't love that much up for sale. And that sounds like Alaska. We'll just put your ass.
Yeah, have fun.
As a matter of fact, what we ought to do is trade you for Greenland.
You're retarded.
I honestly think it would be a better trade. All of a sudden, I think Greenland's a better state than Alaska. I'm going to vote for that.
Why don't you move there then?
No, shit. I'm not moving to Alaska. I'd move to Greenland before I move to trash Alaska.
Yeah. That's fine. We don't want your black ass up here anyway.
No doubt you do. Oh, I'm sorry. No doubt you don't. So with that, I think I have proven several different points. So folks, Kelvin, Richard, I haven't said hello.
You ain't proven shit. Shut up.
Okay, now you're going to be a belligerent Alaskan? So, Richard and Kelvin, I didn't say hello, and I'm heading out of here because there's no convincing. I need to go ahead and work on this proposal I'm going to send to my congressman about getting Alaska the fuck out of here. And we might put it on a 12-step. We might put it on a 12-step program. Maybe if Alaska sobers up, we might reconsider. But for right now, I think we can fucking live without trash Alaska. This is how Hitler started. No, I don't think Hitler started telling Alaska that it is an extra finger on the American hand. So anyway, I'll be back around 3 or 3:30 tomorrow. Had a good time. And hey, what can I say? But 12th Man is always good for a laugh. See y'all tomorrow. Yeah. With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it. Like philosopher. And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons.
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but you know, the thing is that you know, if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know.